Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening where the gentle glow of the fireplace sets the stage for tonight's whimsical journey. As the soft breath of spring whispers through the air, it's the perfect time to renew our spirits and immerse ourselves in peaceful tales. Let your imagination drift and wander into whimsical worlds, all while the warmth of our cozy setting embraces you. As you relax and unwind, remember that this moment is the key to sweet dreams and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its orange and gold flames dancing like living things against the soot-stained brick. Each pop sent a shower of tiny sparks swirling upwards, vanishing into the dark throat of the chimney. The room was bathed in a warm, pulsing light that made the shadows in the corners seem less like voids and more like cozy, velvet blankets. It was in this nest of warmth and gentle sound that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a quiet, lonely sigh. The one who sighed was a young boy named Leo, who sat on a rug woven in patterns of deep burgundy and gold, his knees drawn up to his chin. The house was quiet, save for the fire's friendly murmur. His parents were away, and the old grandfather clock in the hall ticked its slow, patient song, each talk a reminder of the long, empty evening ahead. Leo felt a hollow space inside his chest, a feeling he couldn't quite name, but one that made the world seem a little too big and a little too cold, despite the fire's diligent work. He reached into the pocket of his worn corduroy trousers and pulled out a small, smooth stone he'd found that afternoon by the creek. It was unremarkable in the daylight, a flat, gray river stone. But as he held it in his palm, tilting it toward the firelight, something extraordinary happened. A faint, deep red glow began to pulse from within the stone's heart, like a single, sleeping ember waking up. Leo caught his breath. He blinked, thinking it a trick of the light. But the glow remained, a soft, warm throb against his skin. It wasn't a fierce light, but a gentle one, comforting and ancient. He closed his fingers around it, and a strange sensation washed over him, not a sound, but a feeling, a quiet invitation that seemed to whisper on the edges of his mind. It felt like the stone was humming. Driven by a curiosity that burned brighter than his loneliness, Leo stood. The humming feeling grew stronger when he faced the large, lead-paned window that looked out upon the back garden. The night outside was ink black, the moon hidden behind a veil of clouds. Yet the stone in his hand pulsed with a steady, beckoning rhythm. Wrapping a thick, woolen blanket around his shoulders, he unlatched the back door and stepped out into the chill. The cold air nipped at his cheeks, a sharp contrast to the fire's warmth he'd left behind. The garden was a world of sleeping shapes, the hulking form of the old oak, the neat rows of the vegetable patch now frosted with silver, the dark, tangled mass of the hedgerow at the bottom of the lawn. The stone's glow intensified, casting a small, rosy pool of light at his feet. The humming in his palm was now a clear, silent direction, pulling him toward the hedgerow. He pushed through a familiar gap, the bare twigs snagging gently on his blanket. On the other side, the world should have been just more field, sloping down to the woods. But it wasn't. Where there should have been a fence and a cow pasture, there was instead a path he had never seen before. It was woven not of dirt or gravel, but of what looked like intertwined roots, glowing with the same soft, ember-like light as his stone. The path curved away into a stand of ancient, silver-barked trees, whose leaves shimmered with their own internal, golden luminescence. The air here was different, too. It was warmer, carrying the scent of damp earth, blooming night flowers, and a hint of wood smoke. Leo stood at the threshold, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. This was impossible. He looked back. Through the gap in the hedgerow, he could still see the warm square of light from his house window, a tiny, distant promise of the world he knew. The humming stone in his hand pulsed warmly, reassuringly. He took a deep breath, the strange, sweet air filling his lungs, and stepped onto the glowing root path. The moment his foot touched the path, the sounds of the ordinary night, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of a hedgehog, faded away, replaced by a new, gentle symphony. He could hear the soft, whispery rustle of the luminous leaves above, a sound like silk skirts brushing together. Faint melodic chimes, as if from distant glass bells, drifted on the warm breeze. And underneath it all a low, steady thrum, the very heartbeat of this hidden world. He walked for what felt like both a minute and an hour, time seeming to stretch and soften like taffy. The path led him deeper into the silver wood, and as he walked, he noticed small, flickering lights darting between the trees. They were not insects, but tiny, winged creatures no bigger than his thumb, their bodies glowing with pale blue and green light. They zipped and danced, leaving shimmering trails in the air, and their tiny, chiming laughter echoed the bells he heard. He was so entranced by them that he didn't notice the root path had begun to slope downwards, leading to the edge of a vast, still lake. The water was a perfect black mirror, reflecting the glowing canopy above so perfectly that it was impossible to tell where the world ended and its reflection began. In the center of the lake was a small island, and on the island grew a single, magnificent tree, its bark the color of cooled ash and its leaves burning with a steady, golden fire. It was the most beautiful thing Leo had ever seen. The humming in his stone had become a contented, steady warmth, as if it were happy to be home. A soft, shuffling sound to his left made him jump. He turned, his blanket clutched tight. There, sitting on a moss-covered log at the water's edge, was a creature. It was about the size of a large hare, with fur the color of moss and dried lavender. Its ears were long and velvety, twitching as it listened to the night, and its eyes were large and liquid dark, reflecting the golden light of the tree. It held a small, smooth stick in its clever-looking paws, and it was whittling away at it, the tiny shavings falling to the ground like wood snow. The creature looked up, and its eyes met Leo's. There was no fear in its gaze, only a calm, deep curiosity. It blinked slowly. "Hello," Leo whispered, his voice sounding small in the vast, quiet space. The creature set down its stick and gave a small, polite nod. It did not speak, but a feeling of welcome washed over Leo, a sensation as clear as any words. It was the same kind of silent language the stone used. Hesitantly, Leo sat on the other end of the log. The moss was incredibly soft, like a living cushion. He held out his hand, opening his fingers to show the glowing stone. The creature leaned forward, its dark eyes widening. It reached out a delicate paw and gently, ever so gently, touched the surface of the stone. A brighter pulse of light flared from it, and the creature made a soft, chuffing sound of delight. It looked from the stone to Leo, and then pointed a paw towards the island in the lake. "You want me to go there?" Leo asked. The creature nodded. It then gestured to a small, coracle-like boat made of woven reeds and sealed with silvery resin, which was tied to a stake nearby. It was clearly an invitation. Leo's courage, which had carried him this far, wavered. The lake looked deep and dark. The island was far away. But the stone in his hand felt like a steady, warm friend, and the creature's eyes held only kindness. This was the unexpected friendship he hadn't known he was searching for. Will you come with me?" he asked. The creature considered this, its head tilted. Then it shook its head, a gesture of regret. It pointed to the ground, then to the woods behind them, and made a sweeping motion with its paw. Leo understood. This was its home, its duty was here. But it pointed again, firmly, to the boat and the island. "Your journey is there," the gesture said. Taking a deep breath, Leo stood and walked to the little boat. It was sturdier than it looked. He untied the rope and climbed in, the woven vessel barely rocking under his weight. As he picked up the single, smooth paddle, The creature on the shore picked up a small, round stone of its own and tossed it skimming across the water. Where it touched, the water didn't just ripple. It lit up with soft, concentric rings of blue light, showing him the way. With the glowing path on the water to guide him, Leo began to paddle. The lake was perfectly calm, and his strokes were quiet, the only sound the gentle drip of water from his paddle. As he moved further from the shore, the immensity of the sky and water pressed in on him, but it was not a frightening feeling. It was a feeling of awe. He was a small part of something vast and beautiful. He reached the island and pulled the boat onto the pebbled shore. The air here was thick with the scent of the golden tree, a smell like honey, cinnamon, and sunshine on old wood. He walked towards it, his feet crunching softly on the fine, white gravel. Up close, the tree was even more magnificent. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its branches spreading out like a protective canopy. Each leaf was a tiny, perfect flame, but they gave off no heat, only a gentle, soothing light. At the base of the tree, nestled among its great, above-ground roots, was a small, still pool, no larger than a wash basin. Its water was clear, and at its bottom lay hundreds of stones, all glowing with the same deep, ember-like light as the one in his pocket. Leo knelt by the pool. The humming from his stone was now a resonant, joyful vibration that ran up his arm and settled in his chest. He knew what he had to do. He took the stone from his pocket, and holding it for one last, grateful moment, he leaned over and placed it gently into the pool. It sank slowly, coming to rest among its kin. As it did, a soft sigh seemed to move through the entire island. The golden leaves of the tree shimmered a little brighter, and for a moment Leo felt a profound sense of rightness, of a circle being completed. He expected something grand to happen, for a spirit to appear or for a great treasure to be revealed. But nothing did. The tree continued to burn its gentle gold, the pool continued to hold its sleeping embers, and the lake remained a perfect mirror. The only change was inside him. The hollow, lonely feeling in his chest was gone. In its place was a deep, quiet warmth, as if he had swallowed a little piece of the sun. He had come on a journey led by a magical glow, and he had been transformed. He wasn't just a boy in a quiet house anymore. He was a boy who had walked a path of light, who had been welcomed by a silent friend, and who had returned something precious to its home. He had learned that the world was full of hidden, gentle wonders, and that even a small, lonely heart could find its place among them. He sat there for a long time, simply breathing in the peace. Then, knowing it was time to go, he stood and gave a small bow to the golden tree, a silent thank you. He pushed his boat back into the water and began to paddle back. This time, he needed no guiding light on the water. He knew the way. His friend was waiting for him on the shore, its whittling finished. In its paws it held a small wooden bird, its wings swept back as if in flight. It was exquisitely carved, every feather suggested by a tiny groove. The creature held it out to Leo. "For me," Leo asked, his throat tight. The creature nodded, its dark eyes shining. Leo took the wooden bird. It was smooth and warm from being held. It felt like a promise, a token of this night, of this friendship that needed no words. He tucked it safely into his pocket, next to the lingering warmth where the stone had been. He turned to go, to follow the root path back to the hedgerow, back to his own world. He looked back once to see his friend raise a paw in a slow, gentle farewell. Leo raised his own hand in return, then turned and walked into the silver wood. The journey back felt shorter. The chiming bells and whispering leaves seemed to bid him a soft good night. He found the gap in the hedgerow and pushed through, emerging into his own familiar garden. The air was cold again, and the square of light from his window was still there, a beacon. He slipped back inside, latching the door quietly. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a deep bed of glowing coals, pulsing with a warm, red light that was so much like the light of the stone and the pool. He knelt before it, holding his hands out to its warmth. The wooden bird in his pocket felt solid and real. He was no longer lonely. The house didn't feel empty anymore. It felt peaceful. The quiet was no longer a void to be filled, but a soft blanket to be wrapped in. He had brought the warmth of that hidden world back with him, inside his own heart. He climbed the stairs to his room, the old floorboards creaking their familiar song. He got into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. Outside his window, the first hints of dawn were beginning to blush the edge of the sky. He took the little wooden bird from his pocket and set it on his bedside table, where the first light of morning would find it. As he drifted to sleep, the images of the silver wood, the still lake, the golden tree, and his quiet, kind-eyed friend wove themselves into his dreams. He slept deeply and peacefully, the gentle mystery of the night having unfolded for him like the most beautiful of smoke patterns, leaving behind not questions, but a profound and comforting certainty. The journey was over. He was home. And the world he knew was full of secret, glowing warmth, waiting just beyond the edges of the everyday, for those who knew how to look. Story 2. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to sway in time with the whispering wind outside. In the quiet of the evening, when the world had settled into a deep and dreaming slumber, there lived a young boy named Rowan, whose heart carried a quiet chill no summer sun could ever quite warm. Rowan lived with his grandmother in a cottage nestled at the edge of a vast, ancient forest known as the Whisperwood. His grandmother was a weaver of great renown, her hands creating tapestries so vivid one could almost hear the birdsong trapped in their threads. But Rowan felt he had no such gift. His hands were clumsy, his heart uncertain, and he often spent his evenings sitting by this very fireplace, watching the flames and feeling a peculiar sort of emptiness, as if he were a vessel waiting to be filled. One evening, as a particularly brisk autumn wind moaned through the chimney, his grandmother laid a finished tapestry across his lap. It was a magnificent scene of the Whisperwood itself, woven in threads of emerald, moss, and deep earth brown. But at its center, where the oldest trees stood, there was a circle of pure, unadorned fabric. The heart of the wood is missing, Rowan observed, his finger tracing the empty space. His grandmother smiled, her eyes holding the same deep glow as the hearth's embers. The heart is not missing, dear one, it is waiting. The stories say that deep within the Whisperwood, where the sunlight falls in dappled coins and the streams sing old songs, there grows a tree unlike any other. They call it the Emberwood. Its bark is the color of cooled ashes, and its leaves, when they fall, glow with a soft, golden light like embers in the dark. It is said that a single leaf from that tree can light a fire in the coldest of hearts. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But the Emberwood is shy. It reveals itself not to those who seek it with loud, demanding steps, but to those who listen. It is found not by looking, but by feeling. A spark, faint but persistent, kindled within Rowan's chest. It was the first flicker of warmth he had felt in a long time. "Could I find it?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the pop of a pine log. "The wood will guide you if your intention is pure," she said. "But remember, the greatest transformations are not in the finding, but in the journey itself." And so, the next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese, and his grandmother's words tucked safely in his mind, Rowan stepped into the embrace of the Whisperwood. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shifting pillars of gold, illuminating motes of dust that danced like tiny fairies. The path under his feet was soft with centuries of fallen needles, muffling his footsteps into whispers. He walked for hours, the world shrinking to the rhythm of his breath and the symphony of the forest. He heard the chatter of squirrels, the distant tap-tap-tap of a woodpecker, and the gentle sigh of the wind through the pine needles. He tried to listen as his grandmother had instructed, but all he heard was the sound of his own loneliness echoing back at him. The chill in his heart remained. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a thin, cold rain began to fall. Rowan hurried beneath the shelter of a great, mossy overhang of rock, shivering as the damp seeped into his clothes. The spark of hope he'd carried seemed to sputter in the gloom. He was lost, cold, and more alone than ever. It was then he heard a small, frantic scrabbling sound. Peering into the growing darkness, he saw a flicker of movement. A little fox, its fur the color of burnt orange, was trying to burrow into the dry leaves beneath a holly bush, its whimpers barely audible over the pattering rain. One of its back legs was held at an awkward angle, and its eyes were wide with pain and fear. Rowan's own discomfort vanished, replaced by a surge of compassion. "Oh, you poor thing," he murmured, his voice soft. He didn't think. He simply acted. Creeping forward slowly, he spoke in low, soothing tones. "It's all right, I won't hurt you." The fox flinched but didn't flee, its intelligent eyes watching him. Rowan carefully emptied his satchel, keeping only a small piece of cheese. He broke the cheese into pieces and laid them on the ground a little distance from the fox, then retreated to his rock shelter. For a long time, nothing happened. Then slowly the fox limped forward and nibbled at the cheese. Its tense body relaxed a fraction. The rain fell harder. Rowan was now truly cold, his teeth beginning to chatter. He thought of the emberwood, its legendary warmth feeling like a cruel joke. He had set out to find a magical cure for his own cold heart, and now here he was, colder than ever, with only an injured fox for company. He huddled deeper into his jacket, and as he did, his gaze fell upon the holly bush. Its leaves were glossy and sharp, but nestled among them were clusters of bright red berries. An idea, small and simple, began to form. Using his pocket knife, he carefully cut several long, flexible branches from the holly, being mindful not to take too many. He then gathered some sturdy, straight twigs from the forest floor. His grandmother had tried to teach him weaving, and he had always failed. But this was different. This wasn't about creating beauty, it was about creating shelter. With clumsy but determined fingers, he began to weave the branches and twigs together. He worked through the fading light, his focus absolute. He wasn't thinking about his own coldness anymore, only about creating a small, dry space for the frightened creature. He fashioned a rough, dome-like structure, layering holly leaves thickly on top for waterproofing. It was lopsided and far from perfect, but it was a shelter. He gently nudged it closer to the fox with a long stick, then placed the last of his cheese inside. The fox watched him, its head tilted. After a moment, it hobbled into the little woven den and curled up, its breathing easing into a more peaceful rhythm. Exhausted, Rowan leaned back against the cold rock. He had failed. He had not found the emberwood. He had no leaf to warm his heart. He had given away his food and his warmth for a wild animal. And yet, as he looked at the small, dark shape now sleeping safely in the shelter he had made, a strange thing happened. A gentle warmth bloomed in his chest, soft and steady, like the glow from a single candle. It wasn't the roaring fire he had imagined, but it was real. It was the warmth of having helped another. He fell into a fitful sleep, the rain his lullaby. When he awoke, the rain had stopped, and a magnificent full moon had risen, casting the forest in a silvery, ethereal light. And the little fox was gone. In its place, sitting just outside the woven shelter, was a single, glowing leaf. It was larger than any maple or oak leaf Rowan had ever seen, shaped like a slender heart. Its veins pulsed with a soft, golden light, exactly like the embers in his grandmother's fireplace. It cast a warm, gentle radiance that pushed back the moonlit shadows. The emberwood leaf. He hadn't found the tree. The tree, in its own mysterious way, had found him. Or perhaps the fox had been its messenger. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and picked it up. It was warm to the touch, not hot, but holding a deep, resonant heat that seeped into his palm and traveled up his arm, settling in the very core of his being. The lingering chill in his heart melted away, not in a dramatic conflagration, but in a quiet thaw, like frost yielding to the morning sun. As he held the leaf, the forest around him seemed to shift. The shadows deepened and then brightened, not with moonlight, but with a soft, internal luminescence. The trees themselves seemed to be breathing, their bark shimmering with the same gentle gold as the leaf in his hand. He was no longer in the ordinary whisperwood. He was in the heart of it. He was standing in a grove where every tree was an emberwood, their leaves a canopy of softly pulsing light, painting the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and shadow. The air was warm and smelled of honey and old parchment. And there, sitting on a root of the largest tree, was the fox. Its leg was perfectly healed, and its eyes now held an ancient, knowing wisdom. "You listened," the fox said, its voice not a sound heard with ears, but a feeling that blossomed directly in Rowan's mind. It was a voice of rustling leaves and crackling fire. "You listened to a need greater than your own. That is the only way to find this place." Rowan stared, his breath caught in his throat. You can talk." "All things can speak," the fox replied. "Most humans have forgotten how to listen. You were cold and seeking warmth for yourself, but when you saw my coldness, my fear, you forgot your own. You used your hands not for taking, but for giving. You built a shelter. In that act, you kindled your own first, true spark." Rowan looked down at the glowing leaf in his hand. Is this the warmth? Is the journey over?" The fox gave a soft, chuffing laugh. "The journey is never over. The leaf is not the fire. It is but a single ember. It is a reminder that the warmth you seek does not come from outside. It is built moment, by kindness, by friendship, by creating shelter for others. Your grandmother's tapestry was not missing its heart. It was waiting for you to learn what the heart truly looks like." The fox stood and padded over to him, nudging his hand with a cool, damp nose. "The warmth you feel now is your own. You have transformed, Rowan. As surely as fire transforms wood, your journey has changed you from one who sought light to one who can carry it." As the fox spoke, the luminous grove began to fade, the golden light receding back into the bark of the trees, until all that was left was the ordinary, moonlit whisperwood. The fox gave him one last, long look, then turned and trotted soundlessly into the undergrowth, disappearing as if it had been a dream. But the emberwood leaf in Rowan's hand still glowed, a steady, comforting beacon in the night. The walk back to his grandmother's cottage felt different. He was no longer a boy stumbling through an intimidating forest. He was a part of it. He noticed things he had missed before, the intricate pattern of spiderwebs jeweled with dew, the way the moss grew in velvety cushions on the north side of the trees, the friendly chatter of a brook he had been too preoccupied to hear. He was not just seeing the forest, he was feeling it. The leaf in his pocket pulsed gently, a quiet companion. When he finally emerged from the tree line, the first rays of dawn were painting the cottage windows pink. His grandmother was waiting on the porch, a shawl around her shoulders, her face calm. She didn't ask if he had found it. She simply looked at him, and her smile was one of deep understanding. He walked inside, the warmth of the hearth welcoming him home. He sat by the fire and took the emberwood leaf from his pocket. In its soft light, he looked at the unfinished tapestry. The empty circle in the center no longer looked barren. It looked like a space of infinite possibility. He went to his grandmother's basket of thread. His hands, which had always been clumsy, now felt sure. He did not choose a brilliant red or a shining gold. He chose a humble, earthy brown, the color of the holly branches he had woven. And then with slow, deliberate stitches, he began to weave. He did not weave the image of a magical tree. He wove the shape of a small, lopsided, lovingly made shelter. And inside it he wove two tiny figures, a boy and a fox, sitting together in the rain, sharing a moment of quiet friendship. When he was finished, he held the leaf over the tapestry. A single tiny spark, no bigger than a pinprick, drifted from the leaf and settled upon the woven shelter. And though the thread itself did not glow, the image seemed to hold a warmth it had not possessed before. The tapestry was complete. The heart of the wood was not a place, but a moment, a connection. Rowan placed the emberwood leaf on the mantelpiece, where it glowed with a soft, perpetual light, a nightlight for his dreams. The chill in his heart was gone, replaced by a steady, enduring warmth that he knew would never truly fade, for he now knew its source. He had gone into the forest seeking a magical cure, and he had returned having learned the simplest and most profound magic of all, that we warm ourselves by warming others, and that the most hidden worlds are revealed not to our eyes, but to our open hearts. And as the fire crackled its final, sleepy pops and the emberwood leaf cast its gentle radiance upon the sleeping cottage, Rowan drifted into a deep and peaceful slumber, his dreams filled with golden leaves, rustling conversations, and the enduring warmth of an unexpected friendship. The story was over, the mystery gently solved, the heart comforted and full. The world outside was dark and quiet, a perfect blanket for rest, and all was well. Story 3. In a quiet corner of a quiet valley, there lived a quiet boy named Rowan. His world was painted in gentle grays and soft blues, the colors of early morning before the sun has fully decided to rise. He lived in a small cottage with a mossy roof, and though he was surrounded by beauty, Rowan often felt like a puzzle piece from a different box, close to fitting but not quite. His changes began subtly, as true changes often do. One morning while brushing his teeth, he noticed that his shadow, cast by the dawn light filtering through the bathroom window, seemed to have an extra faint outline, a shimmer of silver that clung to his silhouette like morning dew on a spiderweb. He blinked, and it was gone. Another day, while walking through the meadow behind his cottage, the wildflowers seemed to lean toward him as he passed, their petals trembling with a soft, chiming sound, like tiny bells stirred by a breeze he couldn't feel. Rowan didn't speak of these things. He was a boy who kept his wonders close to his chest, like precious stones found in a stream. The true beginning of his metamorphosis, however, started with the garden. Or rather, the lack of one. Behind his cottage was a patch of earth that refused to grow anything. It was not barren in a harsh, desolate way, but in a quiet, waiting way. The soil was dark and rich, yet for years, not a single seed had chosen to sprout there. Rowan felt a kinship with that patch of earth. It was how he felt inside, full of potential, yet dormant. One afternoon, a feeling of profound restlessness settled over him. It was a hollow, aching feeling, the kind that makes you feel both too big and too small for your own skin. He went out to the waiting patch of earth and simply sat there, his knees drawn to his chest. Without thinking, he began to trace patterns in the soil with his finger. He wasn't drawing anything in particular, just lazy swirls and looping lines. As his finger moved, something miraculous happened. Where he traced, a thin, phosphorescent line of green light remained, shimmering just above the soil. It glowed for a moment, soft as a firefly's pulse, and then sank into the earth. A moment later, in the exact path of his drawing, a tiny shoot of emerald moss pushed its way up, velvety and cool to the touch. Rowan snatched his hand back, his heart beating a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He looked around, but the valley was as still and silent as ever. He had done that. His restlessness, his quiet tracing, had created life. The next day he returned. The feeling was still there, that hollow, shifting sensation inside him. This time he cupped his hands over the soil and simply breathed. His breath fogged in the cool air, and as it did, he noticed the fog had a faint, opalescent sheen. When it settled on the waiting earth, tiny, pearl-like dewdrops formed, each one holding a miniature, perfect rainbow inside. From that day on, the garden became his secret, his mirror. His inner weather began to manifest in its soil. On days when a low, gray sadness sat on his shoulders, a soft, silver mist would rise from the ground, and the moss would spread, thick and comforting. When a spark of curiosity flickered within him, bioluminescent fungi would pop up overnight, their caps glowing with a soft, blue light. The garden was no longer dormant, it was a reflection of his soul, and it was beginning to wake up. It was during one of these quiet gardening sessions that the mentor appeared. Rowan was trying to coax a particularly stubborn patch of soil to respond to a feeling he couldn't even name, a sort of wistful longing. He was concentrating so hard his forehead was wrinkled, but nothing happened. A gentle chuckle, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a path, made him jump. An old woman stood at the edge of the garden. She hadn't approached down the path. She seemed to have simply unfolded from the shadows between the oak trees. She was small and bent, her face a web of kindly lines, and her eyes were the color of dark, rich soil after a rain. In her hands, she held a woven basket. "You are trying to push the river," she said, her voice a soft rustle. "A seed does not grow by being shouted at." "Who are you?" Rowan asked, his voice barely a whisper. "A friend of growing things," she replied. "You may call me Hazel." She set her basket down and sat on a nearby stump, as if she had been expecting to find him there all along. She didn't ask about the glowing moss or the shimmering dew. She simply seemed to understand. "I don't know what's happening to me," Rowan confessed, the words tumbling out in a rush he couldn't stop. "Or to the garden." Hazel smiled, a slow, warm unfolding. "Something is waking up, Rowan, in you and in this land that has been waiting for you. You are not breaking. You are blossoming." She reached into her basket and pulled out a small, plain pouch made of undyed linen. "This is for you, not to use, just to keep. It is filled with seeds of patience." Rowan took the pouch. It was weightless, and when he held it, a profound sense of calm washed over him. The restless feeling inside him quieted, just for a moment. "Change," Hazel said, "is a conversation, not a command. Listen to what you are becoming." And with that she stood, gave him a nod, and walked back toward the trees, seeming to blend into the dappled light until she was gone. Her visits became a regular, though unpredictable, occurrence. She would appear when Rowan was most frustrated or confused, always with a small piece of wisdom and a simple gift. She never gave him direct answers, only gentle guidance, like a gardener tending a young sapling. Under her subtle mentorship, Rowan's small victories began to accumulate. He learned that his emotions weren't things to be feared or suppressed, but rather they were the rain and sun for his inner garden. One day he managed to sit with a feeling of sharp disappointment after a plan was canceled. Instead of letting it fester, he went to the garden and simply let the feeling be. To his astonishment, a thick, thorny bramble bush sprouted, but as he watched, accepting the disappointment without fighting it, the thorns softened and unfurled into beautiful, deep red roses. The victory wasn't in avoiding the thorns, but in witnessing their transformation. Another time, a burst of genuine, bubbling laughter escaped him while watching a squirrel chase its own tail. A shower of tiny, golden, bell-shaped flowers rained down from a previously bare branch of an old apple tree at the garden's edge, each chime a perfect echo of his joy. His own body began to change in beautiful, non-threatening ways. The silver shimmer around his shadow became a permanent, gentle aura. Sometimes, when he felt particularly peaceful, tiny, intricate patterns, like fern frost, would appear on his skin, glowing with a soft white light before fading again. His hair, once a plain brown, began to have strands the color of moss and early morning sky. He was becoming more himself, a self he was only just beginning to meet. The garden flourished in response. It was no longer a patch of earth, but a thriving, magical ecosystem. Flowers bloomed in colors that didn't have names, their scents shifting with Rowan's understanding of the world. A flower might smell of old books when he learned something new, or of fresh rain on hot stone when he forgave a small slight. A pond appeared in the center, its water so clear it seemed to be made of light, and it reflected not the sky, but the swirling, beautiful colors of Rowan's own heart. Hazel visited one evening as the first stars were pricking the violet sky. The garden was aglow with its own soft light, the blue fungi, the silver moss, the golden chime flowers. "You have done well, Rowan," she said, her voice full of pride. "The cocoon stage is nearing its end." "Cocoon?" he asked. "We all have them," she explained, stirring the air with her finger and creating a small, shimmering vortex of light. "A time when we retreat, when everything inside us is rearranging itself. It can feel dark and confined, but it is where the most important work is done. You have spent your time in the cocoon not in hiding, but in listening. You tended the seeds of your own spirit." She gestured to the magnificent garden around them. "This is what happens when you do not fight the change. This is your wings beginning to dry in the sun." Rowan looked at his hands, at the faint, fern-like patterns that were now permanently etched into his skin, glowing with a steady, gentle light. He didn't feel like a boy who was turning into something else. He felt like a boy who was finally, fully, coming home to himself. The finale of his transformation was not a dramatic explosion, but a deep, resonant settling. It happened on a night of the full moon. The silver light bathed the garden, and Rowan stood in the center of it, near the pond of light. He held the pouch of patience seeds Hazel had given him. He knew now what to do with it. He opened the pouch. Instead of seeds, a soft, golden light poured out. It was the accumulated patience, the quiet moments, the small victories, the accepted disappointments, the shared laughter. The light flowed out over the garden, and then it flowed into him. He felt a final, gentle unlocking deep within his chest. It was not a shatter, but an unfurling. From his shoulders, two vast, delicate wings emerged. They were not the wings of a bird or an insect, but something entirely his own. They were made of light and shadow, of woven moss and starlight, and they were patterned with the same beautiful, glowing ferns that were on his skin. They were the physical manifestation of his journey, his gentle metamorphosis. He didn't fly away. That wasn't the point. He simply stretched them, feeling the new weight of them, the incredible lightness of them. They rustled with the sound of wind through leaves, and chimed softly like his joy flowers. Hazel was there, smiling her slow, warm smile. "A beautiful beginning," she whispered. And she was right. The story of his transformation was not ending, it was simply the first chapter. The boy who had felt like a misplaced puzzle piece now knew he was the maker of his own puzzle. The garden was his heart, forever growing, forever changing. The quiet valley was no longer a place of waiting, but a place of being. Rowan folded his magnificent wings, which settled against his back like a soft, shimmering cloak. He looked up at the moon, then down at the garden, and finally at his own hands. He felt a deep, abiding comfort. Change was not something to be endured, but a constant, beautiful companion. It was the soil, the seed, the cocoon, and the wing. And as the embers of the day died completely, giving way to the starlit night, Rowan took a deep, contented breath. His story was just beginning, and he was no longer afraid to turn the page. He was the gardener and the garden, the seed and the bloom, and he was at last completely and wonderfully himself. Story 4. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the walls like golden memories. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle shhhhh that seemed to say all was well. And in this cozy room, with the scent of cedar and cinnamon lingering in the air, there is a story waiting to be told, a story about a quiet discovery and the gentle adventure that followed. It began in the attic of a small house at the edge of a sleepy village, where a boy named Leo often went to explore. The attic was a place of soft shadows and dusty treasures, filled with the whispers of years gone by. One rainy afternoon, while tracing patterns in the dust on an old trunk, Leo's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked beneath a stack of yellowed letters. It was a compass, but unlike any he had seen before. Its case was made of aged brass, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light. Instead of pointing north, its single needle quivered and spun, as if searching for something only it could sense. When Leo held it in his palm, the needle stilled, pointing steadily toward the attic's far corner. Curiosity humming in his chest, Leo followed where the compass led. Behind an old rocking chair draped with a quilt, he found a small wooden door he had never noticed, so small only a child could slip through. With a soft creak, he opened it and found himself not in another room, but at the edge of a sun-dappled forest he had never seen before. The air here smelled of damp earth and wild thyme. Leaves rustled overhead, and somewhere in the distance, a bell chimed faintly, like a far-off memory. Leo's heart beat a little faster, but the compass in his hand felt warm and reassuring. He hadn't gone far when a voice, soft and slightly scratchy, spoke from a low-hanging branch. "Lost your way, little traveler." Perched there was a tawny owl with wide, knowing eyes. Her name was Hude Bell, and she spoke in a voice like pages turning in an old book. "I'm not sure," Leo admitted. "This compass led me here." Hude Bell tilted her head. "Ah, the wandering compass. It doesn't show you where you are, it shows you where you need to be. But the path isn't measured in miles, it's measured in courage." She fluttered down to a mossy stone. "Tell me, what do you fear most?" Leo thought for a moment. "Being too small to matter," he whispered. Hude Bell nodded wisely. "Then that is the journey you must take." Just then a small rust-colored fox trotted out from behind a fern, his tail held high like a banner. "Did I hear a journey?" he asked, his voice bright and cheerful. "I'm Pip, and I know every cozy corner of this wood. Well, almost every corner. There's one place I tend to avoid, the murmuring marsh. It's where doubts grow like weeds." Leo glanced at the compass. Its needle now pointed toward a misty lowland in the distance. He took a deep breath. "I think that's where I have to go." So together the three set off. Pip chattered about hidden berry patches and streams that sang, while Hude Bell offered quiet observations about the shapes of clouds and the meanings of bird calls. The forest wrapped around them like a soft green blanket, and even as the trees grew thicker, Leo never felt truly afraid. Soon they reached the edge of the murmuring marsh. Here the air was still and cool, and pale mist curled above dark water. Strange, whispery voices seemed to rise from the mud. "You're too small, your voice is too quiet. No one will remember you." Leo's steps slowed. The doubts clung to his ankles like wet vines. But Pip nudged his hand. "They're just whispers," he said kindly. "They only have power if you listen too hard." Hude Bell added, "Every small thing has its place. The pebble shifts the river. The whisper carries the truth." Leo stood very still, watching the compass needle tremble. He knew he could turn back. The attic door was still visible behind him, a square of warm light in the green dimness. But something in his heart urged him forward. He took a step into the marsh. Then another. The mud sucked at his shoes, and the whispers grew louder. But instead of fighting them, Leo did something unexpected. He began to speak to them. "You may be right," he said softly. "I am small, but small things can be brave." He told the marsh about the ladybug that landed on his windowsill, about the first snowflake of winter, about the seed that became the great oak. He spoke of quiet moments, of his mother's hand on his forehead at bedtime, of the purr of the old house cat curled by the fire, of the way his father hummed while fixing broken things. As he spoke, a gentle light began to glow from the compass in his hand. The whispers in the marsh softened, then stilled. One by one, small glowing flowers bloomed across the dark water, their light reflecting in the still pools like fallen stars. There, in the very center of the marsh, stood a tall, slender heron, his feathers the color of moonlight. He had been silent so long, he'd nearly forgotten how to speak. "You have quieted the murmurs with kindness," the heron said, his voice like the sound of water over smooth stones. "I am guardian of the stillness. I have waited for one who understands that small voices can carry great gentleness." The heron bowed his head, and from his long beak, he dropped a small, smooth stone into Leo's hand. It was warm, and it pulsed softly, like a sleeping heartbeat. "This is the heartstone," said the heron. "It remembers every act of kindness, every moment of patience, every small bravery. It will remind you that no one is too small to matter." Leo held the stone close. The wandering compass in his other hand had stilled, its needle pointing firmly back toward the attic door. His journey was complete. With Pip and Hooday beside him, he retraced his steps through the forest, the bell in the distance chiming softly as if in farewell. When he slipped back through the little door, the attic was just as he had left it, dusty, quiet, and safe. He placed the heartstone on his windowsill, where it glowed softly in the twilight. And from that day on, whenever he felt small or unsure, he would hold the stone and remember the murmuring marsh, and how his gentle words had made the darkness bloom with light. And so, dear listener, as the fire settles into embers and the night wraps its soft blanket around the world, remember this: the greatest adventures are not always in far-off lands. Sometimes they wait in quiet attics, in kind words, in gentle hearts. And the most powerful magic of all is the courage to be exactly who you are. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with starlit marshes and faithful friends. Story 5. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between two gentle hills, there lay a village where the light seemed to linger longer than anywhere else. The houses were built of warm, honey-colored wood, and their windows glowed with the soft light of lanterns as evening drew near. In one of these houses, at the very edge of the village where the wildflowers grew thick and tall, lived a young person named Rowan. Rowan was quiet, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight and hands that were rarely still. They moved through their days with a gentle uncertainty, as if waiting for something they couldn't name. While other children raced through meadows and climbed apple trees, Rowan preferred to sit beneath the great willow tree at the bottom of their garden, watching the way the light changed the colors of the petals, or tracing patterns in the soil with a careful finger. What made Rowan different, though not in a frightening way, was that their emotions had a way of making themselves visible. When Rowan felt uncertain, small silvery patterns like frost would appear on their skin. When they felt joy, their cheeks would flush with the soft gold of dandelion pollen. And when they were thoughtful, tiny leaf-shaped shadows would dance across their hands. These changes had begun as small things, barely noticeable, but as Rowan grew, so did the manifestations, until they became impossible to ignore. One afternoon, as Rowan sat beneath the willow tree feeling particularly uncertain about the coming season, the end of summer always brought this melancholy, they noticed that their arms were covered in those silvery patterns again, and this time they seemed to be spreading. A soft sigh escaped their lips, and as it did, the silver patterns shimmered and shifted, turning into something that looked like delicate, intricate lace. "It's beautiful," said a voice, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Rowan looked up to see an elderly woman standing nearby. She wore a dress the color of moss after rain, and her hair was silver white, piled in soft waves upon her head. In her hands she carried a basket woven from willow branches, filled with what looked like seeds of every imaginable shape and size. "Who are you?" Rowan asked, their voice barely above a whisper. "I am Hazel," the woman said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "I tend the gardens between seasons. May I sit with you a while?" Rowan nodded, and Hazel settled beside them on the soft grass. She didn't comment further on Rowan's silver-laced skin, but instead began sorting through her basket of seeds, humming a tune that sounded like wind through pine trees. "Change is coming," Hazel said after a comfortable silence. "Can you feel it?" Rowan looked down at their arms. "I don't like changing," they confessed. "I don't understand what's happening to me." Hazel smiled. "Nothing that isn't supposed to happen, dear one. You are like a seed waiting in dark soil, or a caterpillar in its cocoon. The changes you feel, inside and out, are simply you preparing to become." She selected a small, dark seed from her basket and pressed it into Rowan's palm. "This is a moon petal seed. It will only grow when planted by someone who is learning to understand their own transformations. Would you like to help me tend a garden?" And so began Rowan's lessons with Hazel. They met beneath the willow tree as summer faded into autumn, and the air grew crisp with the promise of colder days. Hazel never gave direct instructions or hurried Rowan's progress. Instead, she offered small stories, gentle questions, and quiet companionship. The first victory came unexpectedly. Rowan had been struggling with a feeling of loneliness. The other village children didn't understand their quiet ways or the visible changes that came over them. That afternoon, as they sat with Hazel, silver patterns once again covered their arms, but this time, instead of fighting them, Rowan simply observed the patterns, noticing how they shifted and changed with each breath. "Look," Hazel said softly. Where Rowan's tears had fallen onto the soil, small shoots of green had emerged. Overnight, they grew into delicate plants with leaves that shimmered with the same silver pattern that had been on Rowan's skin. "You've planted your first garden," Hazel said the next morning when they met. "These are understanding blossoms. They grow where tears of self-acceptance water the earth." Rowan touched one of the silvery leaves, and to their surprise, the plant responded by turning a soft, comforting blue. The silver patterns on their own arms faded, replaced by that same blue hue that felt like a quiet sigh of relief. As autumn deepened, Rowan's transformations became more varied. Sometimes, when they felt particularly brave, their hair would sparkle with what looked like captured starlight. Other times, when they listened carefully to Hazel's stories, their eyes would reflect the colors of the sunset. Each change was accompanied by a new plant in their growing garden, a courage vine with flowers that glowed in the dark, empathy moss that changed texture depending on who touched it, and patience ferns that unfurled their leaves at an almost imperceptible pace. One chilly evening, as the first frost kissed the village, Rowan noticed something different happening. A soft, translucent material began to form around their shoulders, wrapping them in what felt like a second skin. At first they panicked, their breath coming in quick gasps as the material spread. "Breathe, Rowan," Hazel's voice came from nearby, though Rowan couldn't see her through the forming cocoon. "Remember what the caterpillar knows. The darkness of the cocoon isn't an ending, but a sacred space for becoming." Rowan forced themselves to take slow, deep breaths, matching the rhythm Hazel had taught them. In for 4 counts, hold for 4, out for 4. As they breathed, the cocoon became less frightening. It was warm and pulsed gently with their heartbeat. They could still hear the world outside, the rustle of dried leaves, the distant laughter of village children, the whisper of the wind, but everything was softened, muted. Days passed, then weeks. Rowan remained within their cocoon, sometimes sleeping, sometimes simply being. Hazel visited daily, sitting beside the cocoon and speaking softly of the gardens they would plant come spring, of the way snow blankets the earth not to bury it, but to protect it, of the secret life that thrives in quiet places. Inside the cocoon, Rowan dreamed. They dreamed of running through fields with the other children, their skin glowing with sunlight instead of silver patterns. They dreamed of speaking in front of the village without their voice trembling. They dreamed of understanding exactly who they were meant to be. With each dream, the cocoon glowed with different colors, soft greens, warm golds, peaceful blues. Then one morning, as the winter solstice approached, Rowan felt a stirring, not of fear, but of readiness. They took a deep breath and gently pushed against the cocoon walls. To their surprise, the material gave way easily, splitting along invisible seams. As Rowan stepped out, they noticed immediately that something was different. The world seemed brighter, the colors more vivid. They looked down at their hands, expecting to see the familiar silver patterns, but instead their skin seemed to hold light within it, shifting gently with their movements like mother of pearl. Hazel was waiting, her basket filled with winter-blooming flowers. "Welcome back," she said, her eyes shining. "What happened to me?" Rowan asked, their voice clearer and more confident than before. "You've been learning the most important lesson of all," Hazel said. "How to be comfortable in your own changing skin. Look." She gestured to the garden they had planted together. Where once there had been small, tentative plants, now stood a thriving garden unlike any other. Flowers bloomed in colors that shifted with the angle of the light. Vines heavy with glowing berries climbed the willow tree. Mossy paths led between beds where plants seemed to hum with quiet energy. "But the greatest change," Hazel said, "is one only you can't see." Rowan closed their eyes and looked inward, the way Hazel had taught them. Where there had once been uncertainty and fear, they now found a quiet confidence. The changes that manifested on their skin no longer felt like something strange or frightening, but like beautiful expressions of their inner world. They understood now that their silver patterns appeared not because they were broken, but because they were deeply thoughtful. Their golden glow came from moments of pure joy. The leaf shadows meant they were connecting with the world around them. "I'm not afraid anymore," Rowan said, wonder in their voice. Hazel nodded. That was the final seed that needed planting. As winter settled over the village, Rowan's transformations became more subtle, more integrated. They no longer appeared as dramatic shifts, but as gentle enhancements. A shimmer when they laughed, a soft glow when they offered kindness, a pattern of light when they listened carefully. The village children who had once been uncertain around Rowan now sought them out, drawn by the peaceful energy that surrounded them. On the longest night of the year, the village gathered for the winter solstice celebration. Bonfires were lit, and stories were shared as snow began to fall in soft, fat flakes. Rowan stood at the edge of the gathering, watching the flames dance and listening to the laughter around them. A small child approached, clutching a handmade doll. "You glow," the child said, pointing at Rowan's hands, which were indeed emitting a soft, golden light. Rowan knelt down. "It happens when I'm happy," they explained. "Can I glow too?" the child asked. "Maybe," Rowan said. "Everyone glows in their own way, you just have to learn to see it." As they spoke, Hazel approached, her basket now empty of seeds but filled with evergreen boughs. She handed one to Rowan and one to the child. "The longest night is also the beginning of the return of light," Hazel said. "A reminder that every ending contains a new beginning." Later, as the celebration wound down and villagers returned to their homes, Rowan walked with Hazel to their garden, which continued to thrive despite the snow. "Will you stay?" Rowan asked, suddenly realizing that Hazel had never mentioned where she lived. or how long she would remain in the village. Hazel smiled, her face illuminated by the soft light of the glowing plants. My work here is complete, yours is just beginning. She gestured to the garden. This is now your sanctuary and your classroom. Others will come to you as you came to me, seeking understanding about their own changes. You'll know what seeds to plant, what stories to share. Rowan felt a flutter of uncertainty. The familiar silver patterns began to appear on their arms, but this time they simply observed the patterns without fear, watching as they shifted and changed in the moonlight. I'm not ready, they said. Neither was I when I began, Hazel replied. Nor was the seed ready when it was planted, nor the caterpillar when it spun its cocoon. Readiness comes not before the journey, but during it. She placed her hand on Rowan's shoulder, and for a moment her form seemed to shimmer, blending with the falling snow. Remember what you've learned. Change is not something to fear, but something to tend like a garden. Be patient with yourself and others, and when in doubt, simply breathe and observe what wants to grow. With those words, Hazel turned and walked toward the edge of the garden. As she reached the boundary where cultivated plants gave way to wild forest, she seemed to dissolve into the snow-filled air, leaving behind only the scent of damp earth and the memory of her gentle presence. Rowan stood alone in the garden as dawn began to lighten the horizon. The longest night had passed, and though they felt the absence of their mentor, they also felt a new sense of purpose. They walked to the center of the garden, where a particularly beautiful understanding blossom grew, its petals shifting from silver to blue to gold as Rowan approached. As the first rays of sun touched the garden, Rowan noticed a young girl standing at the gate, watching them with curious eyes. The girl held one hand awkwardly behind her back, and when she shifted, Rowan could see that the hand was covered in what looked like delicate bird feathers. "Does it hurt?" the girl asked, her voice trembling. Rowan smiled, their skin beginning to glow with a soft, welcoming light. "No," they said. "It's just another way of being. Would you like to help me plant some seeds?" The girl hesitated, then stepped through the gate as the morning sun set the frost-covered garden ablaze with light. And Rowan understood, as they selected a seed from the basket Hazel had left behind, that every ending is indeed a beginning, and that the most beautiful transformations often come wrapped in what we once feared. The garden around them seemed to sigh in agreement, its colors shifting gently in the new day's light, ready for whatever would grow next. Story 6. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten things, of dust motes dancing in slanted afternoon light. It was a quiet, cobweb-draped kingdom, where young Leo often retreated when the world below felt too loud or too bright. Today he was exploring the farthest corner, behind a large camelback trunk that seemed to sigh whenever he moved it. Krieg. The trunk lid complained as he lifted it. Inside, nestled between folds of tissue paper that whispered secrets, lay a curious object. It was a compass, but unlike any he had seen in his geography books. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored wood, worn smooth by time. The face wasn't marked with north, south, east, and west, but with words carved in a delicate, looping script: courage, patience, wonder, home. The needle, a sliver of pearlescent shell, didn't point north. It quivered, spinning slowly before settling on wonder. Leo's heart beat a soft, quick rhythm against his ribs. He picked it up. It was warm in his palm, as if it had been waiting for him. A faint, chime-like sound, like distant bells heard through a thick fog, seemed to emanate from its core. Thump. Scritch, scritch. A small, whiskered face peered out from behind a stack of leather-bound books. It was a mouse, with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes like polished jet. "Aha," the mouse squeaked, his voice a tiny rustle of dry leaves. "I wondered when someone would find that. It's been sleeping for an age." He introduced himself as Squeak, the keeper of the quiet corners. "What does it do?" Leo asked, holding out the compass. The needle trembled and swung toward Patience. It doesn't do anything, Squeak said, cleaning his whiskers with fastidious paws. It shows, it points not to places, but to states of the heart. Right now, it seems you need a little patience to hear the answer. Just then, a soft, rumbling purr vibrated through the floorboards. A large ginger cat with eyes the color of melted amber uncurled from a nest of old quilts. This was Barnaby, the guardian of sunbeams and snoozes. The whisper compass, Barnaby murmured, his purr a constant, cozy engine. It's for those whose journeys are on the inside, a tricky bit of navigation that, much harder than finding the kitchen. He stretched, his claws making a gentle tick-tick-tick on the wooden floor. The needle on the compass suddenly spun, quivered with a faint ding, and pointed firmly at Courage. Oh dear, squeak squeak. That's a big one. It wants me to be brave, Leo whispered, his throat feeling tight. He knew exactly what that meant. Downstairs in the real world was the school science fair. His project, a carefully constructed model of the solar system, was complete, but the thought of standing in front of everyone, of all those eyes on him, made his stomach feel like a tangled ball of yarn. The compass doesn't point to what is easy, Barnaby said wisely, blinking his amber eyes slowly. It points to what is needed. And so, Leo's journey began. It wasn't a journey across mountains or through enchanted forests. It was a journey from the safe, dusty silence of the attic, down the creaking staircase, and into the bustling heart of his own home, where the challenge awaited. The compass rested in his pocket, a warm, reassuring weight. His first helper was his grandmother, who was knitting by the fireplace, the needles going click-clack in a soothing rhythm. She saw the look on his face and patted the sofa beside her. The fire crackled companionably. You look like a traveler facing a great ocean, my dear, she said, her voice as soft as the wool in her lap. Leo showed her the compass. It says I need courage. She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Courage isn't about not being afraid, Leo. It's about what you do even though you are. It's like this yarn. One stitch at a time, and soon you have a whole sweater. One deep breath at a time, and soon you've given your whole speech. The needle on the compass, which he'd checked secretly, gave a little wobble. It hadn't moved from Courage, but it felt warmer. The next day, the journey continued to the school gymnasium, which had been transformed into a buzzing hive of projects and nervous energy. The ceilings were high and echoed with voices, and the lights were too bright. Leo's stomach did that tangled yarn thing again. He retreated to a quiet corner behind a display about volcanic eruptions, the compass heavy in his hand. Scritch, scritch. A familiar rustle came from his blazer pocket. Squeak poked his head out. A bit loud, isn't it? All this buzzing needs more dust and quiet. And then a soft pressure leaned against his ankle. Barnaby had somehow found his way in and was weaving figure eights around his legs, his purr a steady, grounding rumble. Just remember, the cat murmured, everyone here is just as worried about their own spinning planets and baking soda volcanoes. They're not really looking at you, they're looking at their own fears. The challenge, Leo realized, wasn't the science fair itself. The challenge was the storm of worry inside his own mind. The fear of stumbling over his words, of being judged, of not being good enough. He held the compass tightly. The needle pointed unwaveringly at Courage. It was his turn. He walked to the front of his display, his solar system with its painted planets hanging from a delicate mobile. A sea of faces looked back. His mouth felt dry. He glanced down at the compass in his sweaty palm. And then he saw it. The needle was moving. It drifted slowly, peacefully, from Courage to settle directly on Kindness. Kindness. What did that have to do with anything? He looked up at the audience, confused. And then he saw a younger girl in the front row, clutching a lopsided clay model of a cell, her eyes wide with terror. She was next. In that moment, Leo understood. The greatest courage wasn't for himself. It was the courage to be kind, to reach out, to connect. He took a deep breath, and instead of launching into his memorized speech, he smiled at the girl. "I was really nervous," he said, his voice only shaking a little. "But your model looks great. What's that part there?" The girl's face lit up. "It's the mitochondria, the powerhouse," she said, her fear forgotten. A small laugh went through the crowd, a warm, friendly sound. The tension in the room seemed to soften, like butter left in the sun. Leo then turned back to his own project, and the words came more easily. He talked about the gas giants and the rocky planets, about the silent, beautiful dance of the cosmos. He wasn't talking to a judging panel anymore, he was sharing a wonder. The ding of the compass was faint, but he heard it, a clear, bell-like chime of approval. The needle was now pointing squarely at wonder. When he finished, there was a gentle ripple of applause. The girl with the cell gave him a wobbly but brilliant smile. The journey was over. That evening back in the attic, the golden light of sunset painted everything in warm, cozy hues. Squeak was nibbling on a crumb of shortbread Leo had smuggled up, and Barnaby was a purring, ginger puddle in a patch of dying sun. Leo held the whisper compass. The pearlescent needle was still and peaceful, pointing directly at home. It hadn't been a journey of miles, but of inches, the inches from a fearful heart to a brave one, from looking inward to reaching outward. He had discovered that the most extraordinary secrets weren't hidden in attics or locked in trunks. They were hidden in plain sight, in the kindness offered to a stranger, in the patience to take one breath at a time, in the courage to be gentle with oneself, and in the wonder of finding that home isn't just a place on a map, but a feeling of peace you carry inside you. He placed the compass back in the trunk, nestled in its bed of whispering tissue paper. It had shown him the way. The lid closed with a soft, final thump. Outside, the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, silent and constant, a reminder of the gentle, endless wonder that surrounded them all. And in the quiet of the attic, with only the sound of a purring cat and a mouse's contented sighs, Leo knew he was exactly where he was meant to be. Story 7. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane, a soft pit-pat that spoke of hidden things and quiet hours. Inside, the fire in the hearth popped and crackled, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to bow and sway to some silent, ancient music. It was on just such an afternoon that a young girl named Cora found herself in the embrace of her grandmother's attic. The air up there was thick and sweet, smelling of cedar chests and dried lavender, of old books and patient dust. Sunlight, what little filtered through the small, round window, fell in a hazy beam, illuminating countless dust motes swirling like tiny, golden fairies. Cora, wrapped in a thick woolen sweater, was exploring. It was not an exploration of haste or great purpose, but one of gentle curiosity, her fingers trailing over the contours of forgotten things. There was a dress form that stood like a silent, headless guardian, a trunk full of moth-eaten military uniforms that smelled faintly of brass polish and history, and a bookshelf bowed under the weight of encyclopedias with pages as brittle as autumn leaves. It was behind this bookshelf, tucked into a corner so dark it seemed to drink the light, that Cora found the small, leather-bound chest. It was no bigger than a loaf of bread, its surface scarred and scuffed, the color of rich earth. The brass clasp was tarnished almost black, and it was locked. But nestled right beside it, half hidden under a fold of an old tapestry, was a small brass key that felt surprisingly warm in her palm. With a soft click that echoed in the hushed attic, the lock gave way. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet the color of a twilight sky, was a compass. but it was unlike any compass Cora had ever seen. Its case was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, polished to a soft gleam. The needle itself was not of steel, but of what looked like spun silver and gold twisted together. And around its edge, instead of the usual N, E, S, W, were tiny, exquisitely carved symbols. A teardrop, a laughing face, a closed door, an open book, a single star, a tiny flame, and a winding path. As Cora lifted it from its velvet nest, the needle, which had been still, gave a gentle shudder. Then, with a soft, musical hum, like the sound of a distant bell heard through a dream, it began to spin. It didn't point north. It spun wildly for a moment before settling, quivering, pointing directly at the teardrop symbol. A feeling not of fear but of profound mystery settled over Cora. She held the compass flat in her hand, and as she took a step toward the attic stairs, the needle wobbled. When she stepped back to the chest, it settled again, pointing firmly at the teardrop. It wasn't guiding her to a place, she realized with a start. It was guiding her to a feeling. Just then, a soft thump sounded from the top of the bookshelf. A large ginger cat with eyes the color of melted amber blinked down at her. This was Barnaby, the attic's permanent resident, a creature of immense dignity and few words. "It's found you, then," Barnaby rumbled, his voice like the purr of a well-tuned engine. He stretched, his claws making tiny tick, tick, tick sounds on the wooden shelf. "The compass of the heart, it's been waiting." "Waiting for what?" Cora whispered, her eyes wide. "For someone who listens more with their heart than their ears," Barnaby replied, leaping down with impossible grace. He circled her legs, his tail a soft question mark in the air. "It doesn't measure miles, little one. It measures the distance to what your spirit needs to find. Right now, it seems you are near a sorrow." Cora looked at the needle, pointing so insistently at the teardrop. She didn't feel particularly sad. She felt curious and a little awed. But as she stood there holding the compass, a memory surfaced. A small, quiet worry she had tucked away about a friend at school who had moved away, and the lonely feeling that had lingered in the playground since. "What do I do?" she asked the cat. Barnaby blinked slowly. "You follow it, of course. But you won't be going far. The journey is all within these walls, and you'll need a keeper of time. Fortunately, one is nearby." He padded over to the far wall, where an enormous grandfather clock stood, its dark wood carved with vines and moons. Its pendulum was still, and its face was dusty. Barnaby sat before it and began to purr, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the floorboards. "Tur-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-zumble, tur-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-zumble." Slowly, with a sound like a long, deep sigh, the pendulum began to swing. Tick-tock, tick-tock, it was a slow, comforting rhythm, the heartbeat of the house itself. Then a voice, dry and measured, emerged from the clock, each word timed to the swing of the pendulum. "The key is not in the lock," the clock intoned. "The sorrow is not in the heart, but in the space between." Cora looked from the clock to the compass, which still pointed at the teardrop. "The space between," she echoed. "Between what was and what is," Barnaby clarified, washing a paw with fastidious care. "The clock is very literal. You'll get used to it." Holding the compass before her like a lantern, Cora took a step. The needle held steady. She took another, and it quivered. She changed direction, moving not toward the stairs, but toward a small, curtained alcove she had never noticed before. As she approached it, the needle grew still. The feeling of gentle melancholy grew stronger, a soft, gray weight in there. She pulled back the heavy, blue velvet curtain. Inside was a small, child-sized writing desk, and on it sat a porcelain inkwell, dry and empty, and a single sheet of paper. On the paper, in faded ink, was a drawing of two girls holding hands, their smiles wide and bright. Beneath it, in a child's careful script, were the words, "My best friend forever." The sorrow wasn't her own, Cora realized. It was the echo of her grandmother's childhood sorrow, a memory of a lost friend, preserved here in this quiet corner of the attic. The compass had led her not to a thing, but to an understanding. As this realization dawned, the compass needle gave another musical hum and spun away from the teardrop. It danced for a moment before settling firmly on the symbol of the laughing face. "Ah," said Barnaby, who had appeared silently at her side. "A shift, the heart lightens, but laughter often needs a key as well." Cora looked at the drawing. The sadness was there, yes, a fossil of a long-ago goodbye. But the picture itself was one of joy. The challenge wasn't to erase the sadness, but to find the laughter that was trapped within it. How does one unlock a memory? She thought of the clock's words. The key is not in the lock. She looked at the empty inkwell. An idea, small and delicate as a soap bubble, formed in her mind. Kindness. It was always the answer to a locked heart. "We need to finish the story," Cora said softly. She carefully lifted the drawing and carried it over to the writing desk by the round window. From her pocket, she took a stub of a pencil. She didn't draw on her grandmother's precious memory. Instead, on a fresh piece of paper she found in the desk, she began to write. She wrote a new story about the two girls in the picture, giving them grand, silly adventures in gardens that smelled of rain and cookies, with a ginger cat and a wise old clock as their companions. She filled the page with their laughter. When she was done, she gently folded the new story and tucked it behind the old drawing, a secret sequel of happiness placed right beside the original memory. A wonderful sound filled the attic. It started as a low, wheezing chuckle from the grandfather clock. Tick-tock hee-hee, tick-tock ho-ho. Then a soft, tinkling music began to emanate from the compass itself, a sound like wind chimes made of crystal and sunlight. The needle on the compass glowed with a soft, golden light and spun joyously before pointing to the next symbol, an open book. The journey continued. The compass led her to a forgotten recipe book, its pages splattered with butter and sugar, and the challenge was one of patience, waiting for their imaginary cookies to bake, filling the attic with the ghostly, comforting scent of vanilla and cinnamon. The clock counted down the minutes in a solemn, doughy voice, while Barnaby offered unhelpful but enthusiastic advice on the ideal crispness of a ginger snap. Next, the needle pointed to the tiny flame. This led her to a cold little fireplace in a dollhouse, and the challenge was to find the warmth not of a real fire, but of a shared moment. She and Barnaby and the clock spent a quiet hour telling stories, their voices a soft murmur against the steady tick-tock and the purr-rumble, and the little hearth seemed to glow with the warmth of their companionship. Symbol by symbol, the compass guided Cora on a journey that never left the attic, yet spanned vast emotional landscapes. She faced a moment of fear, the closed door, and opened it with cleverness to find a forgotten mobile of stars and planets. She followed the winding path, which was merely a pattern on a rug, and discovered that the journey itself, the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other, was its own reward. Finally, as the afternoon light outside the round window deepened to a soft orange, the compass needle settled for the last time on the single star. It led her to a small wooden box on the highest shelf. Inside was not a treasure of gold or jewels, but a collection of smooth, white stones, each one painted with a single happy word: hope, joy, peace, love, courage. Cora understood. These were the true treasures. The compass had not been leading her to find things, but to remember them. To find the courage to face a quiet sorrow, the kindness to heal an old one, the patience to enjoy a slow process, the cleverness to solve a small mystery, and the joy of a shared story. She placed the compass back in its leather chest, but she did not lock it. The key she left beside it. the journey was over, but the path remained open. She came down from the attic as the first stars began to prick the evening sky. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing embers that winked like friendly eyes. The rain had softened to a gentle whisper. She curled up on the rug, and Barnaby, having descended with silent majesty, settled himself in a warm ginger circle in her lap, his purr a steady, contented vibration. She had not traveled any miles that day. But she had journeyed further than she ever had before, and returned with a heart full of starlight and a quiet wisdom that fit her as perfectly as her favorite sweater. And in the cozy, fire-lit room, with the soft sounds of a purring cat and the distant, sleepy tick-tock of the clock from the floor above, she knew that the greatest adventures were always waiting, not in far-off lands, but in the quiet, curious corners of a willing heart. Story 8. The attic had always been a place of whispers and mysteries, a kingdom of forgotten things beneath the slanted roof of the old house. On this particular afternoon, with a soft rain pitter-pattering against the window like tiny, insistent fingers, a young boy named Leo found himself drawn up the creaking pull-down stairs by nothing more than a feeling, a quiet, persistent hum that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. Dust motes danced in the single slanted beam of gray light that cut through the gloom, and the air smelled of cedar, old books, and time itself. Leo's grandmother called it the memory smell. He was looking for a spare button for his winter coat, but his search had soon been abandoned for the far more important task of exploration. His fingers trailed over the spine of a photo album, the cool metal of a forgotten bird cage, and the rough wool of an army blanket. It was tucked behind a stack of National Geographic magazines, in a small, unassuming wooden box that felt as smooth as sea glass. There was no lock. With a gentle click, the lid lifted. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a pocket watch. It was not overly grand or flashy. Its brass case was warm and worn, the glass face slightly clouded with age. But when Leo picked it up, it felt alive. A soft, steady tick-tock emanated from it, a sound that was less a noise and more a heartbeat. He carefully pressed the tiny button on its crown. The lid sprang open with a satisfying pop. Instead of numbers, the watch face was a delicate painting of a starry night sky over a sleepy, moonlit village. And instead of two hands, there was only one, a slender arrow of silver that pointed not to an hour, but to a tiny painted word that read, "Listen." Leo held his breath. He listened. Beyond the rain and the comforting tick-tock of the watch, he heard something new. A faint, melodic jingling, like distant sleigh bells, seemed to be coming from the far, dark corner of the attic, behind an enormous, tapestry-covered trunk he'd always been too nervous to explore. This was the beginning of Leo's journey. It would not take him across oceans or through treacherous mountains. His journey was one of courage, measured in the steps it took to walk toward the unknown dark corner of a familiar room. He crept forward, the watch held tightly in his palm, its steady ticking a comforting companion. As he drew nearer to the trunk, the jingling grew clearer, and a soft, golden light began to emanate from behind it. Peering around the heavy fabric of the tapestry, Leo saw that the trunk wasn't pushed against the wall as he'd thought. There was a narrow space, and in that space was a small, round door, no taller than his knee. It was made of dark, polished wood, and a gleaming brass bell hung above it, jingling softly all on its own. He knelt down. There was no knob, only a keyhole shaped like a tiny star. Leo's heart sank. How could he possibly open it? A soft rustle came from a nearby hat box. A small whiskered face with bright, bead-like eyes peeked over the rim. It was a mouse dressed in a waistcoat made from a scrap of silk necktie. "Lost your way, have you?" the mouse squeaked, his voice crisp and polite. Most of the tall folk don't find the listening door. I have this," Leo stammered, showing the mouse the watch. Ah, the mouse exclaimed, adjusting his tiny waistcoat. The keeper's watch, well, that changes everything. I am Thimblewick, keeper of the lost buttons and occasional guide for the perceptive. You'll be wanting to get through, I presume. Leo nodded. The key, Thimblewick said, tapping a tiny foot, is not a thing you hold, but a thing you hear. The watch will guide you. It always points to what you most need to do. Right now it says listen, so listen. Leo held the watch to his ear. The tick-tock was still there, but beneath it he could now hear a new layer of sound, a low, rhythmic, rumbling purr. It was coming from a large, wicker basket filled with old yarn. He walked over and carefully pushed aside a skein of lavender wool. Curled inside was a magnificent, fluffy ginger cat, fast asleep. The purr was emanating from her like a tiny, contented earthquake. That's Marigold, Thimblewick whispered, climbing onto Leo's shoulder. She's the guardian of the threshold. The door won't open unless she's truly, deeply happy, and she only gets that happy when someone untangles a particularly tricky knot of problems. Leo looked at the cat, then at the tangled mess of yarns surrounding her. It was a bird's nest of colors and textures, all twisted and knotted together. He thought of the watch's lesson. He didn't try to yank or pull. Instead, he sat down beside the basket, the rain providing a gentle soundtrack, and began to work. He used patience, his small fingers carefully tracing the path of a single blue thread, loosening it, then a green one, then a gold. It was slow, meditative work. Tick-tock went the watch. Pitter-patter went the rain. Purr went Marigold, the sound growing deeper and more resonant with every knot he freed. After what felt like both a minute and an hour, the last knot came loose. The yarn lay in separate, neat coils of color. Marigold stretched, her purr now a thunderous roar of delight. She opened one golden eye, gave Leo a slow, approving blink, and then nudged a small, star-shaped object with her nose. It was a key made of light, and it floated gently to the keyhole of the little round door. With a soft snick, the door swung inward. A wave of warm, cinnamon-scented air washed over Leo. He peered inside. It was not a dusty crawlspace. It was a room, a cozy, circular room with walls that looked like stacked books and a ceiling that swirled with painted clouds. A merry fire crackled in a little hearth, and sitting in a high-backed armchair was a tiny, ancient woman with spectacles perched on the end of her nose. She was knitting with a thread of what looked like moonlight. Come in, dear boy," she said, her voice like the rustling of pages. "The watch has found a good listener. I am Alara, the memory keeper." Leo stepped through the door, Thimblewick still on his shoulder, and found that the room was just his size. He sat on a plush footstool near her chair. "This watch," he began, "what does it keep?" Alara smiled, her needles click-clacking a gentle rhythm. "It doesn't keep time, not the kind that rushes and hurries. It keeps the right time, the time for listening, the time for patience, the time for courage. It points to what the heart needs to remember when the head has forgotten." She nodded toward the watch in his hand. "Look." Leo looked. The single hand had moved. It no longer pointed to listen. Now it pointed to a new word, remember. "The greatest challenge in any journey," Alara said softly, "is not outside of you, but within. There's a memory here in this attic that has been waiting for you, a sad one. It's gotten itself stuck, like a sad little song on a broken record. It needs a kind heart to help it find its way to peace." She pointed a bony finger toward a forgotten dollhouse in the corner of her cozy room. But it wasn't a dollhouse anymore. Through its little windows, Leo could see a scene playing out like a silent movie. It was a memory, his own. He saw a younger version of himself, sobbing, holding a broken model airplane. He saw his grandfather, whose hands were now still and gone, looking down with infinite sadness. I was angry," Leo whispered, the memory flooding back with a sharp clarity. Grandpa and I had built that plane together. I was showing it to a friend and I dropped it. I yelled at him. I said it was his fault for making the wings too weak. I never said I was sorry. A single hot tear traced a path down his cheek. He died before I could. The little scene in the dollhouse froze on the image of his grandfather's sad, kind face. "This is your challenge, Leo," Thimblewick squeaked gently from his shoulder. "Not to fight a dragon, but to heal a hurt." "But how?" Leo asked, his voice thick. "He's gone." Alara's knitting needles never stopped their soothing click-clack. "Kindness is not bound by time, dear child. A kind word spoken now can reach a moment in the past if the heart is true. The memory is stuck because it is waiting for the kindness it was denied. Give it that kindness now." Leo looked at the frozen scene. He looked at the watch, which still pointed firmly to remember. He took a deep, shaky breath, filling his lungs with the cozy, cinnamon-scented air. This was the true journey, the dozen steps across the room to the dollhouse feeling longer than any road he'd ever walked. He knelt before the little house. He looked at the face of his younger self, red and angry, and then at the face of his grandfather, full of love and quiet hurt. "I'm sorry, Grandpa," he whispered, his voice firm and clear. "I was angry and scared, and I took it out on you. It wasn't your fault. You made the wings perfectly. Thank you for building it with me. I love you." As he spoke the words, a wonderful thing happened. In the little dollhouse, the frozen scene began to move. The younger Leo's angry face softened. He looked up at his grandfather and whispered the same words. His grandfather's face broke into a beautiful, sunny smile. He knelt down and hugged the young boy tightly. Then the entire scene dissolved into a shower of golden dust that settled gently over the dollhouse, making it glow with a soft, peaceful light. Back in the memory keeper's room, Leo felt a weight lift from his chest, a weight he hadn't even known he was carrying. The pocket watch in his hand gave a warm pulse. He looked down. The hand had moved once more. It now pointed to a single word, peace. The distant bells jingled one last, soft time. Marigold's purr was a quiet rumble from the other room. The fire in the hearth crackled contentedly. "The journey is complete," Alara said, setting her knitting aside. "You were very brave." Leo spent a little while longer in the cozy room, drinking imaginary tea from a thimble with Thimblewick, and listening to Alara tell a story about a quilt made from forgotten laughter. But soon he felt a gentle pull, a sense that it was time to return. He thanked them both, gave Marigold one last stroke behind her soft ears, and stepped back through the little door. In the attic, everything was just as he had left it. The rain had softened to a drizzle. The pocket watch in his hand was still and silent, its magic spent for now. But Leo knew it wasn't gone, only sleeping. He placed it carefully back in its velvet-lined box and closed the lid with a soft click. He didn't need the watch to tell him what to do next. He climbed down the attic stairs, the familiar creaks sounding like welcome home, and went to find his grandmother. He found her in the kitchen, rolling out dough for pie crust. "Grandma," he said, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Will you tell me a story about Grandpa, a happy one?" She looked down, her eyes twinkling, and wiped a floury hand on her apron before stroking his hair. "Of course, my dear," she said. "I have the very best one." And as she began to speak, with the fire crackling in the kitchen hearth and the world outside growing dark and soft, Leo knew that the most extraordinary adventures were not always in far-off lands. Sometimes they were waiting in the quiet corners of our own hearts, measured not in miles, but in the courage it takes to listen, to remember, and to be kind. And that, he thought, was the coziest secret of all. Story 9. The first spark rose from the embers of the evening fire. a tiny, golden wisp that seemed to drink the starlight. It did not fade but floated upward, and as it rose it was joined by another, and then another, until a river of light was flowing from the hearthstone into the deep velvet of the night. A young boy who had been watching with wide, quiet eyes felt a gentle pull, not on his body, but on his very spirit. In his pocket, his fingers closed around a small, smooth river stone, worn by generations of his family's hands. It was his tether, his piece of home. He rose, not with a jump, but with a thought, and the river of sparks carried him upward. The world below, the thatched roof of his cottage, the sleeping village, the dark ribbon of the river, softened and blurred into a tapestry of shadows. The air grew cool and crisp, smelling of rain-washed sky and something else, something sweet and elusive like spun sugar and moonlight. He was floating, cradled in a current of warm, rising air, the sparks dancing around him like friendly fireflies. He arrived not with a jolt, but as a feather settles. His feet met a surface that was both firm and soft, like walking on dense moss that yielded gently with each step. He stood in a city woven from clouds. Streets were pathways of luminous, pearlescent vapor, and buildings were grand, billowing structures that shimmered with internal light, their walls looking like captured northern lights. This was Nimbus, the city in the sky. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, and the scent was of ozone and night-blooming jasmine. The inhabitants were the Nimbuli. They were tall, graceful beings whose forms seemed to be made of the same stuff as their city, shifting, gentle cloud stuff that glowed with soft colors. They did not speak with words, but with music. A passing Nimbuli, its form a swirl of lavender and silver, greeted him with a cascade of bell-like notes that conveyed welcome and curiosity. The boy, unsure how to respond, simply bowed his head, and the Nimbuli drifted on, its melody fading into the city's symphony. He wandered, marveling at the cloud gardens where flowers made of condensed light bloomed, their petals cool and silky to the touch, releasing a fragrance of honey and fresh dew. He crossed a bridge that was not stone or wood, but a solidified rainbow, its surface smooth and cool beneath his feet, humming with a deep, resonant chord. These were the singing bridges, and each one sang a different, foundational note of the realm's harmony. But as he explored, he noticed something amiss. The city's light was dimming at the edges. The luminous buildings seemed a little more translucent, the cloud paths a little more gray. The music of the Nimbuli, while still beautiful, held a thread of sorrow, a minor key of worry. He saw a group of them gathered around a large central plaza, their forms pulsing with soft, anxious light. In the center of the plaza was a great, crystalline spire that pulsed in time with the city's heart. It was the celestial spire, the source of Nimbus's light and music. And it was growing faint. A particularly old Nimbuli, its form a deep, wise indigo, approached him. It did not play a melody, but instead reached out a hand of cool, mist-like substance. The boy, feeling no fear, reached out his own. As their fingers met, a understanding flowed into him, not in words, but in pure feeling. The spire was fed by starlight dew, collected from the petals of the starfall blossoms that grew in the caverns of echoing aurora, far below in the roots of the world. But the path was lost, the way forgotten. The blossoms were fading, and with them the spire and ultimately Nimbus itself. The boy knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was his purpose. He had been called here to help. He nodded to the old Nimbuli, who responded with a single, clear, hopeful note that hung in the air like a promise. His journey downward was through the veil of mists, a swirling, silver expanse that felt like diving through a cool, silk curtain. When he emerged, the world had changed entirely. He was in a vast, subterranean cavern, so enormous its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was not empty. It was alive. Ribbons of light, emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and gold, draped from the unseen heights, shimmering and dancing in a silent, breathtaking aurora. This was the cavern of the echoing aurora. The air was still and cool, carrying the clean, sharp scent of ancient stone and a faint, electrical tang from the dancing lights. The ground was soft, covered in a blanket of phosphorescent moss that crunched softly underfoot, releasing a smell of damp earth and mushrooms. Here the inhabitants were the Glimmerwings, creatures that looked like manta rays woven from living stained glass. They floated silently through the cavern, their passage stirring the aural ribbons into faster, more complex dances. They communicated through these dances, their own light patterns weaving stories and questions into the air. One, smaller than the others, with wings of deep blue and silver, detached from the group and drifted toward him. It circled him once, then gently brushed against his arm. Its touch was like cool, smooth porcelain, and a feeling of guidance filled him. The Glimmerwing led him through forests of crystalline trees that chimed softly when he passed, their sound a cascade of glass wind chimes. They passed a silent black lake that perfectly reflected the aurora above, creating the illusion of an infinite tunnel of light. The Glimmerwing would occasionally swoop down, its wingtips tracing a pattern on the surface of the water, and the reflected lights would shift and swirl in response, showing him the way. Finally, they arrived at a grove, and here the boy's heart sank. The starfall blossoms were there, but they were wilted, their famous petals, which should have been collecting the dew of the aurora, were closed in gray, their texture like brittle paper. They gave off no scent, only the faint, sad odor of dust. The Glimmerwing pulsed with a soft, dim light, a clear expression of shared sorrow. The boy sat amongst the dying flowers, feeling the weight of the fading city above and the silent cavern around him. He felt a profound loneliness. It was then that his fingers found the river stone in his pocket. He pulled it out, its familiar, worn surface a comfort in this strange and beautiful, but dying, world. He held it tightly and thoughts of home flooded him. The crackle of the hearth, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his mother's laughter. A single tear born of this homesick love escaped and fell onto the stone. And then a miracle. The tear, infused with the memory of home, did not roll off. It soaked into the porous stone, and the stone began to glow with a soft, warm, golden light. It was the light of hearth and heart, a light this realm had forgotten. He knelt and held the glowing stone close to the stem of the nearest wilted blossom. The gentle, home-fire warmth washed over it. Slowly, tremulously, the gray petal began to unfurl. A hint of its true silver color returned. Then a droplet of moisture, a tiny sphere of pure light, formed at its center. It was starlight dew. He moved from blossom to blossom, not with haste, but with reverence. He held his glowing homestone to each one, sharing its warmth, its memory of love and safety. One by one, the blossoms awoke. They unfurled like silver hands opening to the sky, their texture becoming velvety and cool. A fragrance filled the grove, a scent like cold starlight and vanilla, so beautiful it made him catch his breath. The dew gathered, each blossom cradling a tiny, perfect pearl of liquid light. The Glimmerwings gathered around, their own lights brightening, pulsing with joyous, swirling patterns. They dipped and dove, their smooth, glassy bodies gently brushing against the blossoms, collecting the dew on their wings. Then in a great, shimmering procession they rose, carrying the life-giving light back up toward the world above. The boy followed, his heart light. The journey back through the veil of mists was filled with the reflected glow of the Glimmerwings' cargo. When he stepped back into Nimbus, the city was in the midst of a rebirth. The celestial spire was blazing, a pillar of pure white light that pulsed with a powerful, joyful chord that resonated through every cloud brick and pearl path. The nimbuli were everywhere, their forms brilliant and vibrant, their music a triumphant symphony of gratitude. The lavender and silver nimbuli he had first met played a melody for him that felt like a hug made of sound. His work was done. He stood again at the edge of the cloud city, the river of sparks waiting to carry him home. The old indigo nimbuli approached for a final farewell. It placed its misty hand on the boy's chest, right over his heart. A feeling of profound thanks and an unbreakable connection flowed into him. He was now a guardian of both worlds, a bridge between the hearth fire and the starlight. The sparks carried him down, the melodies of Nimbus fading into a contented hum in his soul. He landed softly beside the dying embers of his own fireplace. The world was quiet, the village still asleep. He was home. He pulled the river stone from his pocket. It was no longer glowing, but it was warm, and when he held it to his nose, he could still smell, ever so faintly, the scent of cold starlight and vanilla. He knew then that the wonders were not far away at all. They were connected, his home and the cloud city, by threads of light and friendship, and he carried a piece of that magic right in his pocket. He curled up in his bed, the warm stone clasped in his hand, and drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of silent, dancing lights and cities built on lullabies. Story 10. The attic had always been a place of whispers and secrets, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light and forgotten treasures slept beneath linen sheets. It was there, on a quiet Tuesday when the rain pattered softly against the roof, that a young girl named Clara discovered something extraordinary. She had been searching for a missing button from her winter coat, a small, pearly thing that had rolled away during the first chill of autumn, when her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked beneath a stack of her grandmother's old letters. It was a compass, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its casing was made of pale, polished wood, warm to the touch, and its face had no letters, no numbers, only a single delicate arrow that shivered and spun like a leaf caught in a gentle breeze. Clara carried it downstairs, her footsteps soft on the creaking stairs, and settled by the fireplace where orange flames licked at a log, filling the room with the scent of cedar and comfort. Hiss-pop crackle went the fire, a familiar song. She turned the compass over in her hands. The arrow trembled, then settled, pointing not toward the window or the door, but toward the heart of the house itself. That night, as wind sighed through the eaves and the old grandfather clock in the hall chimed 10 soft, bronze notes, Clara felt a gentle tug, not on her hand, but somewhere deep inside her chest. It was as though a silken thread had been tied around her heart, and the compass was gently pulling it forward. She knew then that this was no ordinary journey. It would not be measured in miles, but in moments of bravery. The first to join her was Barnaby, the house cat, a fluffy ginger creature with one ear slightly bent and a purr that rumbled like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. He padded into her room, tail held high, and butted his head against her knee. MRO. He seemed to say, his green eyes fixed on the compass in her hand. It's pointing toward the library, Clara whispered. Barnaby blinked slowly, then turned and led the way, his paws making no sound on the thick hallway rug. In the library, the air smelled of old paper, dried lavender, and beeswax. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows, painting silver puddles on the floor. There, perched on the highest shelf, was a small, leather-bound book Clara had never noticed before. It was too high to reach, even standing on her tiptoes. Rustle, tap, tap. A small sound came from the corner. A tiny mouse with whiskers that twitched with importance scurried out from behind a leg of the writing desk. This was Pip, who knew every hidden passage and forgotten corner of the house. Too high, is it? Pip squeaked, his voice like the scratching of a quill. The ladder is much too heavy for the likes of us, but perhaps patience might serve instead. So Clara sat on the floor, cross-legged, and waited. Barnaby curled in her lap, his purring a steady, calming rhythm. Pip sat on her shoulder, his tiny feet tickling her neck. They watched as the moonlight slowly crept across the room, higher and higher, until it illuminated the little book. As the light touched it, the book gave a soft shudder and slid forward, tumbling from the shelf into Clara's waiting hands. The book was a journal filled with her grandmother's elegant handwriting. It told of a heart spark, a tiny, bright piece of magic that belonged to every person, but which could sometimes grow dim when one felt lonely or afraid. The final entry was sad. Her grandmother had written that her own heart spark had faded after Clara's grandfather had passed away, and she had hidden it away to keep it safe until someone with a brave and gentle heart could find it and help it shine again. The compass, she wrote, would guide that person. Clara's eyes filled with tears, but they were warm tears, not sad ones. She missed her grandmother terribly. The compass in her hand spun once, then pointed firmly toward the garden door. The journey continued, out into the night. The garden was a world of shadows and silver, where leaves whispered secrets to one another, and the distant chime of a wind bell sang a fragile, glassy song. The compass led them to an old, gnarled oak tree, its trunk wide and wise. At its base was a small, locked box made of the same pale wood as the compass. "A lock," sighed Pip, tapping it with a tiny paw. "And no key to be found." Barnaby circled the tree, sniffing thoughtfully. "MRO," he said, and began to purr louder, rubbing his face against the rough bark of the oak. As he did, a low, humming vibration filled the air. The tree itself seemed to be responding, a deep, resonant sound that felt like the earth itself was singing. A hidden crevice in the bark, previously invisible, slowly opened, and from it slid a simple, silver key. But the greatest challenge was still to come. When Clara fitted the key into the lock and opened the box, instead of a bright light, she found only a small, dull, gray pebble. It was cold to the touch. Her grandmother's heart spark had grown so dim it had nearly gone out. "How do we make it shine again?" Clara asked, her voice small in the vast, quiet night. Pip was silent. Barnaby had stopped purring. The compass in her pocket lay still. Clara sat down on the damp grass, holding the cold pebble in her cupped hands. She thought of her grandmother, not of her absence, but of her presence. She remembered the smell of cinnamon and apples when she baked, the sound of her laughter, like the tinkling of the wind bell, the way her hands, wrinkled and soft, had held Clara's when she was scared. One by one, Clara began to speak these memories aloud. She didn't try to be clever or force the pebble to change. She simply offered her memories, wrapping them around the cold stone like a warm blanket. She spoke of patience, learned while waiting for cookies to cool. She spoke of kindness, shown to a lost bird they had nursed back to health. She spoke of the deep, quiet love that had filled every room of the house. As she spoke, a wonderful thing began to happen. The pebble in her hands grew warm. A soft, golden light seeped from its center, growing brighter and brighter until it wasn't a pebble at all, but a brilliant, dancing spark that hovered above her palm. It pulsed with a gentle, steady rhythm, like a tiny, contented heartbeat. Ding-ailing, the distant wind bell chimed, as if in approval. The spark floated up, circled Clara's head once in a gesture of thanks, and then shot up into the night sky, where it joined the stars, shining just a little brighter than the rest. The journey was over. The compass in her pocket was now still, its arrow pointing peacefully downward, its work complete. Clara, with Barnaby purring at her heels and Pip snoozing in her pocket, walked back inside. The fire had died down to glowing embers that winked like sleepy eyes. His sigh whispered the last of the flames. She wasn't the same girl who had climbed into the attic that afternoon. She felt braver, but it was a quiet bravery, the kind that comes from understanding that the most important journeys happen not in the world, but within your own heart. She had learned that the greatest magic isn't found in powerful objects, but in the simple, steadfast power of love and memory. As she climbed into bed, pulling the quilt up to her chin, she knew her grandmother's spark was safe, watching over her from the heavens. And in the cozy, quiet dark, with the sound of a purring cat and a sleeping mouse for company, Clara closed her eyes, her own heart shining bright and full, and drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Story 11. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Elmshadow. It was a place where time moved not in hours but in breaths, and the moonlight that filtered through the canopy was not mere reflected sunlight, but liquid silver, a magic that pooled in clearings and dripped from the tips of pine needles. The forest was never truly dark. When the sun retired, a softer, more secret life awakened. Patches of moss, velvety and emerald by day, began to glow with a gentle, internal bioluminescence, casting a soft chartreuse light upon the gnarled roots they clung to. Mushrooms like tiny, scattered lanterns pushed up through the loam, their caps pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm, as if beating in time with the heart of the earth itself. The air hummed with the quiet symphony of the night, the rhythmic chirrup of crickets, the distant, plaintive call of a whippoorwill, and the constant, soothing whisper of the wind as it combed its fingers through the leaves of the ancient oaks and whispering pines. It was in this realm of soft light and softer sounds that a young fox, with fur the color of autumn rust and eyes as bright as the evening star, felt a deep and restless stirring. His name was Rowan, and while he loved the diurnal dances of the forest, it was the mystery of the night that truly called to him. He had heard the elders speak in hushed tones of the great turning, the time when the forest prepared for its long, deep slumber, shedding its vibrant summer cloak for the stark, beautiful robes of winter. But Rowan did not understand this shedding. To him it felt like a loss, a quiet sorrow that settled over the woods. One evening, as a chill began to lace the air, a worry took root in his heart. The stream that bubbled past his den seemed to run more slowly. The leaves of the great maple above him were beginning to blush with gold at their edges. He decided he must seek counsel. There was one in the forest whose wisdom was as deep as its roots. The great oak, a tree so ancient its trunk was wider than 10 foxes lying nose to tail, and its branches seemed to hold up the very sky. The journey to the great oak's clearing was a lesson in the forest's secret language. Rowan padded softly on the carpet of moss, his steps making no more sound than a falling petal. He paused by the chattering stream, its water cold and clear over smooth, gray stones. He dipped his head to drink, and as he did, he listened. The water wasn't just babbling nonsense, it was telling a story. It spoke of its long journey from the mountain peaks, of the secrets the stones had shared, and of the coming cold that would soon still its voice to a whisper beneath a blanket of ice. The message was not one of fear, but of inevitability, of a cycle that must be completed. Further on he passed a circle of standing stones, their surfaces worn smooth by countless rains and etched with lichen that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. He pressed his ear against the cool, granite surface of the largest one. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through his skull, a slow, patient song of ages. It was a song of endurance, of standing firm through blazing summers and frozen winters, unchanged at the core while the world shifted around it. It was a comforting, grounding sound. Finally he reached the starlit clearing where the great oak resided. The clearing was breathtaking. The canopy opened here, allowing a wide swath of the indigo night sky to be visible, dusted with countless diamond-bright stars. The air itself seemed to sparkle with drifting motes of light from fireflies, who moved in intricate, silent patterns, painting temporary constellations in the air. And at the center of it all stood the oak, its bark a landscape of deep ridges and valleys, its branches outstretched like benevolent arms. High in the branches, a shape shifted. A great horned owl, feathers the color of dappled bark and eyes like twin golden moons, swiveled its head to regard the young fox. This was Alaric, the oak's most constant companion and a speaker of its slow, deep thoughts. Little runner of the ferns, Alaric's voice was not a hoot, but a soft, resonant tone that seemed to come from the air itself. The forest feels the question in your steps. What troubles your bright heart on such a luminous night? Rowan sat, curling his brush around his paws. Honored Alaric, he began, his voice small in the vast clearing. I hear the stream talking of slowing down. I see the trees beginning to let go of their leaves. The air grows cold. Everyone speaks of the great turning as a time of wisdom, but to me, it feels like a goodbye. It feels sad. Alaric blinked his great golden eyes slowly. The heart often mistakes change for loss, he said, his voice a gentle rumble. The oak suggests you listen more closely, not just with your ears, but with your spirit. The forest is not speaking of an end, but of a different kind of beginning. Stay here tonight. Listen to the whispers of the wind through my leaves. Watch the dance of the lights. Feel the earth beneath you. The answers you seek are not given, they are discovered. And so Rowan settled at the base of the immense tree, the rough bark solid and reassuring against his back. He did as the owl had advised. He closed his eyes and let the sounds of the night wash over him. The wind began to pick up, not a harsh gust, but a gentle, sighing breeze. It moved through the oak's countless leaves, and they did not simply rustle, they spoke. It was a language of soft sibilants and shuffling whispers, a conversation of 1,000 tiny voices. They spoke of a job well done, of a summer spent catching sunlight and turning it into life. They spoke not of falling, but of returning, of a final, graceful dance back to the earth from which they came, to become a warm blanket for the roots below, a promise of nourishment for the spring to come. He opened his eyes and watched the bioluminescent wonders around him. The fireflies' dance was not random. They pulsed in waves, their light flowing from one side of the clearing to the other like a silent, visual melody. He saw how their light reflected in the still, dark pools of water, creating a second, shimmering sky below. The glowing moss seemed to breathe, its light ebbing and flowing. He realized this soft, internal light was even more beautiful and necessary as the world outside grew darker. It was a magic that came from within, a resilience that did not need the sun to exist. A gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the broad leaves of the undergrowth, tapping a rhythmic lullaby on the oak's own leaves before dripping to the spongy earth. Each drop that landed on a glowing mushroom made it shiver and glow a little brighter. The sound was a natural, soothing music, washing away the dust of the day and his own anxieties. It was the sound of cleansing, of preparation. As the night deepened, Rowan felt the subtle shift. The tension in his heart, the resistance to the change, began to soften and unravel, carried away by the whispering wind and the pattering rain. He wasn't just observing the forest, he was a part of its conversation. His own quiet breath joined the chorus. His stillness was an answer to the patient hum of the stones. He looked up at Alaric, who was now a silent, feathered statue against the starry sky. He didn't need to speak his understanding. The owl and the oak already knew. When the first hint of dawn began to bleed lavender and rose into the eastern sky, Rowan felt a profound sense of peace. The forest was not dying, it was turning inward. It was a time for roots to dream deep in the earth, for seeds to slumber in their icy cradles, for the stream to rest its voice. The vibrant life of summer was simply transforming into the quiet, potent magic of rest. The falling leaf was not a failure, but a final, generous gift. He stood and stretched, his body feeling lighter. He bowed his head to the great oak and to the wise Alaric. "The forest thanks you for listening," Alaric said softly, his golden eyes holding a knowing glint. "Remember this quiet magic, little fox, for the wisdom of rest is what makes the joy of renewal possible." Rowan padded back through the waking forest as the sky lightened. The world was the same, yet he saw it with new eyes. The gilded edge of a leaf was not a warning of decay, but the first brushstroke of a magnificent, final painting. The chill in the air was not a threat, but an invitation to draw closer, to share warmth, to dream. He reached his den just as the first ray of sun broke over the mountain, painting the highest branches with gold. He curled up in his cozy bed of dried ferns, the sounds of the forest's daytime shift beginning, the chirping of waking birds, the scuttle of squirrels. But beneath it all he could still feel the deep, slow, peaceful hum of the night, the enduring song of the stones, the patient wisdom of the great turning. And as he drifted into a contented sleep, the first snowflake of the season, a perfect, lacy crystal, drifted down and settled on a moss-covered stone outside his den, gleaming like a tiny star in the newborn light. It was not an end, but a beautiful, silent beginning. Story 12. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight filtered through the canopy like liquid silver and the air hummed with ancient magic, there existed a world that only awakened when the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. This was the domain of nocturnal creatures, of whispering trees and chattering streams, of stones that remembered the footsteps of centuries. And on this particular night, when the autumn moon hung heavy and golden in the sky, a young fox with fur the color of cinnamon and curiosity bright in his dark eyes ventured deeper into the woods than he had ever dared before. The forest welcomed him with a symphony of gentle sounds, the soft shushing of wind through pine needles, the distant plink-plonk of water droplets falling from leaf to mossy stone, the rustle of ferns as unseen creatures went about their nightly business. Fireflies drifted through the air like wandering stars, their golden light pulsing in time with the forest's slow, steady heartbeat. The fox, whom the other creatures called Rowan for his autumn-colored coat, paused beside a stream that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. He dipped his nose to the water and drank, listening as the stream whispered secrets in a language only those who truly listened could understand. The stones remember, the water murmured as it swirled around a particularly large, moss-covered rock. They remember the weight of seasons, the press of roots, the dance of frost. Listen, little fox, and you might hear their stories too. Rowan pressed his ear to the cool, damp stone. At first he heard only the steady thrum of the earth, but then, faintly, came a vibration, a deep, resonant hum that spoke of patience and permanence. The stone was indeed remembering, sharing tales of winters when ice crystals decorated its surface like lace, of springs when new seedlings burst from the soil nearby, of summers when children's laughter echoed from distant meadows. But tonight, something felt different in the forest. The usual harmony seemed slightly off-key, like a song missing its final note. The moonflowers that normally glowed with soft, blue-white light along the path had begun to dim, their petals curling at the edges. The stream's laughter sounded strained, and the wind carried a faint, worried sigh as it passed through the leaves of the elder oaks. Following a path of luminous mushrooms that spiraled like tiny staircases toward the forest's heart, Rowan came upon a clearing he had never seen before. Here the moonlight pooled so brightly it seemed almost like daylight, yet softer, dreamier. In the center stood the oldest tree in the forest, a great silver birch known as the moon holder. Its bark shimmered as if dusted with starlight, and its leaves, though beginning to turn with the season, rustled with a sound like distant chimes. Perched on one of its lower branches was an owl with feathers the color of twilight and eyes that held the depth of the night sky. This was Elderwing, who had watched over the forest for more cycles than any could count. You feel it too, don't you, little one? Elderwing's voice was not loud, but it carried through the clearing, calm and measured as the turning of the stars. The forest holds its breath. The magic of autumn, the time of releasing, of letting go, has become stuck like a leaf caught in a spider's web. Rowan sat, wrapping his bushy tail around his paws. The moonflowers are fading, he said softly, and the stream sounds sad. Elderwing nodded slowly. The seasons must turn, Rowan. Just as you shed your summer coat for a thicker one, the forest must release what it no longer needs to make space for renewal. But something has disturbed the balance. The magic that should be flowing from the trees to the earth, preparing for winter's rest, has been interrupted. As if in response, a single birch leaf, golden and veined like a tiny map, drifted down and landed on Rowan's nose. He sneezed, and the leaf fluttered to the ground. But instead of joining the others in a crunchy carpet, it lay still and brittle, its edges already turning to dust. "What can be done?" Rowan asked, his voice barely a whisper. "We must listen," said Elderwing. "The forest will tell us what is wrong, but we must listen not only with our ears, but with our hearts. Come." The great owl took flight, his wings making no more sound than a shadow passing over the moon. Rowan followed, his paws silent on the bed of moss and fallen leaves. They traveled to the Whispering Grove, where the trees stood so close together that their branches intertwined overhead, creating a cathedral of wood and leaf. Here the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying wood, a rich, comforting smell that spoke of cycles and continuity. Elderwing settled on a low-hanging branch of a grandmother oak. "Close your eyes, little fox, breathe in the forest, listen to what the trees are saying." Rowan did as he was told. At first he heard only the obvious, the creak of branches, the rustle of leaves. But then, beneath that, he detected a thrum of distress. The trees were communicating in their slow, patient language, a language of root touch and sap flow and leaf tremble. They spoke of a blockage deep below, near the Spring of Starlight, a sacred place where the water was said to be infused with the light of the constellations. "They say the spring's song has changed," Rowan murmured, his eyes still closed. "It's become a lament." "Then that is where we must go," said Elderwing. The path to the Spring of Starlight was lined with ferns that glowed with a soft, greenish light, illuminating the way. As they walked, the forest shared its worries through its natural music, the patter of a light rain beginning to fall, each drop a tiny drumbeat on the broad leaves above, the whisper of the wind weaving through pine needles, the gentle gurgle of the stream that paralleled their path. Rowan felt a deep sense of peace settle over him, even as concern for the forest gnawed at his heart. When they reached the spring, they found the problem immediately. The Spring of Starlight was not a large body of water, but a small pool fed by an underground stream that surfaced through a circle of ancient stones. Normally, the water shimmered with captured starlight, even on the darkest nights, and bioluminescent mosses around its edges pulsed with soft blue and silver light. But tonight the spring was clouded, its surface still and silent. A large branch torn from a tree during a recent storm had fallen across the opening where the water emerged, blocking its flow and trapping leaves and debris beneath it. "The spring cannot breathe," said Elderwing, his large eyes reflecting the dimmed lights of the moss. "And if it cannot breathe, it cannot sing. And if it cannot sing, the magic cannot flow to the rest of the forest." Rowan approached the blocked spring. The water that had managed to trickle past the branch was murky and slow. He could feel the distress emanating from the stones that circled the pool. They were usually warm to the touch, humming with energy, but now they felt cold and silent. "We must move the branch," Rowan said, but as he nudged it with his nose, he realized it was far too heavy for him alone. The branch was thick and waterlogged, wedged firmly between two of the standing stones. For a moment, despair washed over him. The beautiful, magical forest he loved was suffering, and he was too small to help. But then he remembered the stream's words, "The stones remember." And he remembered the secret language of the forest, how all things were connected, how help often came when one knew how to ask. Rowan sat beside the troubled spring and began to hum, a low, gentle sound that vibrated in his chest. It was not a song with words, but a feeling of gratitude for the forest, of concern for its well-being, of a willingness to help. He hummed of moonlight on water, of the crunch of autumn leaves underfoot, of the soft hoot of owls in the distant trees. At first, nothing happened. Then, one by one, the nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows. A badger with a stripe of silver down her back appeared, her eyes serious and intelligent. A family of hedgehogs, their quills shimmering with dew, trundled into the clearing. Bats dipped and swirled overhead, their sonar creating an invisible map of the space. Even the fireflies gathered, their lights pulsing in time with Rowan's humming. They had all heard the forest's distress, but it was Rowan's call, his honest, heartfelt offering, that had drawn them together. "The spring is blocked," Rowan explained quietly. "The magic cannot flow." The badger, whose name was Thistle, nodded. "Together we can move the branch." With careful coordination, the animals arranged themselves around the large limb. Thistle used her strong shoulders to push from one side, while the hedgehogs worked as a team to loosen the debris caught beneath. The bats used their precise echolocation to guide the others, calling out when a section was clear or when more pressure was needed in a certain spot. Rowan added his strength where he could, pushing and pulling with all his might. As they worked, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The rain softened to a gentle mist, and the wind stilled. The only sounds were the grunts of effort from the animals, the scraping of wood on stone, and the occasional encouraging chirp from a firefly hovering nearby. Then, with a final collective heave, the branch shifted. It rolled away from the spring's opening with a deep, groaning sound, and as it did, the trapped water burst forth in a joyful rush. Clear, cold water, sparkling with tiny trapped starlight, flowed freely once more, gurgling and laughing as it filled the pool and trickled away down the slope, heading toward the thirsty roots of the waiting trees. Immediately, the change was palpable. The stones around the spring began to warm, their deep hum returning. The bioluminescent mosses brightened, their blue and silver light dancing across the water's surface. From the whispering grove came a sigh of relief, a collective rustle as the trees straightened their branches and resumed their slow, seasonal work of releasing their leaves. Elderwing, who had been watching quietly from above, hooted softly, a sound of deep satisfaction. "You see, little fox," he said, his eyes twinkling, "the forest knows how to heal itself. It only needed its creatures to remember that they are part of its song." Rowan, tired but happy, dipped his nose into the freshly flowing spring. The water tasted of cold stone and distant stars, of secrets and cycles and renewal. As he drank, he felt a warmth spread through him, not just the satisfaction of a task completed, but a deeper understanding. The forest's magic was not something separate from them. It was the connection between all things, the trees and the streams, the stones and the creatures, the letting go of autumn and the quiet rest of winter. One by one, the animals slipped back into the shadows, their work done. Thistle the badger gave a nod of respect to Rowan before disappearing into her set. The hedgehogs curled into sleepy balls near the spring, and the bats returned to their roost. The fireflies drifted away, their lights fading into the distance like departing dreams. Rowan and Elderwing remained by the spring as the night deepened. The moon journeyed across the sky, its light now catching properly on the unfurling petals of the moonflowers that lined the path. Their soft glow returned, brighter than before, casting a serene light over the clearing. "The forest teaches us many things," Elderwing said, his voice blending with the gentle sounds of the night. "It teaches us that there is a time for growing and a time for resting, a time for holding on and a time for letting go, and it teaches us that no one is too small to make a difference, and no problem is too great when faced together." Rowan looked around at the peacefully humming forest. The gentle ASMR of the natural world surrounded him, the soft babble of the spring, the patter of the misty rain on leaves, the whisper of the wind, the distant hoot of another owl. He felt a profound sense of belonging, of being a note in the forest's eternal song. As the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky with pale lavender, Rowan knew it was time to return to his den. He had helped the forest find its balance, and in doing so he had found his own. "Remember this night, little one," Elderwing said as he prepared to take his rest. "Remember that even when things seem stuck or silent, the magic is still there, waiting to be rediscovered. It is in the patience of stones, the wisdom of streams, the courage of friends, and the quiet turning of the seasons. Rowan nodded, his heart full. He turned and began the walk home, his paws following the now familiar path of glowing mushrooms and moonflowers. The forest whispered its gratitude in the language of rustling leaves and chuckling streams, a lullaby of renewal and peace. And as the young fox curled up in his cozy den, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the entrance, he fell into a deep, contented sleep, dreaming of starlit springs and whispering trees, knowing that he was forever a part of the ancient, magical forest, a guardian of its cycles, a listener to its songs, a friend in its time of need. The forest slept too, resting and renewing, ready for whatever the next turning of the season would bring. Story 13. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between two sleepy hills, there lived a young person named Rowan, who felt as though they were made of unfinished things. Rowan moved through their days with a gentle uncertainty, their footsteps leaving faint impressions on the soft earth, their voice a whisper that barely disturbed the air. They lived in a small cottage with a garden that seemed to share their temperament, neither thriving nor dying, but simply existing in a state of quiet waiting. Each morning Rowan would walk through their garden, noticing how the flowers hung their heads as if in sympathy, their colors muted like faded tapestries. The roses bore only tight-closed buds that never unfurled, and the vegetable patch produced only pale, undersized vegetables that tasted of disappointment. Rowan felt a kinship with this garden, for they too carried a sense of being perpetually unopened, of containing something beautiful that had not yet found the courage to emerge. One afternoon, as Rowan sat on a mossy stone bench watching a caterpillar inch its way across a broad leaf, they noticed something peculiar. Where the caterpillar had passed, a faint silver trail shimmered briefly before fading into the air like a forgotten dream. Rowan leaned closer, their breath catching in wonder. The caterpillar paused, seeming to consider them with ancient, knowing eyes, then continued its slow journey toward a low-hanging branch. That evening Rowan found a small, velvet pouch hanging from their garden gate. Inside rested a single seed that seemed to pulse with a soft, inner light. Attached was a note written in elegant script that read, "Plant this where your shadow falls longest, and tend it with your truest thoughts." Though uncertain, Rowan felt a stirring of curiosity, the first real spark they'd experienced in many moons. As the sun began to set, casting their shadow across the garden like a slender giant, they knelt and planted the luminous seed in a patch of earth where the lavender refused to grow. They cupped their hands around the freshly turned soil and whispered, "I wonder what you'll become." Days turned into weeks, and Rowan visited the mysterious planting daily. At first, nothing happened. Then one morning, a delicate green shoot emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny, perfect hands. Rowan noticed something extraordinary. When they felt particularly hopeful, the plant seemed to glow with a golden light, and when doubt crept in, it would tremble slightly, its leaves curling inward for protection. It was during one of these visits that Rowan first met the gardener. She appeared as if from nowhere, her silver hair braided with dried flowers, and her hands bearing the earth-stained marks of a life spent nurturing growing things. She didn't introduce herself, but simply knelt beside Rowan and said, "Some changes cannot be rushed, only welcomed." The gardener visited occasionally, always appearing when Rowan needed guidance most. She taught them to listen to the language of plants, how the rustle of leaves could speak of coming rain, how the angle of a flower's face revealed its needs. Under her gentle mentorship, Rowan began to notice changes not just in the mysterious plant, but in themselves. Small transformations began to occur, subtle as the shifting of seasons. One morning, Rowan awoke to find their fingertips dusted with what appeared to be pollen that shimmered in the sunlight. When they breathed upon it, the pollen scattered into the air and settled on a wilting rosebush, which immediately perked up, its buds swelling with new life. Another day, while feeling particularly brave after standing up for a misunderstood neighbor, Rowan noticed their reflection showed hair threaded with tiny, living vines that bloomed with miniature white flowers. The magical plant grew steadily, developing a sturdy stem and leaves that changed color with Rowan's understanding of themselves. When Rowan acknowledged a long-hidden talent for storytelling, the leaves flushed copper. When they made peace with an old regret, the leaves shimmered with silver veins. The plant became a living mirror of Rowan's inner landscape, beautiful and strange and true. Meanwhile, throughout the garden, other changes took root. Where Rowan walked while feeling confident, flowers bloomed in their footsteps. When they sang softly while watering the vegetables, the tomatoes ripened to a deeper red, and the carrots grew straight and true. The garden was becoming an extension of Rowan's own transformation, each small victory reflected in its flourishing. One evening, as autumn began to paint the edges of the leaves with gold, the gardener appeared carrying a woven basket. "It's time," she said simply. Rowan followed her to the magical plant, which had grown as tall as their shoulder, and now bore a single, magnificent bud that pulsed with soft light. "The cocoon stage is nearly complete," the gardener said, her voice as soothing as rainfall. "All living things contain periods of waiting, of gathering strength in darkness. The caterpillar spends its time in the chrysalis not as punishment, but as preparation." As she spoke, Rowan realized how much they had changed. The uncertainty that once defined them had been replaced by a quiet assurance. The self-doubt had transformed into curiosity about what they might become. They looked at their hands, which now regularly bore the shimmering pollen, and at their hair, where flowers bloomed and faded according to their moods. These changes no longer frightened them, but felt like natural expressions of who they were becoming. That night, under a moon that hung like a perfect silver pearl in the sky, the magnificent bud began to open. Rowan sat beside it, their breathing slow and steady, watching as petal after silken petal unfurled to reveal not a flower, but a glowing, person-shaped form woven from light and leaves and starlight. As the form solidified, Rowan recognized themselves in its features, but a version of themselves that radiated the confidence and peace they had been cultivating. The luminous figure reached out and touched Rowan's chest, and in that moment, Rowan felt not a replacement, but an integration, as if the person they had been and the person they were becoming had finally recognized each other as kindred spirits. When dawn broke, the magical plant had transformed into a beautiful tree with bark that shimmered like moonlight and leaves that chimed softly in the breeze. The gardener stood smiling nearby, her work complete. "Every ending is a beginning in disguise," she said. "You've tended your garden well, both the one outside and the one within." Rowan walked through their now thriving garden, noticing how every plant seemed to lean toward them as they passed. The roses had finally opened, their petals blushing the color of sunrise. The vegetables stood proud and abundant. And everywhere new growth emerged, tendrils reaching, buds forming, life responding to the change that had occurred. In the days that followed, Rowan discovered new abilities blooming within them like flowers after rain. They could understand the language of birds, could sense when plants needed water or nourishment, could bring comfort to others with just their presence. The changes that once seemed strange now felt as natural as breathing. One morning, Rowan noticed a child from the village watching them from the garden gate, their eyes wide with wonder at the shimmering pollen that drifted from Rowan's fingertips. Rowan smiled and beckoned them inside, offering a handful of seeds that glowed with soft light. "Plant these where your shadow falls longest," Rowan said, echoing the words that had begun their own transformation. "Intend them with your truest thoughts." As the child ran off clutching the magical seeds, Rowan turned back to their garden, where new mysteries waited to be discovered. The tree that had grown from their transformation now stood as a testament to the beauty of becoming, its leaves whispering stories of change and growth to anyone who paused to listen. The sun rose higher, warming Rowan's shoulders where tiny new flowers had just begun to bloom, a deep blue forget-me-not pattern that shifted with their breathing. There were still questions unanswered, still transformations awaiting their time, but Rowan no longer feared the unfolding. They had learned that we are all gardens containing seasons, all caterpillars destined for wings, all seeds holding forests within our husks. And in that understanding they found the greatest comfort of all. That change is not something to be endured, but something to be embraced, one gentle metamorphosis at a time. Story 14. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, my dear listeners, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Each flicker of light is a tiny story waiting to be told, and tonight I shall tell you one that begins with a lonely heart and ends with a warmth that has nothing to do with flames. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, lived a young woman named Rowan. Her days were quiet, filled with the simple tasks of tending her garden and mending her clothes. The cottage was cozy, with a thatched roof that sang softly when it rained and wooden beams that held the scent of dried herbs. But for all its comfort, a certain loneliness clung to the corners of the rooms, a quiet chill that even the sunniest afternoon could not entirely chase away. Rowan felt it most keenly in the evenings, when the last light faded from the sky and the world outside her window grew dark and deep. One such evening, as a cool autumn breeze began to stir the fallen leaves, Rowan decided to walk along the forest's edge. The air smelled of damp earth and distant wood smoke. She pulled her woolen shawl tighter, its soft weave a familiar comfort against her skin. She wasn't looking for anything in particular, only a change of scene from her four familiar walls. Her boots made a gentle, crunching rhythm on the path, a sound that was both companionable and a reminder of her solitude. It was this rhythm that was broken by a different sound, a faint, distressed chittering like a tiny bell that had lost its song. Rowan stopped, her head tilted, listening. The sound came again from a thicket of brambles where the last of the season's blackberries hung, dark and sweet. Pushing the thorny branches aside with care, she peered into the dim space. There, tangled in the vicious threads of a bramble, was a small fox. It was no ordinary creature. Its fur was the color of autumn twilight, a deep russet fading to silver at its paws and the tip of its bushy tail. But most remarkable of all, clutched tightly in one of its front paws, was a single leaf that glowed with a soft, pulsing light, like the heart of a banked fire. The light ebbed and flowed, and with each pulse the little fox whimpered, its bright, intelligent eyes wide with fear and pain. "Oh, you poor thing," Rowan whispered, her voice soft as thistledown. She knelt, ignoring the damp earth seeping through her skirts. "Let me help you." The fox stilled, watching her. It was a wild thing, and yet in its gaze she saw not a flash of feral panic, but a glimmer of desperate hope. She worked slowly, her fingers gentle and precise, untwisting the brambles that had snared its leg. The thorns pricked her own skin, drawing tiny beads of blood, but she paid them no mind. All her focus was on freeing the trembling creature. Finally, with a last careful twist, the fox was free. It scrambled back a pace, but did not run. Instead, it sat, holding its injured paw aloft, and looked from Rowan's kind face to the glowing leaf in its other paw. Then it did something extraordinary. It limped forward, and with a graceful dip of its head, it placed the glowing leaf gently on the ground before her. Rowan reached out and picked it up. The leaf was warm to the touch, a comfortable, living warmth, like a sun-warmed stone. It was shaped like an aspen leaf, its veins tracing delicate patterns that pulsed with a soft, amber light. As she held it, a strange sense of calm washed over her. The evening seemed a little less dark, the air a little less cold. "Thank you," she said to the fox. The fox chittered softly once more, then turned and limped into the deepening shadows of the forest, leaving Rowan alone with the magical leaf. She carried it home, its gentle glow lighting her path through the twilight. Back in her cottage, she placed it on her windowsill. It continued to pulse, a steady, quiet heartbeat of light that filled the room with a cozy radiance. For the first time in a long time, the cottage did not feel lonely. It felt watched over. The next morning the leaf was still there, though its glow had faded to a mere shimmer in the daylight. Rowan tended to her garden, but her thoughts kept returning to the fox. Its leg had been hurt. Had it found a safe place to rest? Was it in pain? The worry nestled in her heart, a small, persistent pebble. That evening, as the sun began to set, the leaf on her windowsill began to glow more brightly. And as it did, Rowan felt a gentle pull, a quiet longing to walk back into the forest. It wasn't a command, but an invitation. Wrapping her shawl around her shoulders and pocketing the warm leaf, she stepped outside and followed the path she had walked the night before. She came to the thicket where she had found the fox. In the soft glow of the leaf, she saw a few droplets of dried blood on a stone. Her heart ached. She looked deeper into the forest, where the trees grew close and the shadows were thick. It was a place she had always been taught to avoid, a place of mystery and perhaps danger. But the leaf in her pocket seemed to grow warmer, pulsing with a reassuring rhythm. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped off the path and into the embrace of the ancient woods. The forest at night was a different world. The air was cool and carried the rich, complex scent of pine resin, decaying leaves, and night-blooming flowers. The only sounds were the soft hoot of an owl far away and the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Her leaf cast a small pool of amber light around her feet, just enough to see by, and she walked on, guided by its gentle warmth. She walked for what felt like a long time, until she came to a great, ancient oak tree, its trunk so wide that 5 people holding hands could not have circled it. Nestled between 2 of its massive roots was a hollow, and from within that hollow she saw a familiar, soft glow. She knelt down and peered inside. There was the fox curled in a nest of dry moss and feathers. Its injured leg was still held awkwardly, and it looked up at her with tired eyes. But next to it was another fox, smaller and with fur the color of fresh snow. This one held a leaf that glowed with a cool, silvery light, like moonlight captured in a dewdrop. The white fox was gently nudging a bowl made of woven reeds toward the injured one. Inside the bowl was a poultice of crushed herbs that smelled of mint and something earthier, something magical. The russet fox saw Rowan and gave a soft, welcoming chirp. It was not afraid. The white fox looked at her, its eyes like chips of ice, but after a moment it dipped its head in a gesture of acknowledgement. "You have friends looking after you," Rowan whispered, her voice full of relief. She sat there for a while, watching the 2 magical creatures. She saw the white fox carefully apply the poultice to the injured leg, its movements deft and gentle. She saw the russet fox relax, its body sinking into the moss as the pain eased. It was a small, quiet scene of care and friendship, and it filled Rowan's heart with a warmth that rivaled the leaf in her pocket. She visited the oak tree every evening after that. She would bring offerings, a handful of berries from her garden, a little dish of fresh water, some soft wool from her mending basket for their nest. In return, the foxes allowed her into their world. She learned that the russet fox was called Ember, for the warm light he carried, and the white one was Frost, for its cool, silvery glow. They were guardians of the Glimmerwood, a hidden part of the forest where things were not quite as they seemed. The Glimmerwood was a place of gentle magic. Streams hummed with a soft, musical vibration. Flowers bloomed with petals that shimmered like stained glass, casting tiny rainbows on the forest floor. The very air seemed to sparkle with unseen life. But Ember and Frost showed her that the magic was fading. The glowing leaves, which grew on a single, ancient tree deep in the heart of the wood, were becoming scarce. The light they cast was growing dimmer, and with it, the warmth and protection of the glimmerwood was receding. A slow, creeping chill was taking hold in the shadows. One evening, Frost led Rowan and a still limping Ember to the heart of the glimmerwood. There, in a clearing bathed in the light of the rising moon, stood the Lumina tree. It was breathtaking. Its bark was smooth and pale like silver birch, and its leaves were not one color, but a shifting tapestry of every hue of light: amber, silver, rose gold, and twilight blue. But as Rowan looked closer, her breath caught in her throat. Many of the leaves were dull and brittle, their light flickering weakly. Some had fallen to the ground, their glow extinguished, lying like forgotten embers in the moss. Frost chittered sadly, gesturing with its nose toward the tree. Ember, leaning against Rowan's leg for support, looked up at her with pleading eyes. She understood. This was the gentle mystery. This was why Ember had been out near her cottage, perhaps searching for something, anything, that could help. The magic was dying, and the chill she had felt in her own heart was but a tiny echo of the greater cold threatening this hidden world. "But what can I do?" she asked the foxes, her voice a whisper in the quiet clearing. "I'm no one special, I'm just Rowan." Ember nudged her hand with his cool nose, and then pointed his own nose toward the Lumina tree. There, at its base, was a small, withered sapling. It was an offspring of the great tree, but it was gray and leafless, looking more like a dead stick than a living thing. A realization dawned on Rowan, as soft and sure as the first light of morning. The Lumina tree was not sick. It was lonely. It was a creature of connection, of shared warmth, just as she had been. It thrived on the stories and the care of the forest, on the friendships between its creatures. As the world outside had grown more distant, as fewer and fewer remembered the old ways of kindness and attention, the tree had begun to fade. She knew then what she had to do. It was not a grand quest or a dangerous battle. It was a small, simple thing, born from the same impulse that had made her kneel in the brambles to free a frightened fox. Every day she came to the Lumina tree. She did not bring potions or spells. She brought herself. She would sit with her back against its pale bark and simply talk. She told it about her garden, about the way the morning sun caught the dew on the spiderwebs. She sang the simple songs her grandmother had taught her, her voice soft and a little unsteady at first, but growing stronger with each visit. She told it stories, not grand epics, but small stories. The story of the first time she baked a loaf of bread all by herself, the story of the mother bird who built a nest in her eaves, the story of finding Ember in the thorns. And as she spoke, she would run her fingers over the withered sapling, pouring all her warmth, all her newfound friendship, all her quiet, steadfast love into that small, dormant life. Ember and Frost were always with her. Ember's leg healed, strong and sure once more, and he would place his warm, glowing leaf against the sapling's trunk. Frost would place its cool, silvery leaf on the other side. The two lights would merge, creating a gentle, shimmering halo around the tiny tree. Days turned into weeks. The autumn deepened and the air grew crisp. But in the heart of the glimmerwood, a change was taking place. The Lumina tree's remaining lives began to glow a little more brightly. The faint, melodic hum of the forest grew a little stronger. And one evening, as Rowan finished a story about the time she tried to knit a sweater and ended up with a hopelessly tangled mess of yarn, she felt a tiny shift beneath her fingers. She looked down. On the withered sapling, a single, perfect bud had swelled. It was no bigger than a pearl, and it pulsed with a soft, golden light. Tears welled in Rowan's eyes, not of sadness, but of a joy so profound it felt like a sunrise inside her chest. Ember chittered excitedly, and Frost did a little graceful dance, its white fur catching the light of the new bud. She had not performed a miracle. She had simply offered friendship. She had shared her warmth, and in doing so, she had rekindled a light that had almost gone out. The next evening, the bud had unfurled into a single, magnificent leaf. It glowed with a pure, steady gold, and its light washed over the clearing, touching the great lumina tree, which seemed to sigh with a deep, rustling contentment. As the golden light touched the older tree, its own leaves brightened, their colors deepening and becoming more vibrant. The chill that had haunted the edges of the glimmerwood began to retreat, replaced by a gentle, pervasive warmth. Rowan's work was not done, but its nature had changed. She was no longer a solitary visitor, but a part of the glimmerwood's heart. She, Ember and Frost, became its steadfast guardians. She continued to visit, to talk, to sing, to share her stories. And the lumina tree, in return, shared its magic with her. The sapling grew strong and straight, and soon other buds appeared, until it was a small, shining beacon in the clearing. The loneliness that had once clung to Rowan's cottage was gone, burned away in the gentle fire of this unexpected friendship. Her home was still quiet, but the quiet was now a peaceful one, filled with the memory of rustling leaves and soft chitters, and the certainty that she was connected to a world of wonder. And so, my dear listeners, as the fire in our own hearth begins to burn low, casting its last, soft shadows, remember Rowan's story. Remember that the greatest transformations often begin with the smallest acts of kindness. That a lonely heart can find its warmth not by seeking a great flame, but by sharing its own small spark. That friendship is a magic that glows brightest in the dark, a light that can guide you home, heal a wounded world, and make even the oldest, weariest of things feel young again. The glimmerwood sleeps now under a blanket of stars, its leaves pulsing with a soft, steady light. Ember and Frost are curled together at the base of the lumina tree, their glowing leaves resting side by side, a perfect balance of warmth and coolness, of fire and starlight. And in her cottage, Rowan sleeps too, a soft smile on her face, her own heart glowing with a light that will never fade. Let their peace be your peace. Let the gentle rhythm of their restful world lull you into your own dreams, where magic is real, friendship is true, and every ending is a warm, quiet beginning. Sleep well. Story 15. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm orange light lapping at the edges of the room like a gentle tide. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a hushed shhhhh that seemed to promise secrets. It was on just such an evening, in a quiet house at the edge of a slumbering village, that a young girl found something extraordinary in a most ordinary place. Her name was Cora, and she was a child of quiet observation and soft footsteps. While others rushed and shouted, Cora noticed the way dust motes danced in a sunbeam, or how a spider's web, beaded with morning dew, could hold an entire rainbow. On this particular afternoon, with a soft, steady rain pattering against the window panes, she had been drawn to the one place in the house that was a museum of quiet memories, the attic. The air up there was thick and still, smelling of old wood, dried lavender, and forgotten things. A single round window, streaked with rain, let in a pearlescent gray light. Cora's slippered feet made no sound on the worn floorboards as she explored. There were trunks with tarnished brass clasps, stacks of books with leather spines gone soft with age, and a dressmaker's dummy standing like a silent, headless guardian. It was behind a stack of hat boxes, tucked into a dusty corner, that she found it. It wasn't grand or gleaming. It was a simple wooden box, no larger than her two hands placed side by side. The wood was dark and smooth, and on its lid was an inlaid pattern of a twisting vine, its leaves picked out in a lighter, silvery wood. There was no lock, only a small brass latch. It felt patient. With a gentle click, Cora lifted the latch. The hinge gave a soft, almost musical sigh as the lid opened. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its face was not marked with the familiar N, S, E, and W. Instead, around its edge were tiny, beautifully painted symbols: a loaf of bread, a teardrop, a key, a laughing face, a closed door, an open book, a single feather, and a star. The needle itself was not a stark arrow, but a delicate mother-of-pearl pointer that shimmered in the dim light. It didn't point north. It spun in a slow, lazy circle before coming to a gentle rest, quivering as it aimed its pearly tip directly at the symbol of the laughing face. Cora's heart beat a little faster. She carefully lifted the compass from its velvet nest. It was warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam moments before. As she held it, the needle drifted again, this time swinging towards the symbol of the loaf of bread. A faint, delicious smell of freshly baked cinnamon bread seemed to waft through the dusty air. Cora knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that this was no ordinary compass. It did not point to places, but to things the heart needed most. That evening, after the rain had stopped and the world was washed clean and quiet, Cora sat by the fire with the compass in her lap. Her grandfather, a man with kind eyes and hands that knew the shape of every tool in his shed, sat in his armchair, the steady scratch-scratch of his whittling knife a familiar comfort. A large ginger cat named Marmalade was a rumbling puddle of fur on the hearthrug, his purrs a deep, contented engine of sound. "Grandfather," Cora began, her voice soft, "what does it mean when your heart needs something?" He didn't look up from the piece of wood, taking the shape of a little bird in his hands. "It means you're listening to it, my dear," he said. "And that's a brave thing to do. Most people spend their lives trying to drown out that particular voice." Cora looked down at the compass. The needle had settled on the symbol of the key. She felt a corresponding tug inside her, a quiet curiosity. "I think," she whispered, "my heart needs to know what this key unlocks." Her grandfather simply smiled, a small knowing curve of his lips. "Then that is the journey you must take." And so, the next morning, with the compass held carefully in her palm, Cora began her adventure. It was not a journey of miles, for she never left the boundaries of her own home and garden. It was a journey of attention, of courage measured in small, deliberate steps. The pearly needle led her first to the kitchen, where it pointed firmly at the loaf of bread symbol. Her mother was kneading dough, her arms dusted with flour. The air was warm and yeasty. "Mama," Cora said, holding up the compass, "my heart led me here." Her mother wiped her hands on her apron, her eyes crinkling. "Did it now? Well, a heart that knows it needs warm bread is a wise heart indeed. Would you like to help me shape this loaf? Sometimes the thing your heart needs isn't just to receive, but to help create." So Cora did. She learned the gentle, rhythmic push and fold of kneading, the quiet satisfaction of shaping the dough into a smooth, round loaf. As they worked, the needle on the compass slowly drifted, no longer fixed on the bread, its need fulfilled not just by the prospect of eating, but by the act of making something with love. Her next direction was the teardrop. The compass led her out into the garden, still jeweled with raindrops from the previous day. It guided her past the vegetable patch, past the rose arbor, to the old stone bench beneath the willow tree. And there, curled on the bench, was her older brother, his shoulders hunched. He was trying very hard not to cry. Cora's first instinct was to retreat, to leave him to his private sorrow. But the compass in her hand felt warm, and the pearly needle was unwavering. This was the challenge. The courage required was not to fight a dragon, but to approach a sadness. She sat down beside him, not speaking, simply sharing the space. The only sounds were the rustle of the willow leaves and the distant, cheerful jingle of a bell on a sheep's collar from the meadow beyond. After a long moment, she held out the compass. "It told me to come here," she said softly. He looked at the strange device, at the needle pointing to the glistening teardrop. A single real tear escaped and traced a path down his cheek. "My model ship," he mumbled. The one I've been working on for weeks. I dropped it. The mast snapped. Cora didn't offer solutions or empty comforts. She just listened. She let his sadness exist in the space between them, acknowledged by her quiet presence. She remembered the lesson from the kitchen. Maybe, she ventured, we could fix it together. I could hold the pieces steady while you glue them. He looked at her, his eyes clearing slightly. The needle on the compass quivered and then slowly swung away from the teardrop, coming to rest on the symbol of the laughing face. The challenge hadn't been to stop the tears, but to be brave enough to share them. The kindness of shared burden was the key that unlocked the sorrow. Their next helper appeared as if summoned by the compass itself. As they walked back towards the house, the needle swung wildly before pointing towards the garden shed. Inside, amidst the earthy smell of potting soil and the tang of metal tools, was a most peculiar creature. Perched on the handle of a rake was a small, bright-eyed robin. It cocked its head, first at Cora, then at her brother. Tick-tock, a broken block, the robin chirped, not in bird song, but in a clear, whistling little voice. Glue alone won't mend the shock. You'll need a splint, a tiny brace, to set the broken mast in place. Cora and her brother stared, astonished. Marmalade the cat, who had followed them, merely flicked his tail and let out a soft MRO, as if conversing with talking birds was an everyday occurrence. The robin, who introduced himself as Pip, had a voice like the sound of tiny, distant bells and a mind full of clever, practical solutions. He directed them to a slender 12-foot twig from the willow tree, showed Cora's brother how to whittle it into a fine splint, and supervised the entire delicate repair process with cheerful chirps of encouragement. The challenge of the broken ship was solved not by force, but by cleverness, patience, and the unexpected help of a friend with a unique perspective. The compass continued to guide them. It led Cora to the symbol of the open book, and she spent a blissful hour in the window seat, reading a volume of fairy tales she had never noticed before, its pages filled with stories of kindness rewarded. It pointed to the feather, and she and Pip spent a happy time collecting fallen feathers of all colors and sizes, their softness a simple, tactile joy. But then, as the afternoon light began to deepen into gold, the needle settled on the symbol that had intrigued her from the start, the key. And it pointed not out into the garden or to another room, but downwards towards the old, disused root cellar. The root cellar was a place Cora usually avoided. It was dark and cool, and the air smelled of damp earth and potatoes. The wooden door was heavy, and it creaked ominously as she pulled it open. A flight of stone steps descended into shadow. This felt like the true test of her courage. "You don't have to go down there," her brother said, hovering at the doorway. But Cora looked at the compass, its pearly needle unwavering. Her heart needed to know what the key unlocked. Taking a deep breath of the familiar, sun-warmed air, she stepped onto the first cold stone step. Her brother, after a moment's hesitation, followed. Pip fluttered down to perch on her shoulder, a tiny, feathered beacon of support, and even Marmalade padded down the steps after them, his purr a steady, rumbling reassurance in the gloom. At the bottom of the stairs, the cellar was just as she remembered, shelves lined with dusty, empty jars, sacks of last season's onions, and in the corner, a large, ancient sea chest, banded with iron. The compass needle trembled, pointing directly at it. The chest was locked. There was a large, imposing keyhole, but no key in sight. They searched the dusty floor, the shelves, but found nothing. "The compass points to a key," Cora's brother said, puzzled. "But there isn't one." Cora stood very still, thinking. The compass didn't point to objects, but to what the heart needed. Her heart hadn't needed a physical key. It had needed to know what the key unlocked. Perhaps the key wasn't a thing to be found, but an action to be taken. An understanding to be reached. She looked at the symbols around the compass's edge. The bread for nourishment, the teardrop for comfort, the laughing face for joy, the open book for knowledge, the feather for simple pleasures, and the key. What did a key do? It opened things. It revealed what was hidden. She thought of the journey she had taken that day. She had opened herself to learning a new skill with her mother. She had opened her heart to her brother's sadness. She had opened her mind to the clever ideas of a talking bird. She had opened her imagination to new stories. Cora reached out not for a physical key, but placed her hand flat against the cold, iron-banded lid of the chest. She thought of all the small courage she had gathered, all the kindness she had given and received, all the patience she had practiced. With a soft, deep click that seemed to come from the chest itself, the lock sprang open. Holding her breath, Cora lifted the heavy lid. There was no treasure of gold or jewels inside. Instead, the chest was filled with memories. Not physical objects, but something more real. As she looked inside, she saw shimmering, gentle visions. She saw her grandfather as a young man building a tree house. She saw her mother as a little girl, laughing as she chased fireflies. She saw her brother years ago taking his first wobbly steps. She saw letters tied with ribbon, pressed flowers in a journal, a worn-out teddy bear. It was the treasure of a family's love, the hidden history of their joys and trials, all preserved in this magical container. This was what the key had unlocked. Not a thing, but an understanding. The greatest secrets weren't in faraway lands, they were in the roots of your own home. The most valuable treasures were the stories and the love that were woven into the very walls around you. The needle on the compass gave one final, contented shiver and came to rest in the center of the dial, pointing to none of the symbols, its journey complete. A profound peace settled over Cora. She had traveled far without taking a single step beyond her garden gate. She had been brave, kind, and patient, and in return, she had been shown the extraordinary secret hidden in the heart of her ordinary world. She closed the chest, the lock clicking shut once more, not to hide the treasure, but to keep it safe. Then, with her brother, Pip on her shoulder, and Marmalade at her heels, she climbed the stone steps back into the warm, golden light of the evening. Later, as she sat by the fire once more, the compass resting peacefully in its box beside her, her grandfather looked up from his whittling. "Did you find what your heart was looking for?" he asked, his eyes twinkling in the firelight. Cora nodded, a soft, knowing smile on her face. The fire crackled, Marmalade purred, and the wind outside whispered its eternal secret to the pines. She had learned that the smallest compass could guide you on the greatest adventure, and that the most magical item of all was a heart brave enough to listen. And in the cozy, firelit room, that felt like the most extraordinary secret in the world. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In a quiet corner of the spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like powdered sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was called Kalin, from the planet Veridia, where the very air shimmered with soft green light, and the inhabitants communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin. The other was named Rin, from the crystalline world of Xylos, where thoughts were shared through gentle, bell-like harmonies that chimed in the air around them. Their first meeting happened by chance, when both their small exploration vessels were drawn toward the same shimmering nebula, a place known as the Whispering Vale. Kalin's ship, grown from living wood and threaded with glowing moss, had been caught in a gentle solar tide. Rin's vessel, carved from singing crystal, had strayed too close to a magnetic bloom. Drifting helplessly, they found one another amid the swirling pastels of gas and light, two lonely travelers in the vast and silent deep. At first, they did not know how to speak. Kalin's skin bloomed with worried amber spirals, while Rin's form resonated with a low, uncertain hum. But soon Kalin extended a hand, and from their fingertips drifted a soft blue light, the color of calm on Veridia. Rin in turn chimed a clear, rising note, the sound of greeting among their people. It was not language as either knew it, but something deeper, something understood in the heart before it reached the mind. Together, they guided their damaged ships toward a small, forgotten planetoid nestled within the nebula's embrace. There they discovered a cavern system lined with lucent crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. It was here they decided to build a shelter, not a home for one, but a sanctuary for two. Kalin, with their deep connection to living things, cultivated glowing fungi and star moss in the rich soil near a thermal vent. Rin shaped the crystals with their resonant voice, tuning them until they hummed in harmony, filling the space with a gentle, ever-present music. They called their shared haven the Luminous Hollow, a place where light and sound wove together into something warm, something safe. But not every moment was seamless. There were times when their differences led to confusion and even quiet distress. One afternoon, as Kalin arranged a bed of phosphorescent blossoms in a spiral pattern, a gesture of gratitude in their culture, Rin accidentally stepped through it, thinking it mere decoration. Kalin's skin flushed a deep, bruised violet, the color of sorrow. Rin, not understanding, chimed a questioning tone. It took many soft blue lights and gentle, rising notes before Kalin could show, without words, that the spiral was a gift, a thank you for friendship. Rin, in turn, shaped a new crystal into a perfect spiral and set it glowing at the heart of the garden. They both learned that day, one to tread more carefully, the other to explain with patience. Another time, Rin began to sing a complex, layered melody, a Xylosian lullaby. To Rin, it was a song of comfort. But Kalin, whose people experienced sound as subtle vibrations rather than notes, grew uneasy at the high, piercing harmonies. Their skin paled to a worried gray. It was only when Rin noticed and softened the song into a single, warm tone that Kalin relaxed, their skin returning to its usual soft green. They laughed then, not at each other, but with one another, a shared delight in learning how to care. In the evenings, they would often climb to the highest point of the hollow, where the crystal ceiling thinned to transparency, and sit together beneath a canopy of swirling nebula and distant suns. Kalin's colors would shift slowly, painting stories of forest planets and rain that fell upward. Rin's harmonies wove tales of mountains that rang like bells and skies filled with drifting, musical spores. They did not need a common tongue to share these memories. The feelings flowed between them, a sense of wonder, a touch of homesickness, the quiet joy of companionship. One night, as a particularly bright star pulsed in the distance, Kalin glowed a soft, steady gold, the color of deep affection. Rin answered with a chime so pure and tender, it seemed to hang in the air long after the sound had faded. In that moment they both understood something that transcended color and song, that kindness needs no translation. It is felt in the gentle touch, the shared silence, the willingness to listen even when words are absent. As seasons turned in that far-off corner of space, their sanctuary grew ever more beautiful. New plants bloomed in response to Rin's music, crystals learned to pulse in time with Kalen's glowing patterns. They had created not just a shelter, but a small world where two cultures had softly, gently become one. And when the day came that their ships were repaired, and the call of home grew strong in both their hearts, they did not say goodbye. Instead they made a promise, not in words but in a shared language of light and sound that they alone understood. They would return again and again to the luminous hollow. For they had learned that friendship, once rooted, cannot be undone by distance. It lingers like starlight, traveling across the dark to remind us we are not alone. And so, under the quiet watch of 1,000 distant suns, two friends from separate worlds parted, not with sorrow, but with the quiet certainty that some bonds are written not in words, but in the heart of the universe itself. And in the luminous hollow the crystals still hum, and the star moss still glows, waiting patiently for their return. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. They're not evil, just lost and terribly cold. Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light. Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze. Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. Friendship, Pip chirped through chattering teeth, is a good shield against the cold. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. Your light's dimming too, Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold. Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the Shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The Shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. You see me, it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. I only wanted to be near something warm, Frost whispered. But my touch brings frost. Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. I'm so tired of being cold. Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. Let's share our warmth. Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The Shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. You mended the glimmer, Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the Willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. Thank you for seeing me. Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember. Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness. It was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in blankets, all was safe and still. Tonight I shall tell you a story of quiet magic, of hidden worlds, and of a light that glows with the warmth of a heart finding its way home. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains kissed the sky, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart that often felt too big for his small world. While other children raced through the meadows playing games of chase and laughter, Leo preferred to sit beneath the great willow tree by the brook, listening to the water tell its endless story. He felt, in a way he couldn't quite explain, that he was waiting for something. A sign. A purpose. A warmth he couldn't find by the hearthside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks and painted the sky in shades of violet and rose, Leo's grandmother called him to her side. Her hands, wrinkled like a well-loved map, held a small object wrapped in faded velvet. "Leo," she said, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "This has been in our family for longer than the oldest oak in the forest. It is a locket, but it holds no picture. It holds a promise." She placed the cool, smooth object in his palm. It was an oval locket made of a strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the fading light. It was utterly plain, with no clasp, no hinge, and no way to open it. "They say," his grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to come from within, "that it only glows for the one who is meant to find what was lost. It is a guide, a warmth in the darkness, but its light is not for seeing with the eyes, Leo. It is for feeling with the heart." That night Leo lay in his bed, the locket held tightly in his hand. The moon rose, a silver coin in a velvet sky, and its light streamed through his window. And then something miraculous happened. A gentle warmth began to spread from the locket, a soft, pulsing heat that felt like a tiny heartbeat against his palm. He uncurled his fingers. There in the center of the dark metal, a faint, golden light was beginning to glow. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, of honey in sunlight, of pure, gentle magic. His breath caught in his throat. The light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, and with each pulse he felt a gentle tug, a silent calling from deep within the ancient forest that bordered their village. The Whispering Woods, a place the elders spoke of in hushed tones, a place of secrets and old magic. The next morning, with the locket hanging securely around his neck, hidden beneath his tunic, Leo packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool water. The ember light within the locket was a constant, warm presence against his chest, its gentle pull a compass in his blood. He told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods, and she simply smiled, her knowing eyes seeing more than he could say. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was an archway of intertwined hawthorn trees, their branches gnarled and wise. As Leo stepped across the threshold, the air changed. It grew stiller, cooler, and filled with the rich, damp scent of earth and moss. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in scattered shafts, illuminating dancing motes of dust. The world outside seemed to fade away, replaced by the deep, breathing silence of the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, following the soft, insistent tug of the locket. The path was not a path of stone or dirt, but one of intuition. He stepped over roots that looked like sleeping serpents, brushed past ferns that unfurled like green blessings, and listened to the symphony of the woods. The chatter of a squirrel, the distant hammering of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. It was during a moment of rest, as he sat on a moss-covered log sipping his water, that he heard a different sound. It was a small, frustrated snuffling, followed by a sad little whimper. Curiosity overriding caution, Leo crept towards the sound. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, he found a small clearing. And in the center of the clearing was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, silvery gray dappled with hints of dusky purple, and its eyes were not amber, but a luminous, intelligent green. One of its back legs was trapped, not in a hunter's snare, but in the twisted, grasping roots of an ancient tree that had seemingly come alive to hold it fast. The fox stopped struggling as it saw Leo, its green eyes wide with fear and pain. "It's all right," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper. He approached slowly, his hands held out to show he meant no harm. "I won't hurt you." The fox watched him, trembling. As Leo drew nearer, the locket against his chest flared with a sudden, warmer pulse. The fox's eyes flickered down to Leo's chest and then back to his face, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between them. The fear in its eyes softened into a desperate hope. Leo knelt and examined the root. It was thick and woody, wrapped tightly around the fox's slender leg. He pulled and tugged, but it was no use. The root was as strong as iron. He looked around for a sharp stone, but found none. He was about to despair when the locket pulsed again, and an idea, clear and calm, blossomed in his mind. He wasn't supposed to break the root. He was supposed to ask it. It was the strangest thought he'd ever had. But the warmth of the locket urged him to trust it. He placed his hands on the rough bark of the root. He closed his eyes, trying to pour all his gentle intention, all his desire to help, into his touch. "Please," he whispered to the ancient tree. "Please let him go. He means you no harm." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, groaning shudder ran through the root. Slowly, as if waking from a long sleep, the woody coil began to unwind itself. It loosened its grip, creaking and sighing, until finally the fox's leg was free. The fox scrambled back, limping slightly, and shook its leg. It then turned its luminous green eyes on Leo, and to Leo's astonishment, it dipped its head in a clear, graceful bow of thanks. "You're welcome," Leo said, his heart swelling with a joy he'd never known. The fox did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step closer, then another, until it was close enough to nudge Leo's hand with its cool, wet nose. A friendship unexpected and warm was forged in that sun-dappled clearing. "I'm looking for something," Leo said, though he wasn't sure why he was telling a fox. "The locket is guiding me." The fox tilted its head, then turned and took a few limping steps towards a deeper part of the forest. It looked back at Leo, waiting. It was offering to guide him. And so, the boy and the twilight fox journeyed deeper into the whispering woods. The fox, whom Leo learned was named Finn, through a series of understanding looks and gestures, knew the secrets of the forest. He led Leo along hidden animal trails, to a spring where the water sparkled like liquid crystal, and past meadows of flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. As they walked, Leo told Finn about his village, his grandmother, and the feeling of waiting for something more. Finn listened, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. The mystery of the locket's purpose began to unfold like the delicate petals of a night-blooming flower. The light would grow warmer and brighter when they were on the right path, and would dim to a faint glow if they strayed. It was not leading him to a place, Leo realized, but to a feeling. A state of being. One afternoon they came upon a part of the forest that was dying. The trees were skeletal, their leaves gray and brittle. The air was cold and carried no birdsong. A deep sadness hung over everything. In the center of this blight stood a single magnificent tree, larger than any Leo had ever seen, but it was weeping a strange, black sap from a gash in its trunk. The locket on Leo's chest grew so hot it was almost uncomfortable, its light shining like a tiny star against the gloom. This was it. This was what he was meant to find. He approached the great tree, Finn staying close by his side, a low whine in his throat. Leo placed his hand on the rough, suffering bark. He could feel its pain, a deep, aching throb that echoed in his own bones. The tree was the heart of this part of the forest, and it was wounded, and its sorrow was poisoning the land around it. The gash was too big, too deep. He had no tools, no medicine. Despair threatened to wash over him. But then he remembered the root that had trapped Finn. He hadn't forced it. He had asked it. He had connected with it. He looked at the locket, now glowing with a fierce, loving light. Its promise was not of a tool, but of an ability. The ability to understand, to feel, to heal not by force, but by friendship. He sat down at the base of the great tree, leaning his back against it. Finn curled up beside him. Leo closed his eyes. He didn't try to think of a solution. Instead, he simply listened. He poured all his compassion, all the warmth from the locket and from his own heart, towards the ancient being. He shared its sadness, its fear of fading away. He sent it images of the vibrant forest it once nurtured, of the sun on its leaves, of the birds nesting in its branches. He offered it his friendship. He sat there for a long, long time, until the sun began to set. He felt a single, warm tear trace a path down his cheek. As it fell onto the root beneath him, something extraordinary happened. The locket's light flared one last, brilliant time, and then the light didn't fade. It poured out of the locket not as light, but as a wave of palpable, golden warmth. It flowed from Leo's chest, over his hands, and into the tree. It seeped into the gash, and where it touched the black sap, the sap turned clear and golden, like tree blood made of sunlight. The gash began to knit itself together, the bark weaving over the wound until it was whole again. A shudder of life ran through the great tree. Its gray leaves shivered and turned a vibrant, healthy green. The color spread out from the tree like a ripple in a pond, flowing through the soil, up the trunks of the skeletal trees, across the brittle grass. Life returned to the grove. Birds began to sing again. The air lost its chill. The transformation was complete. Leo stood up, weary but filled with a profound peace. The locket around his neck was dark and cool once more, its purpose fulfilled. He understood now. The journey had transformed him. He was no longer the boy who waited. He was a boy who listened, who understood, who could be a friend to the world. Finn nudged his hand, his green eyes shining with pride. Their journey back through the now-living forest was a quiet celebration. They did not speak, for no words were needed. The understanding between them was a warm, steady glow that needed no ember light. When Leo finally emerged from the whispering woods, the moon was high. He turned to say goodbye to his friend. Finn pressed his head against Leo's leg one last time, then turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees, a creature of magic returning to his world. Leo walked back to his village, a different boy from the one who had left. He went straight to his grandmother's cottage. She was waiting by the fire, as if she had known he would return at this exact moment. He didn't need to say a word. He simply took the now-dark locket from his neck and placed it in her hand. She smiled, a smile that held the wisdom of ages. "You found it," she said. "I did," Leo replied, his voice steady and sure. "It was never about finding a thing. It was about finding a part of myself." His grandmother nodded, closing her fingers around the locket. "The light was always your own, my dear. The locket just helped you see it." That night, Leo slept a deep and dreamless sleep. He had journeyed into the unknown and found not a treasure, but a truth. He had discovered that the greatest magic is not in glowing lockets or talking foxes, though those are wonderful things. The greatest magic is a heart that is open, a hand that is offered in help, and the quiet, steady warmth of true friendship. And he carried that magic with him, a gentle, glowing ember in his soul, for the rest of his days. And so the fire crackles on, its warm light a promise against the night. The story is told, its magic lingering in the air like the scent of pine. May its warmth guide you, may its peace hold you, and may you journey into dreams knowing that the gentlest magic of all is already within you, waiting to glow. Sleep now. All is well. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kalen was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kalen himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kalen extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kalen used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kalen noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kalen's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kalen, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kalen, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kalen using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment, they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kalen's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed, and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kalen's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streak past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kalen let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kalen's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kalen and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kalen's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets, a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the Whispering Peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the Whispering Peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. "Lost whispers, you say?" It squeaked, whiskers twitching. "Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things." Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. "Heavy thoughts weighed down the air," the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. "I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness." Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. "Trouble brewing," he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. "The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root." Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the High Tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. "Who disturbs my sorrow?" The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears, like liquid granite, rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cirrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen." The spirit's grinding voice faltered. "Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone." More stony tears fell. "Ask about the friend," the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. "Your friend." Oliver asked softly, "What happened?" A tremor shook the spirit. "The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone." Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cirrus drifted over the desolate pool. "I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force." The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. "The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned." The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. "Imprisoned, not forgotten." "No," Oliver said firmly. "We can't help find its voice again." Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cirrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cirrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. "Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking," Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain, the spirit misses its song. He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions. His grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. "It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction," Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. "Compassion is the deepest tide." Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the Sea of Whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. "You mended more than the pearl, you wove 2 worlds with kindness." As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. "The sea isn't hungry," he declared. "It's grieving." He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. where the moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. "That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it?" Finn smiled, touching the moonstone. "It sought the heart's true harbor." Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. The old house on Willow Lane had always held its breath, and in the quiet moments just before dusk it would sigh. It was in one of those sighing moments that a young girl named Cora found herself standing at the foot of the attic stairs, a single, dust-covered key in her hand. Her grandmother had given it to her that morning with a soft smile. "The house has more stories to tell," she'd said. "Perhaps you're the one to listen." The attic door opened with a soft creak, a sound that was less a complaint and more a gentle greeting. A puff of dust motes danced in the slanted golden light, swirling like tiny, excited fairies. The air smelled of cedar and old roses, of forgotten winters and long, sunny afternoons. Cora stepped inside, her footsteps muffled by a thick carpet of dust. It was a landscape of memory. Trunks with brass fittings sat like sleeping turtles. A dressmaker's dummy stood guard in one corner, a silent, headless sentinel. And in the farthest, darkest nook, tucked under the slope of the roof, was a small wooden chest she had never noticed before. It was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, and on its lid was an inlaid design of a winding path leading to a star. Her heart beat a little faster, a soft thump-thump-thump against her ribs. She knelt, the old floorboards groaning softly beneath her knees, and fitted the key into the lock. It turned with a satisfying clunk. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was made of what looked like mother of pearl, shimmering with soft rainbows. The needle was not pointing north, but was instead spinning in slow, lazy circles. And instead of the usual directions, the dial was marked with words: whisper, remember, courage, and home. As she lifted it, the compass grew warm in her hand. The needle stopped its wandering and pointed, quite firmly, toward whisper. At the same moment, a soft, rustling sound came from a stack of hatboxes nearby. A moment later, a small ginger cat with wise, green eyes emerged, blinking slowly. Cora knew this cat. It was Marmalade, who spent his days dozing on sun-warmed porch railings. "Took you long enough," Marmalade murmured, his voice a low, rumbling purr. "I've been napping on that velvet for decades, waiting for someone with quiet enough hands to open the box." Cora was too astonished to be frightened. "You can talk." "Everyone can talk," Marmalade said, leaping gracefully onto a nearby trunk and wrapping his tail neatly around his paws. "Most just don't know how to listen. That," he said, nodding his head toward the compass, "is the Heartstone compass. It doesn't point to places on a map, it points to places in here." He tapped a soft paw against his own furry chest. The compass needle quivered and then swung slowly to point at remember. A gentle breeze, smelling of lavender and old paper, stirred the dust in the attic. It seemed to coalesce near the old rocking chair, forming into the faint, shimmering outline of a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. It was the memory of Cora's great-aunt Alara, who had loved this house more than anyone. "The journey is not long, little one," the memory whispered, her voice like the distant chiming of bells. But the path requires a brave heart. The compass will guide you, but you must provide the footsteps. What journey? Cora asked, her own voice a whisper. The journey to mend the sighing heart, Marmalade explained. The house has been sighing because a piece of its heart is sad. A memory was left unresolved, a kindness ungiven. It sits like a cold stone in the very center of the home, and it needs to be warmed again. The compass needle shifted once more, now pointing firmly at courage. And so, Cora's adventure began. It did not take her beyond the walls of the house on Willow Lane. Her journey was measured in footsteps from the dusty attic to the quiet hallway, down the stairs that creaked a familiar song, and into the cozy, lamplit living room where the fire crackled peacefully in the hearth. Her first guide was Marmalade, who padded silently beside her, his purr a constant, reassuring motor. The sighing heart is not a thing you can hold, he told her. It's a feeling, you'll know it when you feel it. It will feel cold. They moved into the kitchen, where the scent of baking bread still lingered from the afternoon. The compass needle began to spin. Cora stood in the center of the warm, checkered tiled room and closed her eyes, listening. Beneath the tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, she heard it, a soft, sorrowful sound, like a single frozen teardrop. It's here, she said, opening her eyes. She looked around. Everything seemed cheerful and normal. Then her eyes fell upon the old pie safe in the corner. Its doors were slightly ajar. As she approached, the air grew noticeably cooler. She pulled the doors open. Inside, amongst the pie tins and mixing bowls, was a single, small porcelain thimble. It was beautifully painted with a tiny sprig of forget-me-nots, but it was ice-cold to the touch. The moment her fingers closed around it, a wave of profound sadness washed over her. It was the sadness of a promise forgotten. The shimmering memory of her great-aunt Alara appeared beside her, her form flickering like candlelight. Ah, she sighed, a sound of gentle recognition. My thimble, I was using it to mend a dress for a friend who was moving far away. I promised to finish it before she left, but I fell ill and the dress was never finished. The promise was left here. She gestured to the cold thimble. A small thing, but a kindness left undone. The challenge was clear. The kindness had to be completed. But the friend was long gone, and the dress was nowhere to be found. How does one mend a promise from the past? Cora thought not with force or frustration, but with patience and a clever heart. She sat on the warm kitchen floor, the cold thimble in one hand, the warm compass in the other. Marmalade curled up in her lap, his purrs vibrating through her, a steady rhythm of comfort. The compass points to home, Cora murmured, thinking aloud. And home isn't just a place, is it? It's a feeling of being loved, of belonging. The memory of Alara smiled, a little brighter now. You understand. Cora stood up, the thimble held tightly. She didn't need the original dress or the original friend. The kindness was the act itself. She went to her grandmother's sewing basket and found a small, plain square of linen. With a needle and some blue thread the color of forget-me-nots, she began to stitch. She wasn't mending a dress, she was mending the promise. She stitched a tiny, wobbly heart onto the fabric, pouring all her own kindness and hope into every loop of the thread. As she sewed, the thimble in her hand began to grow warm. The icy sadness within it melted away, replaced by the gentle warmth of a task being seen through to its end. When she tied the final knot, the thimble was as warm as a sunbeam. A deep, contented sigh echoed through the entire house, a sigh not of sorrow, but of profound relief. It was the sound of a weight being lifted, of a heart finally made whole. The fire in the living room crackled a little more brightly. The grandfather clock's tick-tock seemed to chime with a newfound joy. The shimmering form of Grey Tant Alara reached out and touched Cora's cheek. Her touch was like a sunbeam. "Thank you, my dear," she whispered. "You have a brave and clever heart." And then, like a sigh of smoke, she faded away, but the feeling of her love remained, warming the room. Marmalade stretched, arching his back. "Well done," he purred. "The house is happy again. I believe I shall resume my nap on the porch railing. It's much cozier now." Cora climbed back up to the attic, the now warm thimble and the quiet compass in her hands. She placed the thimble back in the chest and closed the lid. The compass needle had settled, pointing peacefully at home. She knew that home was right here, in this house full of love and stories, with a purring cat and a crackling fire downstairs. She descended the stairs, the soft creak of the attic door closing behind her sounding like a gentle good night. She settled into the large armchair by the fireplace, the flames dancing and whispering their own ancient stories. The journey was over. She had not traveled far in miles, but she had journeyed deep into the heart of her home and found that the greatest magic and the greatest courage was simply the will to be kind. And as the fire crackled and the distant bells of the town clock chimed the hour, Cora felt a deep and comforting peace, knowing that some secrets are not meant to be hidden, but to be shared, one gentle heartbeat at a time. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, The fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls, filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies as the chill of twilight settled over the village of Willowbrook. Young Finn, whose quiet footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass, paused at the edge of the whispering woods. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pebble of embers nestled in his pocket, a curious stone passed down from his grandmother, cool to the touch by day, but pulsing with gentle warmth by night. Tonight it glowed faintly through the worn fabric, casting amber shadows on his palm. "Guide me," he whispered, though he knew not what he sought. Only that the woods called to him with a rustle like pages turning in an old book. Finn's journey began beneath a crescent moon, silver light filtering through ancient oaks whose leaves shimmered like fish scales. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the crunch of fallen acorns underfoot echoed in the stillness. He followed the pebble's soft pulse, a heartbeat against his thigh, leading him deeper where the trees grew gnarled and wise. Soon the path vanished, replaced by thick ferns that brushed his cheeks with velvet coolness. "Lost," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Finn spun around to find nothing but shadows. Then a pair of luminous eyes blinked open, a fox with fur the color of burnt sienna, watching him from a mossy stump. "Not lost," Finn replied, surprising himself. just following the warmth. The fox tilted its head. Warmth is a fine compass. Come, small traveler, the valley stirs. They wound through a tunnel of weeping willows, their tendrils parting like curtains to reveal a hidden world. Moonlight hollow lay before them, a sunken valley bathed in perpetual twilight, lit not by stars but by thousands of glowing mushrooms carpeting the ground like fallen constellations. Bioluminescent moths drifted lazily, trailing sparks of blue and gold. At the valley's heart stood a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the shimmering fungi so perfectly it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. "It's beautiful," Finn breathed, the pebbles' glow swelling in response. The fox nosed his hand. "Beautiful, yes, but listen." A discordant note hung in the air, a faint, sorrowful hum that made the moths flutter erratically. "The heartstone dims," the fox sighed. "Without its song, the hollow sleeps too deeply. Winter creeps where it shouldn't." Finn learned the heartstone was a pillar of living crystal at the lake's center, the source of the valley's gentle light and warmth. Lately its glow had waned, leaving patches of frost on the mushrooms. The fox, named Sorrel, explained that the stone's energy was sustained by harmony, by the laughter of streams, the chorus of crickets, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under the moon. But a shadow had settled over the hollow, a lonely, ice-coated creature named Rhyme, whose touch froze everything it loved, had retreated into silence, its despair choking the heartstone's song. "Rhyme hides in the frost caves," Sorrel said, whiskers drooping. "It believes its coldness is a curse, but cold is just warmth waiting to be found." For days, Finn and Sorrel explored the hollow. They gathered stories like treasures. The tale of the badger who knitted moonlight into scarves, the song the willow trees sang to the tadpoles, the recipe for starlight tea brewed by elderly hedgehogs. Each night Finn pressed the pebble of embers to the heartstone, sharing memories of his grandmother's kitchen, the scent of cinnamon rolls, the crackle of her fireplace, her voice humming lullabies. The stone's pulse strengthened, melting small circles of frost. Yet the sorrowful hum persisted, echoing from the northern cliffs. "Rhyme fears it will shatter everything it touches," murmured a badger, her paws deep in glowing moss. "Even kindness." Finn knew he must face the caves. Sorrel guided him up treacherous paths where ice flowers bloomed sharp and fragile. The air grew biting, and Finn's breath fogged before him. Deep within a cavern glittering with frozen tears, he found Rhyme, a creature like an overgrown snow hare, with fur like frosted glass and eyes like chips of Arctic sky. It huddled around a tiny, dying glowworm, its paws encased in ice. "Go away," Rhyme whispered, voice cracking like thin ice. "I'll only bring you frost." Finn knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He placed the pebble of embers between them. Its light spread in a pool of butterscotch warmth. "My grandmother gave me this," he said softly. "She said warmth isn't just for keeping, it's for sharing." He told Rhyme about the hollow's fading songs, about the badger's scarves, about the hedgehog's tea. "They miss you," he finished. "The cold isn't you, it's just what happens when warmth is locked away too long." Tentatively, Finn reached out. Rhyme flinched, but as Finn's fingertips brushed its icy paw, the pebble flared. A cascade of ember-bright sparks danced up Rhyme's arm, not melting the frost but softening it into dewdrops. Rhyme gasped, a sound like icicles falling into water. I didn't know," it stammered. "I thought my touch harmed." Finn smiled. "Show me." Together, they stepped onto the frozen lake. Where Rhyme's paws touched, intricate frost patterns bloomed, ferns, snowflakes, constellations, not desolate but breathtakingly delicate. Finn placed the pebble on the ice. "Sing with me," he urged. And Rhyme sang, a trembling, crystalline note that soared over the water. The heartstone answered, blazing like a captured sunrise. the valley erupted in light. Moths spiraled in jubilant clouds, mushrooms pulsed in time to the song, and the very air shimmered with released warmth. In the days that followed, rhyme learned to weave frost into art, not isolation. It traced shimmering murals on cave walls and crafted ice lenses that magnified the mushroom's glow. Finn and Sorrel often sat by the lake, sharing starlight tea with the hedgehogs, while rhyme sculpted ephemeral castles on the water. The pebble of embers, now nestled in a niche of the hearthstone, pulsed steadily, a testament that even the smallest warmth could thaw the deepest cold. Finn felt a quiet change within himself, too. The boy who'd entered the woods with hesitant steps now carried the Vala's harmony in his bones, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to offer kindness anyway. When it was time to leave, the willow curtains parted once more. Sorrel nuzzled Finn's hand. "Remember," she said, "warmth returns to those who carry it." Finn walked home under a dawn-streaked sky, the pebble's absence light in his pocket, replaced by a profound stillness. Back in Willowbrook, he knelt by his grandmother's rose bush, touched a frost-nipped bud, and breathed softly. A tiny, perfect ice crystal bloomed on the petal, a fragile, fleeting gift. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the hearth's embers winked like familiar eyes. In his dreams, he heard a fox's chuckle, the chime of ice melodies, and the deep, resonant hum of a stone singing the world awake. And in that warmth, woven from friendship and quiet courage, Finn slept, a boy forever changed, cradled by the gentle certainty that no heart is too cold to be reached, and no night too dark to hold a hidden glow. In the quiet hamlet of Willowbrook, where twilight lingered like a cherished secret, there lived a young soul named Kaelin. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the rolling hills, Kaelin would sit by the hearth in their small cottage, watching the embers dance and fade into soft, glowing coals. It was in these hushed moments that Kaelin felt most aware of the subtle shifts within themselves, a restlessness that whispered of change, like a seed stirring deep in the earth. Kaelin had always been different, though in ways that were gentle and beautiful. Their hair, once a plain chestnut brown, now held strands that shimmered with a faint, opalescent glow whenever they felt a surge of kindness or curiosity. Tiny, leaf-like patterns would sometimes appear on their skin after a day spent wandering the meadows, fading by morning like dreams. But instead of embracing these changes, Kaelin felt uneasy, as if they were a puzzle missing a piece they couldn't name. One crisp autumn evening, as the fire crackled low, Kaelin noticed a peculiar sight outside their window, a garden they had never seen before, nestled between the ancient oaks at the edge of the village. It was a wild, untamed space, brimming with flowers that pulsed with soft light and vines that curled like questions in the air. Drawn by an invisible thread, Kaelin wrapped a woolen shawl around their shoulders and stepped into the cooling night. The garden seemed to breathe in time with Kaelin's own heartbeat. As they walked along the mossy paths, they saw blossoms that changed color with the wind's mood, from shy lavender to bold gold, and trees whose leaves rustled with melodies only the heart could hear. It was here that Kaelin first met Elder Rowan, a woman with eyes the color of weathered bark and a smile that held the patience of centuries. She was tending to a cluster of moonflowers, her hands moving with the grace of someone who understood the language of growth. "Ah, a seeker," Elder Rowan said, her voice like the murmur of a distant stream. "This garden has been waiting for you. It responds to those who are learning to listen to their own transformations." Kaelin hesitated, fingers tracing the delicate petals of a flower that shimmered like starlight. "I don't understand what's happening to me. Sometimes I feel like I'm wearing a skin that isn't mine, and other times I see colors where there were none before." Elder Rowan gestured to a bench woven from living willow branches. "Change is not something to fear, dear one. It is a cocoon woven by time, protecting you until you're ready to emerge. This garden and you are part of the same magic. Watch." She pointed to a patch of earth where nothing grew. "Plant a seed of intention here. not with your hands, but with your heart. Kaelin closed their eyes, thinking of a recent moment when they had comforted a lost bird, feeling a flutter of compassion. When they opened their eyes, a tiny green shoot had pushed through the soil, glowing with a soft, verdant light. "That is your first small victory," Elder Rowan said. "Each step forward, no matter how small, helps the garden and you grow." Over the following weeks, Kaelin returned to the garden daily. Elder Rowan appeared only when needed, often when Kaelin felt most doubtful. Under her gentle guidance, Kaelin learned to tend to the magical flora. They discovered that the garden mirrored their inner world. When Kaelin felt uncertain, the flowers would droop slightly, their colors dimming. But when they mustered courage, new buds would unfurl, filling the air with sweet fragrance. One afternoon, Kaelin encountered a section of the garden dominated by thorny brambles. It was a place that seemed resistant to change, much like the fears tangled in their own heart. "This is the thicket of hesitation," Elder Rowan explained, appearing as if from nowhere. "It grows where we cling to old shells. But even thorns have their purpose. They teach us to be gentle with ourselves." Kaelin spent days working at the edges of the thicket, not tearing at the brambles but speaking softly to them, acknowledging their own anxieties. With each kind word a thorn would soften, and a single brave flower would bloom, a snowdrop that symbolized resilience. These small victories accumulated, and soon a path cleared, leading to a secluded grove where a silvery cocoon hung from a birch tree, pulsating with quiet energy. "This is the heart of metamorphosis," Elder Rowan said. "It holds the potential of what you are becoming, but it cannot be rushed. Like a seed waiting for spring, it requires patience and trust." As winter approached, Kaelin faced a greater challenge. A storm swept through Willowbrook, and the garden was battered by wind and rain. Kaelin felt their own doubts surge. What if their changes were just illusions? What if they never found their true self? That night, as they huddled by the hearth, the embers seemed to whisper encouragement. Remembering Elder Rowan's lessons, Kaelin returned to the garden at dawn, not to fix everything at once, but to simply be present. They sat by the cocoon, humming a tune their grandmother had taught them, a melody about cycles and returns. Slowly, the garden began to heal itself. Flowers straightened their stems, and the colors deepened, reflecting Kaelin's growing acceptance. The cocoon glowed brighter, and Kaelin realized that their journey wasn't about becoming someone new, but about uncovering who they had always been. On the eve of the solstice, Elder Rowan joined Kaelin in the garden. The air was crisp, and the stars hung low like lanterns. "It is time," she said softly. "The cocoon is ready to open, but only you can decide what emerges." Kaelin took a deep breath, feeling all the small victories, the planted seeds, the cleared paths, the softened thorns, converge into a single moment of clarity. They reached out and touched the cocoon, which dissolved into a shower of light. From it emerged not a butterfly, but a cascade of luminous patterns that settled around Kaelin, weaving into their skin like living tapestry. Their hair now flowed with colors that shifted with their emotions, calm blues, joyful yellows, thoughtful purples, and their eyes held the depth of the night sky. Elder Rowan smiled, her form beginning to fade into the twilight. "You see, the metamorphosis was never about shedding your old self, but about integrating all its parts. This garden will always be here for you, and for others who need its wisdom. Your story is just beginning." Kaelin stood in the rejuvenated garden, which now bloomed with flowers that had never been seen before, each one a testament to their journey. They felt a profound comfort, knowing that change was not an end, but a continuous unfolding, like the endless turning of seasons. As they walked back to the cottage, the embers in the hearth greeted them with a warm, steady glow, and Kaelin knew that every ending was merely a gentle beginning in disguise. In the quiet hours of a twilight evening, when the sun had dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in shades of violet and gold, there was a small house nestled at the edge of a sleeping village. Inside, a young boy named Leo was helping his grandmother sort through old belongings in the attic. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and memories, and the only light came from a single lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. Creak went the floorboards underfoot, a familiar sound that seemed to whisper stories of years gone by. Leo's grandmother had always said the attic was a treasure chest of forgotten tales, and today they were uncovering a particularly dusty corner where an ancient trunk sat draped in a faded quilt. As Leo brushed away the cobwebs, his fingers traced the carved patterns on the trunk's lid, swirls that looked like wind and waves, worn smooth by time. With a gentle push, the lid lifted with a soft thump, releasing a puff of dust that sparkled in the lantern light. Inside, nestled among yellowed letters and moth-eaten blankets, lay a small, brass compass. It was no larger than Leo's palm, with a face clouded by age, but as he picked it up, the needle began to quiver. Instead of pointing north, it spun slowly and settled in the direction of the attic's dusty window, glowing with a faint, golden light. Leo's grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Some treasures," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "are not found in maps, but in the heart. That compass, my dear, is said to guide those who need it most toward the courage they already possess." That night, as Leo lay in bed, the compass rested on his nightstand, its glow pulsing softly like a heartbeat. He had always been a quiet child, hesitant to speak up in class or venture beyond the garden gate, and the compass seemed to hum with understanding. As sleep began to claim him, the needle twitched again, pointing insistently toward the window. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the distant sound of bells chiming from the village clock tower, and Leo knew deep down that a journey was beginning, not one of miles, but of the spirit. The next morning, Leo tucked the compass into his pocket, its warmth a comforting weight against his side. He decided to follow where it led, stepping out into the garden where dew-kissed spiderwebs glittered like diamonds. The compass needle now pointed toward the old oak tree at the edge of the property, and as Leo approached, he heard a soft purring from the branches above. A sleek black cat with eyes like emeralds peered down at him. "Lost your way, little one?" the cat asked, her voice a melodic rumble. "Or perhaps you've just found it." This was Seraphina, the garden cat, known for her wisdom and her love of napping in sunbeams. She leaped down gracefully, landing without a sound, and began to weave around Leo's legs. "That compass," she said, nodding toward his pocket, "guides not to places, but to moments where courage is needed. I've seen it before in my 9 lives. Tell me, what fear holds you back?" Leo confessed his shyness, how words often stuck in his throat like burrs, and Seraphina listened, her purring a steady, calming rhythm. "Courage isn't about being loud," she advised, "but about listening first. Follow the compass, I'll join you." And so, with Seraphina padding silently beside him, Leo ventured beyond the garden gate, into the meadow where wildflowers nodded in the breeze. The compass needle shifted, pointing now toward the Whispering Woods, a forest Leo had always avoided for its shadows and secrets. As they entered the woods, the air grew cool and fragrant with pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the rustle of leaves underfoot was accompanied by the chirping of hidden crickets. Suddenly the compass needle spun wildly, and from a thicket emerged a small, flustered squirrel with a tail that twitched with nervous energy. Oh dear," he chattered, wringing his paws. "I've misplaced my acorns again, the shiny one's eye saved for the winter feast." This was Barnaby, a squirrel whose heart was as big as his forgetfulness. Seraphina introduced him, and Barnaby's eyes widened at the sight of the compass. "A guiding light," he exclaimed. "I could use one myself, but first can you help me? Kindness shared is courage multiplied, my mother always said." Leo nodded, and together they searched the forest floor, following the trail of scattered acorns Barnaby had dropped. As they worked, Leo found that focusing on helping others eased the tightness in his own chest. With patience, they gathered the acorns, and Barnaby rewarded them with a handful of sweet berries from his stash. The compass glowed brighter, its needle steadying toward a clearing deep in the woods where an ancient stone well stood, covered in moss. But the path was blocked by a thicket of thorny vines that seemed to writhe like sleeping serpents. Leo hesitated, his old fears rising like a tide. "I don't think I can get through," he whispered, his voice small. Just then a gentle wind stirred, carrying the faint ding-dong of bells from the village, and the vines parted slightly, revealing a narrow passage. A voice, soft as the wind itself, spoke. "Thorns guard only what is feared, not what is real. Step lightly, and they will yield." It was the spirit of the breeze, a helper unseen but deeply felt. Serafina nudged Leo forward. "Patience," she murmured. "Watch and listen." Leo took a deep breath, recalling his grandmother's words about kindness. Instead of pushing through, he approached the thorns slowly, speaking to them in a gentle tone. "We mean no harm, we only seek to pass." To his amazement, the thorns loosened their grip, curling back like unfurling ferns. It was not force but respect that cleared the way. In the clearing, the well was dry, but at its bottom lay a single, luminous pearl that pulsed with the same golden light as the compass. Barnaby chattered excitedly. "The Heartstone," it said, to reflect the courage of those who look into it. Leo leaned over the edge, his reflection shimmering on the pearl's surface. Instead of seeing a shy boy, he saw someone brave and steady, and in that moment he understood that courage had been within him all along, waiting to be acknowledged. As he reached for the pearl, a shadow fell over the clearing, a large, gloomy cloud that muffled the forest sounds. Leo felt a chill, but Serafina purred louder, a sound like a tiny hearth fire, and Barnaby began to tell a silly joke about a rabbit in a hat, making Leo laugh. The cloud dissipated, and the pearl lifted into Leo's hand, warm and light. The compass needle settled, pointing back the way they came, its work done. Returning through the woods, Leo felt different. The shadows seemed less frightening, and when they reached the meadow, he spotted a younger child crying by a fallen nest of robin's eggs. Without thinking, Leo knelt down, using his gentle words to comfort the child and help rebuild the nest. Serafina watched, her green eyes soft with pride, and Barnaby cheered, "Bravo, you found your voice." Back at home, as evening fell, Leo placed the compass and the pearl on the attic trunk, their light fading into a soft glow. His grandmother welcomed him with a cup of warm milk and a knowing smile. "You traveled far today," she said, stroking his hair. "But the greatest journeys are the ones we take inside ourselves." That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the sounds of the house wrapped around him, the crackle of the fireplace downstairs, the distant bells tolling the hour, and Serafina's purring from the foot of his bed. He knew that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be kind, to listen, and to take one small step at a time. And in the gentle rhythm of his breathing, the story settled like a cozy blanket, reminding all who heard it that the most magical discoveries often lie waiting in the most ordinary of places, ready to light the way home. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm, dancing light painting shifting shapes upon the walls of the quiet room. Outside, a chilly evening had settled, but in here, wrapped in the gentle glow, all was safe and still. It is on such an evening, when the world holds its breath and the stars begin to prick the velvet sky, that the best stories are found. They are not shouted from mountain tops, but whispered on the tendrils of wood smoke, stories of quiet courage and gentle magic. This is one such story, a tale that begins, as many good tales do, with a feeling of restlessness and a light in the dark. In a small stone cottage, much like one you might imagine nestled in the folds of these very hills, lived a young boy named Kalen. Kalen had a thoughtful heart and eyes that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spiderweb at dawn, or the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind blew from the east. But lately a quiet loneliness had settled over him, a feeling that the world was a vast and silent place. His parents were kind and his home was warm, yet he felt a pull toward something more, a secret he couldn't name. His greatest comfort was his grandfather, a man with hands like gnarled roots and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Grandfather was a storyteller, and his stories were not just words. They were living things that filled the cottage with the scent of pine forests and the sound of forgotten rivers. One evening, as Kalen sat staring into the flames, his grandfather settled into the chair beside him. "The fire speaks in many tongues tonight, Kalen," the old man said softly. "It crackles with news of the day, and it whispers with memories of ancient suns." Kalen sighed, drawing his knees to his chin. "I wish it would whisper a secret to me, a real one." Grandfather's eyes, deep and knowing, twinkled in the firelight. He reached into the pocket of his worn waistcoat and pulled out a small object. It was a locket no bigger than a walnut, carved from a dark, smooth wood. It was plain, unadorned, but as grandfather held it in his palm, a faint, warm light pulsed from within its seams, a soft orange glow like the heart of a banked ember. "This," grandfather said, his voice low and reverent, "was given to me by my own grandfather. It is called the Ember Heart. It does not hold a picture or a lock of hair. It holds a memory of warmth, an echo of the first fire ever kindled. It is said that its light grows brighter when one is on the verge of discovering something truly important, a friend, a truth, a hidden path." Kalen's breath caught. He reached out, and as his fingers brushed the wooden locket, a wave of profound comfort washed over him, as if he had been wrapped in a blanket fresh from the hearth. The light within pulsed gently against his skin. "It feels alive," he whispered. "In a way it is," grandfather nodded. "It responds to the warmth in a heart, but its true magic is a guide. It is for you now, Kalen. I think you are ready for a journey." "A journey where?" Kalen asked, his eyes wide. Grandfather's gaze turned towards the window, towards the darkening woods that crowded against the edge of their valley. "That the Ember Heart will help you discover. Tomorrow at first light follow where its glow leads you. But remember, the most important journeys are not about the distance traveled, but the stillness found. Listen more than you speak, observe more than you do, and trust the warmth you carry." That night Kalen slept with the Ember Heart tucked safely under his pillow. His dreams were filled with flickering lights and the scent of damp earth and growing things. When he awoke, a pale, silvery light was filtering through his window. He dressed quickly, pulling on a warm tunic and sturdy boots, and placed the locket on a leather cord around his neck. Tucked under his shirt, it rested against his chest, a secret, warm weight. He crept downstairs, packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, and slipped out into the crisp morning. The world was hushed and pearled with dew. For a long moment he stood at the edge of the garden, unsure. Then he felt it, a subtle tug, a faint increase in the warmth against his skin. He turned towards the woods. The Ember Heart's glow, visible even through his tunic, seemed to brighten just a little. And so Kalen's journey began. He stepped from the familiar turf of the garden into the deep shadows of the forest. The air changed instantly, becoming cooler and rich with the smell of moss and decaying leaves. Sunlight fell in dappled patches through the canopy, and the only sounds were the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chatter of unseen birds. He walked for what felt like hours, his path guided by the gentle pulse of the locket. It was not a frantic pull, but a patient, persistent suggestion, leading him away from the well-trodden paths and deeper into the heart of the woods where the trees grew closer together and the light was a soft, green gloom. At first the silence felt heavy, amplifying his loneliness. But as he walked, he began to truly listen, as his grandfather had advised. He heard the scuttling of a beetle under a leaf, the whisper of the wind through the pine needles, the gurgle of a hidden stream. The forest was not silent at all, it was a symphony of quiet sounds. He paused by a cluster of bright red mushrooms, marveling at their perfect, round caps, and felt the ember heart warm slightly, as if approving of his attention. It was when he stopped to drink from a small, clear spring that he noticed the first hint of the mystery. Carved into a flat stone beside the water was a symbol, a spiral that ended in a small, five-petaled flower. It was ancient and weathered, but unmistakably made by a careful hand. The ember heart pulsed against his chest, a soft, steady beat. Kalen traced the symbol with his finger, feeling a connection to someone, something that had passed this way long before him. He continued on now with a new purpose, his eyes scanning the trees and rocks for more clues. He found another symbol minutes later, this one on the smooth bark of a silver birch, the same spiral, but this time ending in a leaf. The path the ember heart was leading him on was not a random one, it was a trail. A trail of whispers left in stone and wood. The day wore on and the forest deepened. The gentle slopes gave way to steeper, rocky inclines. Just as a flicker of doubt began to stir in Kalen's mind, what if he was lost? What if this was all just a silly game? He came to a place where the trees formed a near-impenetrable wall of tangled branches and thorny bushes. The ember heart's glow, however, did not dim. It grew warmer, its light a steady beacon pointing directly at the thicket. There seemed to be no way through. Kalen's shoulders slumped. This was the end of the path. But as he stood there, feeling the first chill of the approaching evening, he noticed something. A large, ancient yew tree grew at the center of the thicket, its trunk twisted and massive. And there, at its base, almost completely hidden by ivy, was a narrow, dark opening. It wasn't a cave, but a passage, so well concealed it was invisible unless you were standing right before it. The ember heart was now glowing so brightly that its light spilled out from the neck of his tunic, casting a warm, orange circle on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Kalen pushed aside the curtain of ivy and stepped into the darkness. The air inside was cool and smelled of stone and old, dry earth. The passage was narrow, forcing him to walk sideways for a few paces, but it soon opened up. He wasn't in a cave, but in a tunnel, the walls smooth, as if worn by water or countless gentle hands over countless years. And the most remarkable thing was the light. It was not the bright, cheerful light of day, but a soft, phosphorescent glow that came from patches of moss clinging to the ceiling and walls. They pulsed with a gentle blue-green light, illuminating the way forward. He walked on, the only sound the soft scuff of his boots on the stone floor. The tunnel sloped gently downward, twisting and turning, and Kalen had the strange sensation that he was leaving the ordinary world far behind. The ember heart at his chest glowed in harmony with the moss light, its warm orange a comforting contrast to the cool blue. After a time that felt both like an instant and an eternity, he saw a light ahead that was different, the golden, dappled light of late afternoon. He quickened his pace and the tunnel ended, opening out into a sight that made him gasp and stop dead in his tracks. He stood at the edge of a hidden valley, a secret world nestled within the embrace of the towering hills. It was a wide, circular basin, filled with a forest of trees whose leaves were not green, but shades of silver, gold, and soft copper. A meandering stream, sparkling like liquid crystal, wound its way through the center. The air was warmer here, filled with the sweet, honeyed scent of unknown flowers. Butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted through the air, and the gentle chirping of crickets provided a soft, rhythmic music. This was a place out of time, a sanctuary of peace. And there, in the center of the valley, beside the stream, stood the most beautiful tree Kalen had ever seen. It was vast and ancient, its bark the color of moonlight, and its branches, which spread out like a protective canopy, were laden with blossoms that shimmered with their own soft, internal light, pale pink and white, like captured starlight. The ember heart was no longer just warm, it was thrumming with a gentle energy, a vibration of pure joy. This was the destination. This was the secret. As he walked down the gentle slope into the valley, the grass under his feet was soft and thick. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, the loneliness that had clung to him for weeks melting away like mist in the sun. He made his way towards the great tree, drawn by an irresistible pull. It was then that he saw the fox. It was sitting on its haunches at the base of the tree, watching him with calm, intelligent eyes. It was not like any fox he had ever seen. Its fur was a remarkable shade of russet red, but tipped with silver, as if dusted with frost. Its eyes were not the sharp, cunning eyes of a wild creature, but held a deep, ancient wisdom. Kalen stopped a few paces away, unsure. The fox did not run. It simply tilted its head, and a voice, not heard with ears but felt directly in Kalen's mind, spoke. It was a voice like the rustling of leaves, soft and dry. You have followed the warmth. Welcome, Kalen. Kalen's heart hammered against his ribs. You know my name. The fox gave a slow, deliberate blink. The ember heart speaks your name in its glow. I am Sila's. I am the keeper of this place, the Whispering Glen. It's beautiful, Kalen breathed, looking around in wonder. I've never seen anything like it. It is a place of remembrance, Silas replied, his mental voice gentle. A memory of the world when it was younger and quieter. Few find their way here. Only those whose hearts carry a true warmth and a need for stillness. My grandfather sent me, Kalen said, touching the locket. He said I was ready for a journey. And so you are, Silas agreed. He stood up and padded softly towards the stream. Come, sit with me. The day is waning, and the best stories are told as the light fades. Kalen followed, sitting on a smooth, sun-warmed stone beside the water. Silas curled up nearby, his silver-tipped tail wrapped around his feet. For a long time they sat in a comfortable silence, watching the water dance over the stones. Kalen found that he didn't need to fill the silence with words. The companionship of the fox was enough. It was a quiet understanding that flowed between them, as real and tangible as the stream itself. The loneliness you feel, Silas began, his voice a soft murmur in Kalen's mind, is not because you are alone. It is because you have not yet learned to listen to the world's own heart. You search for a grand noise when the truth is whispered. How do I learn? Kalen asked softly. You have already begun, Silas said. You noticed the symbols. You listened to the forest. You trusted the quiet pull of the ember heart. That is the first lesson. The second is to understand that all things are connected. The tree to the sun, the stream to the rain, the fox to the boy. The warmth you carry in that locket is the same warmth that slumbers in the heart of this tree, the same warmth that gives life to the whole world. You are a part of it, not separate from it. That is the friendship you were seeking, not with one person, but with everything. As Silas spoke, Kalen looked around the glen with new eyes. He saw how the light from the glowing blossoms fell upon the silver leaves, how the water reflected the sky, how the very air seemed to hum with a quiet, vibrant life. He wasn't an outsider looking in, he was a part of the tapestry. The loneliness lifted completely, replaced by a feeling of deep, belonging peace. As twilight began to paint the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the blossoms on the great tree brightened, casting a soft, radiant light over the glen. It was then that Kalen noticed the carvings on the tree's trunk. They were the same symbols he had seen on the trail, the spiral ending in a flower, the spiral ending in a leaf, and many others. A spiral ending in a star, a wave, a flame. They are the stories of this place, Silas explained, seeing his gaze. Each symbol marks a moment of understanding, a spark of connection left by those who have visited through the ages. Your grandfather's mark is here. See, the spiral and the flame. Kalen reached out and touched the carving his grandfather had made so long ago. He felt a surge of love and connection that spanned generations. He understood now. The journey wasn't about finding a place, but about finding a truth. The hidden world was not just this physical glen, but the hidden world of connection that existed all around him, always, if he only knew how to look. Can I make a mark? He asked shyly. Silas nodded. What have you learned, Kalen? What truth will you leave behind? Kalen thought for a long moment. He thought of the quiet walk through the forest, the guidance of the Ember heart, the peaceful silence with the fox, and the feeling of belonging that now filled his heart. He picked up a sharp-edged stone and, with careful concentration, carved a new symbol into the soft, luminous bark of the great tree. It was a spiral, but this one did not end in a single shape. It branched out into many tiny, interconnected lines, like a network of roots or a map of stars. The spiral of connection, Silas murmured, approval warming his mental voice. A fine story to tell. Full night had fallen, but the glen was far from dark. The tree's blossoms and the glowing moss cast a soft, dreamlike light. Kalen knew it was time to return home. The thought no longer brought a pang of sadness. He carried the glen within him now. The path will guide you back, Silas said, as if reading his thoughts. The Ember heart will remember the way. And you may return whenever your heart needs to remember its connection. Thank you, Silas, Kalen said, his voice thick with emotion. For everything. The fox dipped his head. The thanks are mutual, Kalen. You have brought a new warmth to the glen. Go in peace. Remember the stillness. With a final, long look at the magical valley, Kalen turned and entered the tunnel. The journey back felt different, shorter. He was no longer a seeker, but a knower. The Ember heart glowed steadily against his chest, no longer a guide to a destination, but a reminder of the one he had found. When he finally stepped out of the thicket and back into the familiar woods near his home, the moon was high and bright. He walked the last stretch with a light heart, the night sounds of the forest a friendly chorus now, not a lonely one. He slipped back into the quiet cottage. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, but the room was still warm. His grandfather was asleep in his chair, a blanket over his knees. Kalen knelt by the fire, adding a small log. As the flames licked at the new wood, catching light, he felt his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. You found it, the old man said, his voice soft with sleep and certainty. Kalen looked up and smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his eyes. I did, grandfather, and I found so much more. He didn't need to explain. The change in him was plain to see, the quiet confidence, the absence of the restless loneliness. The Ember heart, now cool and dark against his chest, had done its work. He sat on the rug by the fire, and his grandfather began to tell a story, not of great battles or far-off lands, but of a boy who learned to listen to the world's heartbeat. As Kalen listened, the crackle of the fire and the rumble of his grandfather's voice wove together, and the line between the story and the memory blurred into a single, warm, comforting truth. Outside, the stars shone down on the quiet hills. Inside, by the fireside, a boy who had journeyed far and found his way home closed his eyes. And as he drifted into sleep, his dreams were not of lonely paths, but of a silver-furred fox, a tree of glowing blossoms, and the gentle, unbreakable connection of all things, a warmth that would burn steady and true within him forever. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris they'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken, it was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryo blooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see, Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. You stay on ship. Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. After repairs, new mission, maybe. Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. Yes, Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might lead. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. In a quiet valley tucked between the shoulders of ancient, sleeping mountains, there lived a young woodcarver named Rowan. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, its stone chimney almost always breathing a soft, gray plume into the sky. Rowan was a quiet soul, his hands more comfortable with the grain of wood than with the words of people. He spent his days carving small animals and useful things, spoons, bowls, and little trinkets that held the warmth of his careful touch. But of late, a strange restlessness had settled in Rowan's heart. It was a quiet ache, a feeling that something was missing, though his life was simple and good. Each evening, as he sat by his own crackling hearth, he would look into the flames and feel a longing he could not name, a pull towards something just beyond the edge of his understanding. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the tree-teens and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Rowan decided to walk deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of endings and hidden beginnings. He carried with him a small lantern, its light a warm, bobbing companion in the growing dusk. As he walked, the world seemed to soften and change around him. The familiar path gave way to less trodden ground, where ferns curled like sleeping creatures and moss clung to stones in velvety blankets. It was there, beneath the gnarled roots of an oak so old it seemed to hold the memory of the world in its bark, that Rowan saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of hearth embers, emanated from a hollow in the tree's trunk. Curiosity, gentle but persistent, drew him nearer. He knelt, setting his lantern aside, and reached into the hollow. His fingers brushed against something smooth and warm, like a stone left in the sun. He drew it out. It was a small, oval object, no larger than his thumb. It looked like a polished river stone, but it held within it a deep, inner light that pulsed rhythmically, like a sleeping heart. As he held it in his palm, a sense of profound calm washed over him. The restlessness in his own heart quieted, soothed by the gentle thrum of the stone. He knew with a certainty that felt older than the oak itself, that this was no ordinary thing. He called it a glow ember. For a long time, Rowan simply sat there, cradling the glow ember in his hand. Its light was not bright or harsh, but a soft, rosy gold that made the shadows dance in friendly patterns. The forest, which had moments before felt vast and unknowable, now felt like a comfortable room. He decided to take it home, a secret treasure to keep by his hearth. But as he stood to leave, a sound gave him pause. It was a soft, melodic chirping, filled with a note of distress. It came from further within the forest, in a direction he rarely ventured. Holding the glow ember before him, its light now seeming to push back the darkness with a will of its own, Rowan followed the sound. The trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a canopy that hid the emerging stars. The glow ember's light became his guide, casting a path of warm light at his feet. The chirping grew louder, more frantic. Finally, he pushed aside a curtain of hanging ivy and stepped into a small clearing. There, trapped in a thicket of brambles, was a small fox. But it was unlike any fox Rowan had ever seen. Its fur was not red or gray, but a deep, dusky silver, and its eyes, wide with fear, shone with their own faint, amber light. It was struggling against the thorns, each movement only tightening their grip. "Hush now, little one," Rowan said, his voice a soft murmur. "I won't harm you." He approached slowly, holding out his empty hand to show he meant no ill intent. The fox stilled, watching him with intelligent, wary eyes. Rowan set the glow ember carefully on a nearby stump, where its light pooled around them like liquid gold. Then, with the patience his woodcarving had taught him, he began to carefully work the brambles apart, his fingers deftly avoiding the sharp thorns. It took time. The night deepened around them, the only sounds the rustle of leaves, Rowan's soft breathing, and the occasional whimper from the fox. But finally, with a last gentle tug, the fox was free. It scrambled back, shaking its silver coat, and then turned to look at Rowan. The fear in its eyes had been replaced by a deep, thoughtful curiosity. It did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step forward, then another, until it stood before the stump where the glow ember rested. It nudged the stone with its nose, then looked up at Rowan and chirped again, but this time the sound was different. A questioning, grateful trip. Rowan smiled. "You're welcome," he said softly. The fox sat down, curling its brush-like tail around its paws, and seemed to settle in as if it had always belonged there. Rowan retrieved the glow ember and sat on the mossy ground, leaning against the stump. The fox crept closer until it was nestled against his side, a warm, silvery weight. Together they sat in the quiet clearing, illuminated by the gentle pulse of the magical stone. Rowan's earlier loneliness felt like a distant memory. He must have dozed off, for when he opened his eyes, the first pale light of dawn was filtering through the trees. The fox was gone, but nestled in the moss where it had been lying was a single, perfect feather, the color of moonlight. Picking it up, Rowan felt a strange connection, a thread of friendship that stretched out into the sleeping forest. He placed the feather carefully in his pocket beside the glow ember and began the walk home, his heart feeling lighter than it had in seasons. This became the beginning of a new ritual. Each evening, Rowan would venture into the forest with his glow ember. And each evening, the silver fox would find him. They did not speak in words, but in a language of shared silence, gentle nudges, and the comfortable understanding that exists between true friends. Rowan learned the fox's favorite paths, the clearings where moonlight pooled like water, and the hidden thickets where the sweetest berries grew. The fox, in turn, seemed to understand Rowan's quiet nature, his love for the simple, deep magic of the world. One night, as a full moon hung heavy and silver in the sky, the fox led him on a different path. It was a trail Rowan had never noticed, hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded down a mossy rock face with a sound like endless, gentle applause. The fox slipped behind the water, and Rowan, holding the glow ember high, followed. On the other side was not more forest, but a cavern. The air within was warm and hummed with a soft, resonant energy. And the cavern was not dark. The walls, the ceiling, the very floor were studded with thousands of glow embers, all pulsing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. Their combined light was a breathtaking warm gold that illuminated wonders Rowan could never have imagined. Flowers made of crystalline light, pools of water that shimmered with captured starlight, and fungi that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. This was the Emberhold, a hidden world nestled in the heart of the mountain. The silver fox chirped proudly and trotted ahead, its fur reflecting the magnificent light. It was here that Rowan met the others. They were creatures of gentle magic, a badger with fur like polished jet and eyes that held the wisdom of deep earth, a family of rabbits whose ears twitched to the rhythm of the glowing stones, and an old owl who perched on a crystalline outcrop, its feathers the color of aged parchment. They were not startled by his presence. They looked at him and at the glow ember in his hand, and nodded in quiet welcome. They had been expecting him. The owl, who the fox indicated was the elder of this place, spoke not with words, but with images that bloomed in Rowan's mind. He saw the history of the Emberhold, how the glow embers were the heart light of the mountain itself, stones of comfort and connection that nurtured all life in the forest. he saw that they were fading. The great rhythm of their light was slowing, their warmth dimming. The world outside was forgetting the old, quiet magics, and the Emberholt was slowly falling into a slumber from which it might not wake. The fox nuzzled his hand, the one that held his own glow ember. The image in his mind changed. He saw that his stone was a keystone, one of the first and brightest. Its rediscovery had been a sign of hope. But one stone was not enough. The harmony of the Emberholt depended on a song that needed to be played on the hearthstone, the very first ember, which had gone silent long ago. A gentle mystery unfolded before him. The hearthstone was not lost, but sleeping somewhere within the vast caverns of the Emberholt. It needed to be found, and its song needed to be reawakened by a heart that understood both stillness and connection. The creatures of the Emberholt, for all their magic, were bound to this place and could not wake it. They needed a bridge, a friend from the world outside. Rowan felt the weight of the task settle on him, not as a burden, but as a purpose. The restlessness he had felt by his hearth had been a calling, a pull toward this moment. He looked at his friends, the silver fox, the wise badger, the gentle rabbits, the ancient owl, and he nodded. He would help. The following days and nights were a time of quiet seeking. Rowan explored the beautiful, sprawling caverns of the Emberholt with his companions. The fox was his constant guide, its cheerful chirps echoing in the vast spaces. They discovered rooms where the glow embers pulsed in different colors, creating symphonies of light. They found libraries of glowing lichen that told stories in patterns of light and shadow. They rested by the star pools, eating sweet, glowing berries that tasted of moonlight and peace. Yet the hearthstone remained elusive. Rowan began to understand that it would not be found by frantic searching. It would be found by listening. So he began to sit in silence in different parts of the cavern, holding his own keystone, feeling its pulse and trying to feel for an echo, a deeper song hidden beneath the beautiful harmony. During one of these moments of deep quiet, sitting in a small grove of light blossoms, he felt a tug, a faint, discordant thrum that was out of sync with the rest of the Emberholt. It was a note of deep loneliness. He opened his eyes and saw the silver fox watching him, its head cocked. It had felt it too. They followed the feeling, a thread of sorrow woven into the song of light. It led them down a narrow passage they had passed many times before, thinking it a dead end. But this time, urged by the faint pulse of wrongness, Rowan pressed his hand against the wall. To his surprise, it shimmered and became insubstantial, like a curtain of mist. On the other side was a tiny, secluded chamber. And in its center, on a pedestal of pure crystal, sat the hearthstone. It was larger than the others, and its light was not a warm gold, but a dull, weary gray. It pulsed slowly, painfully out of rhythm with the vibrant life of the Emberholt. It was surrounded by a palpable aura of deep sleep and profound isolation. Rowan approached it slowly, his own keystone glowing brightly in his hand, beating in a quick, anxious rhythm. He understood now. The hearthstone wasn't broken, it was lonely. It was the source of all connection, and in its solitude, it had forgotten how to connect to anything else. He did not try to grab it or force it to wake. Instead, he sat before it, just as he had sat with the fox in the brambles. He placed his own glow ember on the pedestal next to it. He simply sat and he listened. He poured all his feelings into the silence, his own former loneliness, the joy of his friendship with the fox, the awe of discovering this hidden world, his deep desire to help. He was a bridge offering the connection the hearthstone had lost. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the gray stone flickered. Once. Twice. It gave a weak, thready pulse. Rowan's own ember glowed in response, its light stretching toward the hearthstone like a comforting hand. The silver fox, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance, crept forward. It chirped a soft, encouraging sound and nuzzled first Rowan's hand, and then, bravely, the dormant hearthstone itself. That was the key. It was not about one person or one act. It was about the friendship, the shared purpose, the woven tapestry of their connection. Rowan placed his hand on the hearthstone. It was cold. He poured his warmth into it, not the warmth of a fire, but the warmth of a hearth, the warmth of home and belonging. The fox pressed its warm body against his side, adding its own unique magic to the moment. A shiver went through the hearthstone. The gray light flaked away like old ash, revealing a core of the most brilliant, warm, golden light Rowan had ever seen. It swelled, brightening the small chamber until it was almost too bright to look at. Then it began to pulse. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It was a deep, resonant beat that vibrated through the very rock, through Rowan's bones, through his soul. It was the heartbeat of the mountain. The sound was picked up by his own keystone, which pulsed in perfect time. Then from beyond the chamber they heard it, a wave of light and sound as every glow ember in the emberholt synchronized with the rediscovered rhythm. The song returned, richer, deeper, and more beautiful than before. The harmony was restored. The transformation was immediate. The light in the caverns grew warmer, brighter. The crystalline flowers bloomed larger, the star pools shimmered with new intensity, and the very air hummed with joy and vitality. The hidden world was awake, fully and completely. Rowan and the fox made their way back to the main cavern. The creatures of the emberholt were waiting, their faces filled with a joy so profound it needed no words. The old owl dipped its head in a gesture of deep gratitude, and the images that filled Rowan's mind were of thanks, of renewal, and of an everlasting welcome. He would always be a friend of the emberholt. He spent a little while longer with them, basking in the restored warmth and the happy chirps of his fox friend. But as the first hint of dawn approached, he knew it was time to return to his own world. His task was complete. The fox led him back to the waterfall. At the edge of the hidden world it stopped and chirped, its eyes glowing with affection. It nudged his pocket where the moon feather and his glow ember rested. Then it turned and disappeared back into the pulsing golden light of its home. Rowan stepped through the waterfall and into the cool, fresh air of the forest dawn. The world outside seemed different. The colors were richer, the birdsong sweeter, as if some of the emberholt's magic had seeped into the very fabric of the valley. He walked home not with a restless heart, but with one that was full and peaceful. That evening and every evening after, Rowan would sit by his crackling fireplace. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, steady contentment. He would take the glow ember from his pocket, its light now pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, a quiet echo of the hearthstone's song, and hold it in his palm. Its warmth was a constant reminder of the hidden world, the unexpected friendship, and the journey that had transformed his own heart as surely as fire transforms wood. He was still a woodcarver, his hands still more comfortable with wood than with words. But sometimes, on nights when the wind howled outside or the moon was hidden behind clouds, he would see a flash of silver at the edge of the forest. And he would smile, knowing his friend was watching over him, a warm, silent promise in the darkness. And so, by the warmth of his hearth, with the gentle pulse of the glow ember in his hand, and the memory of golden light in his heart, Rowan found a peace that was deep and true. His story was one of quiet growth, of a heart learning to beat in time with the hidden magic of the world, and it was a story that burned steady and true, a gentle light in the vast, beautiful darkness, guiding all who heard it toward restful dreams. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was as quiet and orderly as the neat rows of vegetables in her garden, yet within her chest beat a heart that often felt like a trapped bird, fluttering against ribs that seemed too narrow a cage. She did not know what she longed for, only that a deep, resonant ache accompanied the setting of each sun. Her changes began subtly, as the most important ones often do. One morning after a night of troubled dreams, she awoke to find a single, silken thread the color of moonlight caught in her hair. She brushed it away, thinking it a stray bit of cobweb. The next day there were 2, then 3. They were soft and strong, and when she held them to the light, they shimmered with a hidden rainbow, like oil on water. She started collecting them in a small wooden box, a secret she kept from the world. Around this time, the small, walled garden behind her cottage began to behave strangely. The plants had always been healthy, but now they responded to her moods with an impossible vibrancy. On a day when she felt a rare surge of courage after standing up for herself at the village market, the climbing roses burst into blossoms of such a deep, valiant crimson they seemed to drink the sunlight. When she spent an afternoon in quiet contentment, listening to the bees hum, the chamomile patch released a perfume so soothing it lulled the sparrows to sleep on the fence. It was in this garden that she first met the old woman. Anya had been kneeling in the soil, feeling particularly tangled and confused. The silken threads were becoming more persistent, and she had woken to find a small, delicate web spun between her bedpost and the windowsill. "A fine thing, a garden that listens," a voice said, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Anya looked up to see a woman with hair as white as thistledown and eyes the color of a twilight sky. She wore a cloak that seemed woven from moss and shadows, and she smelled of damp earth and wild mint. She introduced herself as Maeve. "It's peculiar," Anya admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is honest," Maeve corrected, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "It shows you what you often cannot see in yourself. This," she said, gesturing to the brilliant red roses, "is your strength, and this," she touched a velvety petal of a purple iris that had bloomed overnight, "is your growing wisdom. The garden is merely translating the music of your soul into color and scent." Maeve did not visit every day, but she always appeared when Anya needed her most. She became a quiet mentor, a steady presence who spoke in metaphors of seeds and seasons. She never gave direct answers, only gentle observations that settled in Anya's mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. "A seed does not know it is to become a sunflower," Maeve said one evening as they sat on a stone bench, watching fireflies blink in the lavender dusk. "It only knows the dark, the damp, and the persistent push from within. It trusts the process, even when the process is one of dissolution. It must break itself open to become what it is meant to be." Anya looked down at her hands. The silken threads were no longer just in her hair, they occasionally drifted from her fingertips, especially when she felt a strong emotion. "But what am I becoming?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Something true," Maeve replied. "That is all we can ever hope for." The small victories began to accumulate, each one a stepping stone across the river of her fear. There was the day she decided to paint her front door a cheerful, buttery yellow instead of the practical gray it had always been. As she brushed on the first stroke, a cascade of golden marigolds erupted along the garden path, their faces turned to the sun as if in approval. Another day she found the courage to sing aloud while she worked, a folk song her mother had taught her, long forgotten. Her voice was shaky at first, but as the melody grew stronger, the silken threads that drifted from her lips began to weave themselves into a faint, shimmering harmony in the air, a visible echo of her sound. It was beautiful, and it did not frighten her. The threads became more abundant, weaving around her as she moved through her days. They formed a soft, hazy cocoon around her chair as she read, a gentle enclosure that felt not like a prison, but like a sanctuary. She began to spend more time within this self-spun haven, a quiet, semi-transparent tent of moonlight and rainbows. Inside, the world outside was muted, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own breath and the quiet, patient beating of her heart. Maeve would sit outside the cocoon and speak to her through the silken walls. "The caterpillar does not fret in its chrysalis," she murmured. "It does not struggle to be the butterfly before its time. It rests, it dissolves, it allows its own magnificent ruin, trusting that its deepest blueprint knows the way." Inside her soft enclosure, Anya let herself dissolve. She let go of the old stories she had told herself, that she was too quiet, too strange, too much, and yet not enough. She released the fear of what the villagers might think, the anxiety of not having a clear path. She sat in the quiet dark and simply was. And in that being she began to remember things, the feeling of flying in her dreams, the weightlessness of joy, the intricate patterns of starlight that felt like a native language. One morning, after a soft rain had pattered on her cocoon all night, she felt a profound sense of readiness. It was not a frantic need to escape, but a gentle, firm knowledge that it was time. She took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the natural world outside, and pressed a hand against the silken wall. It gave way without resistance, parting like a curtain of mist. She stepped out into her garden. The change was not a shocking, sudden thing. It was a completion. The silken threads were gone, but in their place was a soft, luminous quality to her skin, as if she had learned to carry her own inner moonlight with her. From her shoulders, delicate wings had unfolded, not the wings of a bird or a common butterfly, but something entirely her own. They were the color of a dawn sky, etched with patterns that resembled the veins of leaves and the constellations of faraway stars. They were not for frantic flight, but for gentle, drifting journeys on the warm breath of the world. Her garden had erupted into a celebration. Flowers of every imaginable hue and shape nodded in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, honeysuckle, and rich, dark earth. The colors shifted as she walked among them, reflecting her newfound understanding, deep blues of profound peace, vibrant greens of vibrant growth, and soft pinks of a gentle, unconditional affection for herself. Maeve was there, of course, standing by the gate with a look of deep satisfaction. She did not say, "I told you so." She simply opened her arms, and Anya walked into her embrace. "You see," Maeve whispered. "The ache was not a flaw, it was the seed of your becoming." Anya looked at her mentor, her friend, her eyes clear and calm. "What happens now?" Maeve's smile was as warm as the sun on the stone path. Now you begin." The cocoon was not the end of the story. It was the quiet chapter that made the rest of the tale possible. You have learned the language of your own soul. Now you get to speak it to the world. Anya turned her face to the sky. She took another of those slow, deep breaths in and out, feeling the gentle weight of her wings on her back. They rustled softly, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. She did not leap into the air. There was no rush. Instead, she took a step forward, then another, walking through her garden gate and onto the path that led toward the waking world. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning. The first step of a journey taken not by a woman who was afraid of her changes, but by one who had learned to wear her transformation like a cloak of starlight, ready to see what wonders her new wings would help her discover, one gentle, breathing moment at a time. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of Whispering Woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into Whispering Woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than Old Man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. "Whispering oaks," Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, "are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart." She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small, new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. It's okay, Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. It's just a storm, it's just change, you're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow. He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine. Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. In a little cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, where the chimney smoke curled into the sky like a lazy gray ribbon, there lived a young girl named Anya. The cottage was built of honey-colored stone and worn timber, and on cold evenings its windows glowed with the warm, buttery light of a well-tended hearth. It was on just such an evening, with a chill wind sighing through the pine needles, that our story begins. Anya was sitting by the fire, a thick woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She was mending a small tear in her favorite sock, her needle moving in and out of the yarn in a rhythm as old and comforting as the crackle of the logs. Her grandfather dozed in his armchair opposite, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, a forgotten book open on his lap. The only sounds were the pop of the fire, the gentle snore from the chair, and the soft whisper of thread through cloth. But then a new sound joined the chorus. A faint, persistent tapping, like a tiny knuckle rapping on glass. It came from the window behind her. Anya set her mending aside and went to the pane, wiping away the fog her breath had created. Pressed against the cold glass was the most peculiar sight, a small, russet-colored fox. It wasn't trying to get in, nor did it look frightened. It simply sat there, its intelligent eyes fixed on hers, and it tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. Then it turned and trotted a few paces into the dark garden before looking back, as if waiting for her. A curious feeling, not of fear, but of quiet intrigue, settled over Anya. She pulled on her boots and her heaviest cloak, and slipped outside into the nipping air. The fox was still there, a darker shadow in the moonlight. When it saw her, it gave a soft, chuffing sound and began to lead the way, not deeper into the wild forest, but along a narrow, almost invisible path that skirted its very edge. The world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Frost crunched under her boots, and her breath plumed before her like a ghostly companion. The fox moved silently ahead, pausing every so often to ensure she followed. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the lights of the cottage were far behind them, and the only illumination came from the moon and the strange, ethereal glow of lichen on the ancient trees. Finally the fox stopped before the gnarled, massive trunk of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling over the earth like the limbs of a slumbering giant. There, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a soft, pulsating light. It was a gentle, warm radiance, the color of a banked fire's heart, of a peach at the peak of ripeness. It pulsed slowly, in a rhythm that felt like a sleeping heartbeat. The fox nudged the object with its nose, and Anya knelt down. It was a stone, smooth and oval, but it was not cold. It was warm to the touch, and it glowed from within. As her fingers closed around it, the light within flared gently, and a wave of profound, peaceful warmth flowed up her arm and settled deep in her chest. It was a feeling of coming home, of a forgotten memory suddenly recalled. The fox looked at her, then at the stone, and then it turned and vanished into the shadows, its task seemingly complete. Anya stood there, holding the warm, glowing stone. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that she could not light it. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way back to the cottage, the stone lighting her path with its gentle, ember-like glow. Her grandfather was awake when she returned, stirring the fire. He looked at the stone in her hands, and his old eyes widened not with surprise, but with a deep, knowing recognition. "Ah," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The hearthstone, I wondered if it would find its way back." He told her then, as they sat by the fire, a story his own grandfather had told him. It was a tale of the Glimmerwood, the true name of the forest that bordered their home. It was a place not just of trees and animals, but of old, gentle magic that slept in the roots and stones. The hearthstone, he explained, was a piece of that magic. It did not belong to anyone. It was a guardian, a tiny sun whose warmth nurtured the hidden, slumbering heart of the forest. But it was also a traveler. Every generation or so, it would grow dim and cool, and it needed to be found by a kind heart and brought back to a true hearth, to be rekindled by the simple, steady warmth of a home's fire. "It has chosen you, little one," her grandfather said, his hand gentle on her shoulder. "It trusts you to help it remember its own light." And so began Anya's quiet guardianship. She kept the hearthstone on the mantelpiece where it glowed softly, filling the cottage with a deeper, more comforting warmth than any fire could provide. Plants on the windowsill seemed to lean toward it, blooming out of season. The bread her grandfather baked rose higher and tasted sweeter. And at night her dreams were filled with gentle, dappled light and the feeling of deep, earthy roots. But after a week she noticed a change. The stone's glow, which had been steady and strong, began to flicker. Its warm pulse became irregular, like a sputtering candle. A faint chill crept back into the corners of the rooms. The stone was cooling. Remembering her grandfather's words, she knew what she had to do. The stone needed to return to the forest, to the place from which it came. It had been rekindled by the hearth's love. Now it needed to share that warmth with the sleeping world. The next morning, with the hearthstone wrapped in a soft cloth and tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the Glimmerwood. This time she went alone. The forest was different in the daylight. Sunbeams slanted through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. It was alive with sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. She walked for hours, following no path but the gentle, magnetic pull she felt from the stone in her pocket. It grew warmer as she walked in what felt like the right direction, cooler if she strayed. It was her compass. As the afternoon wore on, the forest grew deeper and quieter. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She came to a clearing where a small, crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth, gray stones. Sitting on a log by the stream, looking small and forlorn, was a young boy. He was perhaps a year or two younger than her, and he was crying quiet, hopeless tears. Anya approached slowly. "Hello," she said softly. The boy looked up, startled. His face was smudged with dirt, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm lost," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was following a butterfly, it was so blue, and I turned around and everything looked the same." Anya's heart ached for him. She sat down on the log beside him. "What's your name?" "Leo," he sniffed. "I'm Anya. I think I'm a little bit lost too," she said, which was not entirely true, but it made him look at her with a little less fear. "But I have a friend who's helping me find my way." She pulled the cloth from her pocket and unwrapped the hearthstone. In the deep shade of the clearing, its light was stronger, a brave, warm beacon in the green gloom. Leo's tears stopped. He stared at the stone, mesmerized. "It's warm," he said in wonder, reaching out a tentative finger to touch it. "It is," Anya agreed. "It's a special stone. It likes to help." As he touched it, the stone's flickering steadied, and its glow intensified, as if soothed by his need. A new certainty settled in Anya's mind. Her journey was not just about returning the stone, it was about helping Leo, too. "Come on," she said, standing up and offering him her hand. "My friend will show us the way." Together, they followed the stone's guiding warmth. The forest seemed less intimidating with two. They shared the apple Anya had brought, and Leo told her about his village on the other side of the wood and the fierce wooden sword he was carving. The hearthstone pulsed in a slow, contented rhythm as they walked, its light pushing back the shadows. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the stone in Anya's hand grew suddenly, intensely warm. It glowed so brightly that it cast their long shadows ahead of them on the path. They had arrived at the base of the same ancient oak tree where the fox had led her. The hollow in the roots was there, waiting. But something was wrong. The area around the tree was unnaturally still and silent. The moss that should have been emerald green was tinged with brown. The air held a lingering, unseasonal chill. The heart of this place was ailing. Anya knew what to do. She knelt and gently placed the hearthstone back into its earthy cradle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The stone's light, which had been a contained glow, began to bleed outwards. It flowed like liquid sunlight along the roots, seeping into the soil. It traveled up the trunk in delicate veins of light, tracing the patterns of the bark, until the whole tree was faintly illuminated from within. The brown tinge faded from the moss, which now looked plush and vibrant. Tiny bioluminescent fungi that they hadn't even noticed began to sparkle on nearby logs like scattered constellations. The air lost its chill, becoming fresh and sweet. The forest around them sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and the normal evening chorus of insects and birds resumed, louder and more joyful than before. The stone's light slowly receded from the tree, drawing back into itself until it was once again a softly pulsing ember in the hollow. Its job was done. The warmth was shared. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "It fixed it," he breathed. It was then that they heard the voices, frantic, calling Leo's name. Torchlight flickered between the trees, and a moment later, a group of villagers burst into the clearing, led by a man and woman with faces etched with worry who ran to sweep Leo into a tearful, joyful embrace. As the family was reunited, Anya's grandfather emerged from behind the villagers. He must have followed her, keeping a distant, watchful eye. He walked over to her and put an arm around her shoulders, looking down at the peacefully glowing hearthstone. "You did well, Anya," he said, his voice full of pride. "You helped it remember its light, and then you helped it share it. That is the truest magic of all." The villagers, having heard Leo's excited story of the glowing stone and the kind girl, looked at Anya with newfound respect and gratitude. They offered to escort them both back to their cottage, their torches pushing back the night. As they prepared to leave, Anya took one last look at the hearthstone. It seemed to pulse once, brightly, in farewell. And from the shadows near the great oak, two intelligent eyes gleamed for a moment in the torchlight. The russet fox gave a slow, deliberate blink before melting back into the forest, its watchful duty complete for another generation. The walk home was filled with the comfortable murmur of voices and the friendly dance of torch flames. Leo walked beside Anya, his hand in his mother's, no longer a lost little boy, but a young adventurer with an incredible story to tell. When they finally reached the familiar site of their cottage, its windows dark but promising warmth and rest, The villagers said their grateful goodbyes and turned for home. Anya and her grandfather went inside. He lit a single candle, and its small flame was enough to make the room feel instantly like home. There was no grand celebration, no fanfare. There was only the simple, profound peace of a task completed, a friend helped, and a balance restored. Anya felt different somehow. The journey had left a quiet mark on her soul, a new steadiness and a deeper understanding of the subtle connections that weave the world together. The warmth of a hearth, the trust of a wild creature, the kindness offered to a stranger. Her grandfather made 2 cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, and they sat together in the quiet, dark cottage, listening to the settling sounds of the night. "The stone will sleep now," her grandfather said softly, sipping his tea. "And its warmth will seep deep into the roots of the glimmerwood, keeping it safe and healthy until it is needed again, long after you and I are gone. And someone else will find it, and their journey will begin." Anya nodded, the warmth of the tea spreading through her, just as the stone's warmth had spread through the forest. She was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a day spent well. She went up to her little room under the eaves and climbed into bed. The moon shone through her window, casting a silver square on the floorboards. As she drifted towards sleep, she thought not of grand adventures, but of small things. The feel of the warm stone in her hand, the sound of Leo's relieved laughter, the trusting blink of the fox. And outside, the great forest stood watch, its leaves whispering secrets on the wind, its roots cradling a gentle, glowing light, dreaming deep, earthy dreams, until the next time it would be called upon to warm the world. And in her cozy bed, Anya drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, her own heart glowing with a quiet, steady light all her own. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. Twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble, he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-woven river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was not the kind that roared with thunder or flashed with lightning, but the kind that hummed in the background, like the gentle ticking of the old clock tower at the village square, or the soft chime of glass ornaments hanging from the eaves of every cottage. It was a magic of small wonders and gentle happenings, and for a long time it had been as predictable as the sunrise. Until the day the colors began to fade. It started subtly. Young Finn, a boy with a quiet nature and eyes that noticed the flight patterns of bees and the secret language of tree rings, was the first to notice. The brilliant crimson of the maple leaf he'd pressed in his book yesterday had softened to a pale pink. The vibrant yellow sunflowers in his mother's garden now wore the muted hue of old parchment. It wasn't a frightening change, but a puzzling one, as if the world was slowly being washed in a gentle, colorless rain. The village of Stillwater was abuzz with theories, spoken in hushed, curious tones over cups of chamomile tea and bowls of spiced stew. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the library and knew more about the world's oddities than anyone, suggested it was the work of a chroma thief, a mischievous spirit from a forgotten nursery rhyme. Others whispered that the great celestial clock in the sky was winding down, and with it, all of life's vibrancy. Finn, however, didn't believe in thieves or broken clocks. He believed in patterns. He spent his days walking the cobbled paths, his ears tuned to the ambient music of Stillwater, the plink-plonk of water dripping from mossy gutters after a soft rain, the harmonious dong of the clock tower marking each hour, and the constant, gentle rustle of the wind chimes that hung from every porch, their notes tinkling like frozen starlight. He noticed other small peculiarities, too. The hands on the sundial in the town square occasionally quivered and spun backwards for a single, breathless second. The stars at night seemed fewer, as if someone were gently plucking them from the velvet sky like ripe berries. And the flowers in the glimmerwood just beyond the village didn't just lose their color. Some of them began to change hue entirely, a bluebell turning the soft green of a new leaf, a buttercup blushing a faint lavender. One evening, sitting by the crackling fireplace with his grandmother, Finn remembered an old rhyme she used to sing to him when he was very small. It was a simple, looping melody about the weaver of hues and the tuner of time. When the weaver's thread grows thin and slight, and the tuner's chime forgets the light, seek the map the stars have drawn, before the coming of the dawn. Find the heart where colors blend, and make the fractured world mend. No one had thought much of it, it was just a nursery rhyme. But to Finn it felt like a clue. The map the stars have drawn, he murmured, looking out his window at the night sky. He grabbed his warmest cloak and a lantern, its light a brave, golden star in the encroaching dimness, and made his way to the village square. The old clock tower stood sentinel, its face illuminated by the moon. Finn looked up not at the clock, but past it, to the constellations. He knew them all, the great oak, the silver trout, the dancing maidens. But tonight he saw something new. Or rather, something old that he'd never noticed. A faint cluster of stars, usually overlooked, now seemed to form a distinct pattern, a spiral like a snail's shell or an unfurling fern. It looked exactly like the ancient mosaic set into the floor of the town hall, a mosaic everyone walked over but no one really saw. This was his map. The next day Finn gathered a small, curious party. Alara, the baker's daughter, whose pastries could brighten the gloomiest day, Rowan, the woodcarver, whose hands could feel the life within a piece of timber, and Cora, the weaver, who understood the language of threads and dyes. He showed them the star map and the mosaic, and together they saw that the spiral pointed toward the heart of the Glimmerwood. Their journey into the woods was filled with delightful red herrings. They found a clearing where a family of badgers was collecting fallen, gray leaves, not out of mischief, but to line their den, finding the softer textures more comfortable. They discovered a stream where the water flowed upwards over a small waterfall, creating a tinkling, musical cascade that defied logic. Rowan, investigating the phenomenon, found that the stones beneath the water were magnetized, a natural wonder that explained the backwards flow. It wasn't the cause of their problem, but a beautiful, hidden secret of the woods they were now privy to. Following the star map's spiral, they ventured deeper. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. The wind chimes of the village were a distant memory, replaced by the soft hoot of an owl and the crunch of their own footsteps on a carpet of pine needles. The colors here were the most fractured of all. A patch of moss shone with a faint silver, and a cluster of mushrooms pulsed with a gentle, internal golden light. Finally, they arrived at the very center of the spiral, a small, circular grove where the trees formed a perfect ring. In the center of the grove grew a single, magnificent tree, unlike any they had ever seen. Its bark was the color of mother of pearl, and its leaves were a shifting tapestry of every color imaginable, though now they were dim, like a stained glass window with no sun behind it. Wrapped around its base were thin, silvery threads that seemed to pulse with a weak, fading light. At the foot of the tree, curled and trembling, was a small, fox-like creature. Its fur was normally a brilliant, fiery orange, but now it was a pale, washed-out beige. Its large, intelligent eyes were filled with a deep, resonant sadness. It was softly humming the tune of the nursery rhyme. This was no chroma thief. This was the weaver of hues. Finn approached slowly, his movements gentle and non-threatening. He sat a few feet away, not speaking, just observing. He saw how one of the creature's paws was tenderly resting on a root of the great tree, and how with every pained breath it took, a thread of silver light would flicker and dim. The creature wasn't stealing the color, it was connected to it. It was in pain. "Your thread," Finn said softly, his voice barely a whisper. "It's growing thin, isn't it?" The creature looked at him, surprised. It gave a slow, sad nod. It gestured with its nose towards its paw, and Finn, with empathy guiding his eyes, saw the problem. A sharp, dark thorn from a bramble was deeply embedded in its pad, and a faint, shadowy discoloration was spreading from the wound. The thorn of sorrow, Finn thought, another fragment from the old rhymes. The creature's suffering was directly causing the magic of the world to fade. Rowan, with his carver's steady hands, carefully approached. "May I?" he asked the creature. It looked at Finn, then back at Rowan, and hesitantly offered its injured paw. With a delicate touch born of a lifetime of working with fragile things, Rowan extracted the thorn. The moment it was free, the creature let out a soft, shuddering sigh of relief. But the color did not immediately return. The shadowy infection remained. Cora, the weaver, understood. "The thread is still frayed," she said. "It needs to be mended." She reached into her pouch and brought out a small, luminous spindle she always carried, a tool passed down through her family. She didn't know its true purpose until this very moment. She held it out, and a strand of the silvery, fading light from the tree drifted towards it. With practiced, soothing motions, she began to respin the thread, her movements as rhythmic and calming as the ticking of the clock tower. Ilara, meanwhile, had brought a basket. From it she took one of her famous honey and sunseed cakes, still warm from her oven. She broke off a small piece and offered it to the weary creature. As it ate, a tiny spark of its natural, fiery orange returned to the tip of its tail. The mending was a communal effort. Finn held the light steady, Rowan supported the creature, Cora respun the threads, and Ilara provided comfort and sustenance. As the silver thread grew stronger and brighter, the magic began to flow back into the world. It started in the grove. The mother-of-pearl bark of the great tree of hues began to gleam, and its leaves ignited with 1,000 brilliant colors, casting dancing, prismatic light across their faces. The color washed out from the center of the grove in a gentle, visible wave. The silver moss turned a deep, vibrant green. The golden mushrooms shone like little lanterns. The wave continued through the glimmerwood, restoring the bluebells and buttercups to their proper glory, and then swept into Stillwater itself. Back in the village, people gasped with delight as the crimson returned to their quilts, the gold to their thatch, and the deep blue to the evening sky, now dotted with a full complement of twinkling stars. The clock tower chimed a perfect, clear note that seemed to resonate with the newly restored harmony of the world. The weaver of hues, now restored to its brilliant, beautiful self, nuzzled each of their hands in gratitude. It was the guardian of the world's palette, a gentle spirit who blended the light of the stars with the pigments of the earth, and it had been suffering in silence. Finn and his friends returned to Stillwater as the sun was setting, not with a tale of vanquishing a monster, but with a story of healing a friend. The mystery was solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and the simple, powerful act of helping someone in need. That night, the entire village gathered in the square. The air was filled with the scent of Alara's pastries, the sound of laughter, and the gentle, constant music of the wind chimes. The community was closer than it had ever been, bound by the shared wonder of the mystery and the joy of its resolution. They looked at their world with new eyes, appreciating every hue, every chime, every ticking second. And as they all looked up at the now complete tapestry of stars, they saw the constellation of the Weaver, shining brighter than ever before, a permanent map in the sky reminding them that the most powerful magic of all is the kindness woven between friends. The fire crackled, the night was warm, and in the peaceful, colorful silence of Stillwater, everyone drifted into dreams painted in the most vibrant and comforting of hues. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss lichen and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. "Peace. I'm Finn," he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree." The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the riverbank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. "I can find it," he said, determination hardening his voice. "I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from." Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. "Take this," the image came. "It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend." Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. "I'll find it," he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before: a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. He pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn, but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heart spring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched, awestruck, as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heart spring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. Thank you, Seeker, the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poison streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heart spring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker, the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within. The embers in the hearth pulsed like sleepy fireflies, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the old oak tree, its leaves answering with a soft shhhh, shhhh. Tonight we journey not to distant mountains, but to a place much closer to home, the dusty, forgotten embrace of the attic. Young Leo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened more than it spoke, had been tasked with finding his grandmother's old quilt. The stairs creaked a familiar protest beneath his feet as he climbed, the air growing thick with the scent of aged paper, cedar wood, and the faint, sweet ghost of dried lavender. A single cobweb brushed his cheek like a feather as he pushed open the door, the hinges groaning a low, rusty irk. Moonlight, pale and silvery, streamed through the small, round window, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes. Boxes piled like sleeping giants, and forgotten furniture wore shrouds of white sheets. Leo's lantern beam cut through the gloom, finally settling on an old, humpback trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle with age. That's where Gran said the quilt would be. He knelt, the worn floorboards cool beneath his knees, and carefully unbuckled the straps. The lid lifted with a sigh of released air, revealing not just the promised quilt, folded neatly atop layers of yellowed letters and lace, but something else nestled beside it. It was a small, oblong box, no larger than Leo's hand, crafted from dark, polished wood inlaid with delicate mother-of-pearl swirls. It looked like a tiny treasure chest forgotten by time. Intrigued, Leo lifted it out. It was surprisingly heavy for its size and cool to the touch. His fingers traced the intricate patterns until they found a tiny, almost invisible catch. With a gentle click, the lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, wasn't jewelry but a miniature scene. A perfect, tiny forest glade carved from wood and moss, complete with minuscule trees, a sparkling silver thread of a stream, and a hollowed-out acorn serving as a cottage. At its center stood a tiny figure, no taller than Leo's thumb, a little wooden badger wearing a neat waistcoat and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He held a tiny lantern. As Leo watched, utterly enchanted, the little badger blinked. Not just once, but several times, as if waking from a long sleep. He stretched, gave a minuscule yawn that sounded like the squeak of a mouse, and then peered up at Leo with bright, intelligent eyes. "Goodness gracious," the badger exclaimed, his voice surprisingly resonant for his size, like the low chime of a distant bell. "Has the moon turned blue? Has the sun forgotten to rise? Or has someone finally opened the Whisperwood box?" He adjusted his spectacles, peering intently at Leo. "You don't look like a goblin or a grumpy gnome. Bit tall for a squirrel, though." Leo, heart pounding not with fear, but with a kind of breathless wonder, managed a whisper. I'm Leo. I was just looking for a quilt." "Quilt?" The badger chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "Practical, I suppose. Bit drafty up here, isn't it? Percival Thistledown, keeper of the Whisperwood Glade, at your service." He gave a formal little bow. "Been trapped in here since, when was it? The great dust storm of '92. Time gets rather fuzzy in a box." He tapped the side of his head thoughtfully. As Percival spoke, Leo noticed another movement. From behind a tiny carved toadstool, a flash of brilliant blue darted out. It was a tiny finch, her feathers shimmering like sapphires even in the dim light. She landed lightly on Percival's shoulder, tilting her head to examine Leo. "And this," Percival said proudly, "is Zephyr, bit flighty but her heart's in the right place. Usually, Zephyr, say hello to the giant." "Chirrup, hello, giant." Zephyr trilled, her voice a cascade of bright, clear notes. "Did you bring crumbs? It's terribly boring in the box between adventures. No worms. No seeds. Just dust bunnies, and they don't taste very nice." She fluffed her feathers indignantly. Leo couldn't help but smile. "No crumbs, sorry, but what is the Whisperwood box? How did you get inside?" "Ah." Percival puffed out his tiny chest. "It's a convergence point, lad, a tiny pocket of the Whisperwood that's the most peaceful, secret forest there ever was, mind you anchored in this here box by old magic. My job is to tend the glade, keep the pathways clear, and ensure the Whisperwood song flows freely." His face fell slightly. "Or it was, see that little silver stream?" He pointed to the thread of metal. "It should be sparkling, singing a soft, constant melody, but it's gone quiet, dull, like a forgotten bell." Leo leaned closer. The silver thread was dull, lifeless. "Why?" "Blockage." Zephyr chirped urgently, hopping from foot to foot on Percival's shoulder. "Upstream, a grumpy old rock fell over after the last big shake. That's when the trunk got moved, I expect, and now the songwater can't flow. The glade is getting sleepy. Sad." She drooped her head melodramatically. Percival nodded gravely. "Indeed, the song sustains the Whisperwood's magic, even here in the box. Without it, well, the glade fades, we fade, just whispers on the wind." He looked up at Leo, his spectacles gleaming in the lantern light. "But you opened the box, that means something. The whisperwood chooses who finds it, usually someone with quiet courage and a listening heart. Leo felt a flutter in his stomach. Courage. He wasn't brave like the heroes in storybooks. He got nervous talking to new people. What needs to be done? The blockage needs clearing, Percival explained. It's just upstream around that bend in the miniature riverbank, but the path is narrow and the rock is heavy, too heavy for me and Zephyr alone. We need, well, a giant. He looked meaningfully at Leo. The journey wasn't measured in miles, but in heartbeats. To help, Leo needed to enter the whisperwood glade within the box. Percival instructed him to hold the box close his eyes, and breathe in the scent of old wood and lavender, listening for the almost sound of the block stream. Think small thoughts, Percival advised. Think of dandelion seeds and dewdrops. Leo did as he was told. He breathed deeply, the familiar attic scents filling his senses. He focused on the cool wood of the box against his palms, the faint, musty scent of the velvet lining. He listened beyond the rustle of the attic dust, beyond the distant tick-tock of a grandfather clock downstairs. He listened for the silence within the silence. And then he felt it. A gentle tugging sensation, like a moth drawn to a candle. He felt himself, not shrinking, but the world within the box expanding around him. When he opened his eyes, he was kneeling not on attic floorboards, but on soft, vibrant green moss. Towering over him were the miniature trees, now majestic firs and whispering willows. The silver stream, now a proper brook, gurgled sadly nearby, its waters sluggish and gray. The air hummed with a faint, melancholic energy and smelled richly of damp earth and pine needles. High above, Zephyr darted like a blue spark against the twilight sky of the miniature world. Remarkable. Percival declared, now standing beside Leo's knee, looking perfectly in scale with his surroundings. You've a knack for it, lad, right? The blockage is just beyond those ferns. He pointed with a tiny claw. The path was indeed narrow, winding alongside the brook. Leo moved slowly, carefully placing his feet to avoid crushing delicate clusters of glowing mushrooms or tiny star-shaped flowers. He could hear the distant purr of what sounded like a very contented, very small cat, though he saw nothing. The air felt safe, wrapped in the quiet magic of the place, even though the task ahead felt daunting. Around the bend, they found the problem. A smooth, gray stone, about the size of Leo's fist in this scaled-down world, had tumbled squarely into the narrowest part of the stream's channel. Water pooled uselessly behind it, stagnant and silent. See. Zephyr landed on the stone. Big grumpy lump. Leo knelt beside the brook. He tried to push the stone. It didn't budge. He tried again, grunting with effort. Still nothing. It was wedged firmly. Frustration prickled at him. He wasn't strong enough. He looked at Percival, who was stroking his chin thoughtfully. Brute force isn't always the whisperwood way, lad, the badger mused. This stone, it didn't mean to fall. It was just resting when the big shake happened, probably a bit embarrassed and stuck. He peered closely at the rock. Look here, see that little crevice underneath? If we could just give it a nudge there, towards the bank, rather than trying to lift it straight up. Understanding dawned. Cleverness, not muscle. Kindness, seeing the stone not as an enemy, but as something that needed help too. Leo scanned the mossy bank. He spotted a sturdy-looking twig, smooth and strong. Carefully, he picked it up. It was the perfect length. Okay, Leo whispered, more to himself than anyone. He knelt again, not pushing the stone, but gently inserting the end of the twig into the crevice Percival had pointed out. He braced the other end against a solid root on the bank. It was a lever. Zephyr, Leo said softly. Could you fly down and give the top of the stone a little push, just as I press down on this stick. Chirrup, can do, giant. Zephyr zipped into position. Ready. Leo took a deep breath. He pushed down on the lever with steady, patient pressure. It creaked slightly. Zephyr fluttered her wings furiously against the top of the stone, adding her tiny strength. Percival braced his small back against the stick, pushing with all his might, letting out a determined little huff. For a moment, nothing happened. Leo kept the pressure steady, not jerking, just patiently leaning. Then, with a soft, wet slurp, the stone shifted. It rolled smoothly, almost gratefully, out of the channel and onto the mossy bank with a gentle thump. Immediately, the pooled water surged forward with a happy gurgle. It rushed over the pebbles, sparkling like liquid diamonds as it caught the ethereal light of the glade. As it flowed, a sound emerged, not loud but profound. A deep, resonant hum, like the lowest note of a cello played very softly, intertwined with the bright tinkle-tinkle of water over stones. It was the Whisperwood's song, flowing freely once more. The effect was instant. The grayness lifted from the water, it ran clear and bright. The moss beneath Leo's knees seemed to glow greener. The tiny flowers perked up, and the air filled with a sweeter, fresher scent. High above, the purr grew louder, a comforting rumble. "Hai che," Percival exclaimed, dancing a little jig on the moss. "Splendid, absolutely splendid. Patience and leverage. Knew you had the right stuff, lad." He beamed up at Leo. Zephyr zipped around Leo's head in joyful loops. The song, chirrup, hooray for the giant. Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the exertion, but from a deep sense of accomplishment. He hadn't fought a dragon, but he'd helped. He'd listened, thought, and used kindness and cleverness. The glade felt alive, peaceful, and safe again. As the song strengthened, Leo felt the gentle tugging sensation return. The towering trees seemed to recede, the moss beneath him softening back into the feel of the attic rug. He blinked, finding himself back in the dusty attic, the Whisperwood box open on his lap. Inside, the miniature glade was vibrant. The silver stream sparkled, and tiny lights like fireflies danced among the trees. Percival waved cheerfully from beside his acorn cottage. Zephyr did a quick, happy loop-de-loop above the glade. "Thank you, Leo," Percival's voice drifted up, faint but clear, like wind chimes on a breeze. "You've mended the song." The Whisperwood remembers its friends. Remember, courage often wears quiet shoes, and kindness can move mountains, or at least grumpy rocks. Visit any time. Just maybe bring a crumb or two next time. For Zephyr. "Chirrup, please," Zephyr added. Leo smiled, a wide, warm smile. He carefully closed the lid of the Whisperwood box, hearing the soft click of the latch. The comforting hum-tinkle of the song seemed to linger faintly in the air around him, mingling with the crackle pop of the fireplace downstairs and the wind's gentle shh outside. He found the quilt, its familiar patchwork patterns feeling extra cozy now. As he carried both quilt and box downstairs, the tiny, magical song echoed softly in his heart, a reminder that extraordinary secrets and quiet courage could be found in the most ordinary corners, like a dusty attic, if only one remembered to listen. The hearth fire glowed, wrapping the room in warmth and light, a perfect reflection of the peaceful resolution found in a little wooden box. The last embers settled with a soft hiss, a gentle lullaby for the night. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moon petals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moon petals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring." The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the whispering woods, where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moon petals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kalen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kalen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moon petals? Was he the wall stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone Glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the Whispering Woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the Whispering Woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelin nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelin's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the Hearthstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon-petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to, it was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petals' chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. "And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation, it's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built." He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petals' gentle light. "Thank you for showing me the way." Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kaelin's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. "Kindness," he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. "So many questions, but no answers fit," she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. "The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper." Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. "You woke me not with force," it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, "but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done." The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. "Plant these where shadows kiss the light," whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small, woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss. Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a Thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. But things aren't right, Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away. Quill's small face was etched with worry. The heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails. He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. Their inscription says, "Seek the heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help. Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thorn can avoid it. But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the Vale. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly. And for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the Vale was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the Vale without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the Vale dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. "Echo wraiths," Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. "They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here." Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. "Lost, always lost," hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. "Pointless, you can't help," murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. "Cold, so cold, alone," a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. "Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood." Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. "Seek the heartwood, find the light," he repeated silently, like a mantra. "I am here to help." The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. "That's it," Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. "Your light drives them back, keep going." Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, "Left, no, your other left, you great lump," they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. "What do we do?" Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? "Oliver." Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. "The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil." Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it?" Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies. Luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the veil, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the veil creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the veil's starlight. to remind you. Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. I'll treasure it. He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the veil, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. In the quiet village of Evenfall, nestled between the Whispering Woods and the Starfall River, there was a peculiar sort of magic that settled over the cobblestone streets every evening. It wasn't the kind of magic that roared or flashed, but rather the sort that hummed softly in the background. The gentle chime of the clock tower marking each hour with silver bells, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets with the wind, and the way the fireflies seemed to dance in time with some unheard melody. The villagers of Evenfall were accustomed to small wonders. Their flowers sometimes changed color overnight, their cats could understand 3 languages, and their bread always rose perfectly no matter the weather. But lately something unusual had been happening, something that even the oldest residents found peculiar. It began with the stars. Not all of them, mind you. Just one particular constellation known as the Silver Harp, which normally shone directly above the village square every night at 8 o'clock. Over the past week, the stars forming the harp had begun disappearing, one by one, until only 3 remained where there should have been 7. This would have been concerning enough, but another strange occurrence accompanied the vanishing stars. Every evening precisely at 7, the hands on the village clock tower would pause for exactly 7 minutes, then slowly begin turning backwards until they reached 6:45, before resuming their normal forward motion. During these 50 minutes, the rain, which fell gently every evening in Evenfall, would appear to rise back up into the clouds, and the scent of freshly baked cinnamon bread from the village bakery would reverse its path through the streets, returning to the ovens from which it came. Most villagers simply accepted these happenings with the same calm acceptance they afforded all of Evenfall's quirks. But a young woman named Alara, who tended the village's moonflower garden, found herself particularly intrigued. She had always been observant, noticing which flowers bloomed first after winter, which birds built their nests where, and how the sunlight fell differently through the stained glass windows of the library each season. One evening, as Alara watered her moonflowers, which had begun glowing a faint lavender instead of their usual silver, she heard the clock tower chime 7 times. The last note hung in the air longer than it should have, shimmering like visible sound. Then, as had become customary, the clock hands paused. Alara watched as Mrs. Higgins, the baker's wife, walked backwards out of her shop, the delicious scent of cinnamon retreating with her. Mr. Abernathy, the postmaster, slowly reversed his steps from the mailbox to his front door. And high above, Alara noticed with a soft gasp, one of the remaining stars in the Silver Harp constellation winked out entirely. She decided then that she would solve this gentle mystery. The next morning, Alara visited the village library, a circular building with a domed ceiling painted to mirror the night sky. The librarian, an elderly man named Finnegan with spectacles that magnified his kind eyes, was rearranging books that had apparently reshelved themselves overnight. "Good morning, Alara," he said without looking up. "The astronomy section is particularly restless today. The books keep migrating to the poetry aisle." "Mr. Finnegan," Alara began, "have you noticed the stars disappearing?" Finnegan peered at her over his spectacles. "I have indeed, and the clock and the rain and the cinnamon scent. Not to mention my tea has been cooling rather than warming itself lately. Most peculiar. Do you think there might be something in the old village records, some explanation for what's happening?" Finnegan gestured toward a dusty corner where scrolls and leather-bound journals were kept. "You're welcome to look, though I should warn you. Those records have a tendency to show you what you need rather than what you're looking for." Alara spent the morning poring over the ancient documents. She found birth records, weather journals, and accounts of particularly spectacular sunsets, but nothing about disappearing stars or backwards time. Just as she was about to give up, a small, unbound piece of parchment slipped from between the pages of a gardening manual. On it was written a nursery rhyme in faded ink. "When the harp loses its silver strings, and backwards the clock tower rings. When colors shift and scents retreat, follow the path where light and shadow meet. Seek what was lost in memories deep, where the silent forest secrets keep." Alara read the rhyme 3 times, committing it to memory. "Follow the path where light and shadow meet," she murmured. That sounded like something to do with twilight, that magical hour when day and night embraced. That evening, as the clock struck 7 and the world began its gentle reversal, Alara stood in the village square watching carefully. She noticed something she hadn't before. A path of shimmering light appeared between the clock tower and the edge of the Whispering Woods, visible only during those 15 minutes when time flowed backwards. The path seemed to be made of starlight and shadow intertwined. The next day, Alara followed her first clue. She visited the clock tower first, climbing the spiraling staircase to the mechanism room where giant gears turned with quiet precision. The clock-keeper, a woman named Beatrice with hair the color of moonlight, was polishing the brass gears with a soft cloth. "Hello, dear," Beatrice said without turning around. "Come about the backwards ticking, I presume." "Yes," Alara said. "Has this ever happened before?" Beatrice shook her head. "Not in my lifetime, but my grandmother used to tell stories about the Great Remembering, a time when the village had to recover something precious it had forgotten. She said the stars would dim and time would stutter until what was lost was found again." "What was lost?" Alara asked eagerly. Beatrice smiled gently. "That, my dear, is the question, isn't it? My grandmother never said, only that the answer would be different each time." Alara thought about the nursery rhymes line, "Seek what was lost in memories deep." Perhaps she needed to talk to the oldest residents of Evenfall. Her next visit was to the Starfall River, where an ancient turtle named Orion, who was rumored to be as old as the village itself, sunbathed on a smooth stone. The water of the river flowed with tiny, sparkling lights that resembled fallen stars. "Orion," Alara said respectfully, "have you noticed the stars disappearing from the silver harp?" The turtle slowly opened one eye. "I have," he said in a voice like stones rubbing together underwater. "But stars cannot truly disappear, they can only be forgotten." Forgotten. Alara knelt by the riverbank. How does one forget a star? Not the star itself, Orion explained, but what it represents. Every star in our sky holds a memory, a story, a promise, a moment of kindness. When the memory fades, so does the star. Alara thought about this. So if the silver harp is disappearing, it means we're forgetting something important. Orion dipped his head in a slow nod. Something the village needs to remember. This gave Alara an idea. She spent the next 2 days visiting every villager, asking them about their memories, particularly any connected to the number 7, since 7 stars were missing, and the strange happenings lasted 7 minutes. Mrs. Higgins remembered that 7 years ago, her cinnamon bread had won first prize at the Harvest Festival. Mr. Abernathy recalled that exactly 7 generations of his family had served as postmasters. The children at the schoolhouse proudly informed Alara that 7 of them had lost their first teeth this month. These were delightful discoveries, but none seemed connected to the disappearing stars. Then Alara had another thought. What if the memories weren't personal but collective? What if the village had forgotten something they once shared? She returned to the library and asked Finnegan if there were any community events that had happened exactly 7 years ago. Finnegan's magnified eyes blinked slowly. 7 years ago, let me think. That was the year we stopped holding the Starlight Festival. It used to be our most beloved tradition. Everyone would gather in the square, share stories under the stars, and the children would play harps while the adults sang songs of gratitude. Why did we stop? Alara asked. Finnegan adjusted his spectacles. If I recall correctly, it was because of a particularly rainy season. The festival was canceled for 3 years in a row, and somehow we never started it up again. People found other ways to spend their evenings, I suppose. Alara felt a tingle of excitement. The silver harp constellation, the backwards time, the retreating rain, it all seemed connected to this forgotten festival. That evening, as the clock began its backwards dance, Alara stood in the village square with a new understanding. She watched as the rain lifted back into the clouds, as the cinnamon scent retreated to the bakery, as the villagers moved in reverse, and she realized they weren't just moving randomly. They were retracing their steps from 7 years ago, from the last Starlight Festival. The path of light and shadow appeared again, and this time Alara followed it, not to the edge of the woods, but to the center of the village square, where it formed a perfect circle. In the center of that circle, barely visible, shimmered the faint outline of a harp made of starlight. Alara reached out, and though her hand passed through the image, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers. And in that moment she understood. The village hadn't just forgotten a festival. They had forgotten to be grateful for their shared moments, for coming together under the stars, for the simple magic of community. The next day, Alara went from house to house again, but this time she wasn't asking questions. She was inviting everyone to a new Starlight Festival that evening. It's been 7 years, she told each villager. The stars miss our songs. At first, people were hesitant. They had evening routines, chores to finish, books to read. But something in Alara's conviction, and perhaps the peculiar happenings, convinced them to come. As twilight settled over Evenfall, something remarkable happened. The villagers began gathering in the square, carrying lanterns and blankets and musical instruments. Children brought their small harps, just as they had 7 years before. Mrs. Higgins distributed fresh cinnamon bread that steamed in the cool evening air. and Mr. Abernathy brought his grandfather's star charts to share. Then, as the clock struck 7, instead of pausing and turning backwards, it chimed 7 times with particular brilliance, and the hands continued forward. The gentle rain held off, as if waiting. And high above, one by one, the stars of the silver harp began reappearing, burning brighter with each new voice that joined the singing. Alara stood watching as the constellation completed itself, shining more brilliantly than anyone could remember. The moonflowers in her garden glowed their proper silver again, and the scent of cinnamon bread wafted properly through the streets, forward in time like it should. Finnegan approached her, his spectacles gleaming in the starlight. "You solved the mystery," he said softly. Alara smiled. "The village solved it together. We just needed to remember what was important." As the singing continued under the restored stars, Alara noticed something else. New stars had appeared in the sky, forming patterns no one had seen before. A baker's hat near Mrs. Higgins' favorite constellation, a book near Finnegan's usual stargazing spot, a turtle shape swimming beside Orion's river. The great remembering had not just brought back what was lost, it had added new memories to the sky, new stories to tell. And from that night on, the Starlight Festival was held every month, regardless of weather. The clock tower never turned backwards again, though it did sometimes chime in harmony with the children's harps. The rain fell gently forward, and the scents of the village drifted properly through the streets. But sometimes, if you listened very carefully as the clock struck 7, you could hear the faint echo of silver bells from a time that almost was, and see the ghost of a path where light and shadow met. A reminder that some mysteries aren't meant to frighten, but to bring us back to what we've forgotten to cherish. And in the village of Evenfall, under a sky now filled with remembered and new stars, everyone slept a little more peacefully, knowing that their stories were written in the heavens, and their community was held together by the gentle magic of shared gratitude. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of Between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble, The first tier sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark but never full. I follow winter's sigh yet never pull. What am I? A shadow, Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tier floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tier hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. They'll trap you here, Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. There, she said. Now you're more than an echo. The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tier. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leela hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tier into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to live." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Leela knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the Whispering Woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. "I," he admitted, scratching his head, "thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds. Bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. the resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in Mrs. Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. The village of Willow Hollow nestled between whispering pines and a chuckling brook, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. Here cobblestone paths wound past cottages with mossy roofs, and the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth. Young Finn, with eyes like polished river stones, loved his home's quiet rhythm, until the day the ordinary began behaving extraordinarily. It started subtly. Mrs. Bramble's prize-winning teapot, usually content to whistle a cheerful tune, began pouring lavender-scented tea instead of Earl Grey. Then old Mr. Thistle's garden rake danced a jig among the carrots when no one was looking. By week's end, woolen mittens knitted themselves into curious star shapes overnight, and the bakery's sourdough loaves emerged from the oven speckled with edible silver glitter. Whispers fluttered through Willow Hollow like autumn leaves. The quiet fidgets, folks called it, a gentle, puzzling unrest among everyday things. Finn, ever observant, noticed patterns others missed. The oddities always happened near dusk, and only around objects touched by many hands, a well-loved teapot, a shared rake, community knitting wool. Determined to help, he visited the village's wisest soul, Ilara, who lived in a cottage shaped like a toadstool, its walls woven with living honeysuckle. Her eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled kindly. "Ah, Finn," she murmured, stirring a pot of moonflower syrup that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. "The world whispers when it's unsettled. We must listen with more than our ears." That evening, as fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns, Finn and Ilara sat on her porch. She handed him a magnifying glass framed in willow wood. "Look closely, child. Magic leaves traces softer than cobwebs." Finn peered at a fidgeting knitting needle. There, glimmering faintly on its surface, were minuscule, iridescent footprints, like those of a tiny, nervous bird. "Pixie tracks," breathed Ilara. "But pixies are merry tricksters. These prints tremble. Something troubles them." Their investigation led them to the heartwood tree, an ancient oak at the village center, its bark etched with generations of wishes. Beneath its roots lay the pixie post, a hollow where villagers left offerings of honey or shiny pebbles for good luck. That night they found the post in disarray. The usual gifts were scattered, and the air hummed with a faint, anxious buzz. Hiding behind a clover leaf was Pip, a thumb-sized pixie with moth-wing sleeves, wringing her hands. "It's the grumble stone," she piped, voice like a shaken bell. "It rolled into our nest beneath the post. It mutters such sad, heavy thoughts, and its grumbles make everything jittery." Pip led them down a root tunnel into a cavern glittering with crystal dew. There, wedged among pixie feather beds, was a smooth, gray stone, ordinary except for the low, rhythmic murmur it emitted. "No one notices, too plain," forgotten Ilara knelt, her palm hovering above it. "This isn't just a stone, Finn. Feel its energy." Finn placed his hand near it. A deep loneliness pulsed from it, cold as forgotten cellar air. "It's not magic," realized Finn softly. "It's unhappy. It came from the brook, maybe tumbled down in the last storm. and all the village shared warmth above made it feel left out. The solution came not through spells, but empathy. Every heart needs to belong, said Alara. With Pip's help, they gently carried the grumble stone to the brook's sunniest bend, where dragonflies skimmed the water. Finn placed it among friendly, chattering river stones. Then, inspired, he fetched the village's polishing cloth, used by everyone to buff the wishing bell, and gave the stone a gentle rub. As the cloth passed over it, the stone's murmur softened into a contented sigh. Shiny, warm home. The next morning, Willow Hollow awoke to restored peace. Teapots whistled familiar tunes, rakes stood quietly, and bread baked golden brown. But something new graced the brook's edge. The stone, now gleaming like quartz, sat amidst its kin, radiating a soft, happy hum that harmonized with the water's song. Villagers, noticing its newfound glow, began leaving smooth pebbles beside it, a tiny, welcoming council. That evening, Finn joined Alara by her crackling hearth, sipping lavender tea that tasted perfectly of lavender. The greatest magic, she said, her firelight casting dancing shadows, is often kindness. Even stones remember how it feels to be seen. Outside, the brook chuckled, the wind sighed through pines, and the heartwood tree stood guardian over a village where every belonging, large, small, or even stony, had found its place. And as Finn walked home beneath a sky dusted with stars, he knew the deepest mysteries were solved not with wands, but with watching eyes and a willing heart, ready to mend what was quietly broken. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft quilt, filled with the comforting certainty that in Willow Hollow all was well and all would ever be well.